Chapter 41 schw, Your Mothers. Fang Yuan investment is very famous in the demon capital. Yi Ru and Zhou Xiaoyun both knew about it. But when they heard that the ostensible person in charge of Fang Yuan investment actually treated Fang Mu and Yi Wenchuan with such respect, they could only feel incredible. No, it's impossible. He's just a poor kid. How could he be the boss of Fang Yuan investment? Zhou Xiaoyun's heart felt a huge gap, and she was even less willing to believe it, directly pointing at Fang Mu and exposing him. Zhuo Jinghe was speechless, unable to hold back her thoughts. This mentally handicapped woman. Yi Ru, who had never yelled at Zhou Xiaoyun before, also gave her an unprecedented slap. Shut up. You. Yi Ru. You've grown some balls. How dare you hit me? In response to Zhou Xiaoyun, there was another slap. Obviously, although the couple were similar, Yi Ru was obviously a little smarter than Zhou Xiaoyun. Frost, is your boyfriend really the boss of Fang Yuan investment? It was already this late, Zhuo Jinghe had arrived, and Yi Ru was still confirming his identity, which made Fang Mu can't help but laugh. Of course I'm not the boss of Fang Yuan investment, you are. Fang Mu couldn't help but laugh back, and when he said this, a thought flashed through his head. Yi Ru wouldn't take it seriously? Daughter-in-law, if you want to do something, just go ahead. Fang Mu still remembered that the reason for this trip to the Yi family was to divide the family property and sever ties with the Yi family. He didn't want this kind of family member. Yi Ru was shocked. With his small brain, he could not imagine what Yi Wenchuan would do. Yi Ru's grandfather had been a wise man. Yi Wenchuan was also very intelligent. However, Yi Ru, the middle generation, was not up to the task. It turns out that intergenerational inheritance really exists. It turns out that intergenerational inheritance also applies to intelligence. Yi Wenchuan nodded, walked forward, and promptly took out an envelope from his hand. Naturally, the envelope contained the will left by the old master Yi. This is the will left by Grandpa. Grandpa forbade you from touching the decisions of the Yi group, and I have always felt that this was very wise. However, Grandpa also predicted that after his death, you would not be willing to accept this, so he left this will. Yi Wenchuan's voice was cold as she read the will out loud in front of everyone. Yi Ru naturally recognized his father's tone and intonation, and as he listened to the old man's rebukes and scoldings in the will, his face grew more and more unpleasant to see. As the will was read, Yi Wenchuan was also mentally prepared for her father to deny everything. But who would have thought that Yi Ru suddenly stared at Yi Wenchuan and after a long while, asked, "Frost, are you pregnant?" For a moment, everyone in the room froze. What kind of look is that? You just noticed? No, at a time like this, why are you even concerned about that? You're the father, when have you ever cared about your daughter? What's with the act? Yi Wenchuan understood her grandfather's feelings of being unable to make his iron into steel. She just didn't understand how he had managed to hold back for so many years without slapping her father to death. Zhou Xiaoyun poked Yi Ru from behind, and the latter finally reacted, realizing that they were talking about the will. What will? I don't recognize it. Yi Ru shook his head and denied it. Zhou Xiaoyun, whose face was swollen and plump, also hurriedly shouted, "Yi Wenchuan, you become capable, haven't you, and you dare to fabricate a will? Aren't you afraid that your grandfather will scold you in his dreams at night?" Upon hearing this, Yi Ru subconsciously shrunk his head. Although he didn't know if Yi Wenchuan had been visited in a dream by the old man, Yi Ru knew that he was often visited in his dreams by the old man, and in his dreams, the old man always beat him. Yi Wenchuan knew this would happen, and immediately looked up at the gold medal lawyer Zhang Tianyu. You can ask the gold medal lawyer to verify the authenticity of the handwriting. I have recordings left by Grandpa here, and videos. Although there are recordings and videos, Yi Wenchuan has never opened them, because she is afraid that she will be unable to resist missing Grandpa. Fang Mu looked at Yi Wenchuan's slightly depressed back and couldn't help but feel heartbroken. At the same time, he admired Grandpa Yi, who really had sacrificed a lot for Yi Wenchuan. Mr. Zhang, thank you. Yi Ru spoke to Zhang Tianyu. However, Zhang Tianyu did not dare to move and stood still, his eyes always drifting between Zhuo Jinghe and Fang Mu. Mr. Zhang? No matter how Yi Ru shouted, Zhang Tianyu did not move, until Zhuo Jinghe spoke coldly. How dare you disobey your wife? The next second, Zhang Tianyu slid to a knee in front of Yi Wenchuan and then took the will with trembling hands. As if to show, Zhang Tianyu announced the result after just one glance. Yes, it's true. Such a dramatic scene left Yi Ru confused. Although he also knew that the old man's will in his daughter's hands must be real, why couldn't Zhang Tianyu, the gold medal lawyer he had hired at his own expense, read his own signals? Tear up the will. Otherwise, how else can he die in denial? Little did he know that in Zhang Tianyu's eyes, among the people present, the one he dared to disobey the most was still his family, the Yi Rus. As Yi Ru was giving Zhang Tianyu a dirty look, Zhuo Jinghe reminded him kindly. Mr. Yi, don't bother. Zhang Tianyu was a member of our legal department at Fangyuan Investment. But you can rest assured that he is not a spy sent by us. Because we at Fangyuan Investment have clear rules that stipulate that employees who take on private work will be fired and banned from the industry. Although we are in the investment business, it is not difficult to silence a lawyer, even if he is a gold medal lawyer. Zhuo Jinghe was reminding Yi Ru, and incidentally announcing Zhang Tianyu's death sentence. Yi Ru was shocked. Was there no way to help Zhang Tianyu? It seemed that he was desperate and panicking, so Yi Ru turned his attention to helper number 2, schw. Schwebo, you must help me make a decision. From that moment on, schw quietly shifted his buttocks, trying to sneak away. He had already moved from the main seat on the living room sofa to a bench. He was about to slip away, but Yi Ru's stupid move actually directed the firepower at him. At this moment, schw wanted to curse. Yi Ru is someone you can't mess with, Fangyuan Investment. And the schw family can't mess with him either. If Fangyuan Investment makes things difficult for him, the schw group will be finished. Seeing everyone's gaze shift to him, schw scolded without any hesitation, you motherfucking. Ms. Zhua. President Zhua. I don't know Yi Ru well. Really don't know him. Zhuo Jinghe didn't say anything, and schw looked at Feng Mu again. Boss, buddy. I really don't know Yi Ru well. I hope that what happened today won't affect the relationship between our two families. Upon hearing this, Feng Mu tilted his head and looked at Zhuo Jinghe. So, our family still has a partnership with the schw family? Then let's go. A sentence of let's go broke Shui Hui's heart. But then Feng Mu told Shui to go home and wait until he had cleaned up. Because Fangyuan Investment was going to punish the schw family. This was Feng Mu's character. If you treat me with contempt, I will treat you with respect. If you offend me once, I will make you look bad. If I don't show my temper, people will think I'm Hello Kitty. Chapter 42, Senior Management. We suspect that the father and daughter are in cahoots. Schwebui cursed and led the people away, not wanting to get involved in the Yi family's affairs at all, and he also regretted coming here today. Zhang Tianyu, aide number 1, was scared out of his wits. Schwebui, aide number 2, fled in disarray. On the contrary, Yi Ru himself was silent. In fact, although he appeared calm, inside he was panicking, and had even lost his basic judgment. Although the will had determined the final outcome once it was executed. Yi Ru, who no longer had much ability to think, still pulled off a sophisticated operation. He jogged over to a room, pulled open the door with a whoosh, and then revealed the several people inside, who were trembling in fear. The moment she saw them, Yi Wanchuan froze, because these were all the top management of the Yi group. Their purpose in appearing here at this time was self-evident. Had they planned this together? Yi Wanchuan, I am your father. I am more qualified to head the Yi group than you. They are all my people. So many senior executives are on my side. How dare you even think of taking charge of the Yi group? Seeing this, Yi Wanchuan shook her head, her red lips curling up in a scathing rebuke. Hopeless. But I still want to thank you for helping me to expose so many traitors. As Yi Wanchuan said, the senior management of the Yi group was not of one mind, and it would not be easy to root out traitors in the future. But for the time being, her own father had also helped her by taking the initiative to root out the traitors. That's great, just eliminate them one by one according to their faces. None of the people in the room expected that their new boss, whom they had high hopes for, would actually be so mentally retarded. For a moment, someone even wondered if Yi Ru and Yi Wanchuan, father and daughter, weren't in cahoots. This whole nonsense about fighting over Yi group was a sham, right? The real goal was to find a reason to get rid of them. Yi Ru's absurd behavior was laughable. Zhou Xiuyun's legs were weak and she could hardly stand. She already anticipated that after today, she would lose everything. Do you still want the branch that your grandfather said you would get in his will? Yi Wanchuan asked Yi Ru with an indifferent expression. Yi Ru nodded upon hearing this, but then shook his head. He had been confused all night, but for a split second his mind cleared. He had thought it through, and the branch that the old man wanted to give him would be of no use, but would instead become a burden. Rather than being dragged down by it, he would rather not have it. I don't want it. Frost. I won't fight you for the Yi group in the future either, so calm down. Yi Ru put on a flattering face and apologized to Yi Wanshuang. This scene would make anyone laugh. Yi Wanshuang didn't feel vindicated either. Looking at her biological father in front of her, she only felt sad. Since you don't want it, that's fine. In the will, Grandpa told me to pay you a monthly salary, and I listened to Grandpa very much. Yi Ru was overjoyed. Because he didn't dare to ask for anything now, he just hoped to get paid every month, and that would be enough. However, Yi Wanshuang suddenly changed the subject, looking at his stepmother, Zhou Shouyun, with a cold face. Dad, Grandpa said to pay you a salary, but he didn't say to pay her a salary. I will pay you a salary every month, but it's only enough for you to spend. If you want anything else, you can go find a job yourself. As Zhou Shouyun collapsed to the ground, Yi Wanshuang returned to Fang Mu's side. Hubby, let's go home. Okay. Fang Mu then picked up Princess Yi Banswang in a bear hug. He knew that the fool was far from being as comfortable as she looked. Before leaving, Yi Banswang left a message, telling Yi Ruzhou to guard the Yi family house well, because there was still a vague shadow of her grandfather here. On the way home, Yi Banswang slumped in Fang Mu's arms, lost in thought. Husband, from now on, you're all I have. Fool, you don't just have me, you also have the baby, and our parents, Fang Mu said softly. The next second, Yi Wanshuang's eyes lit up slightly. Yes, she still had them. Yi Wanshuang was just depressed all night. The next morning, she was full of energy again, as if nothing had happened yesterday. After breakfast, the couple left for Yi Group. Although the Yi family matters had been resolved, the Yi Group matters had not yet been dealt with. The Yi Group executives who had been lured by Yi Rula had all become targets of Yi Wanshuang's attacks. Dismissal and accountability were the inevitable outcomes they had to face. Yi Banswang took drastic measures to rectify the Yi Group. Although there was a lot to do, she felt so relaxed for the first time, as if the burden on her shoulders had become much lighter. Not only that, but she also took advantage of this momentum to directly close down many of the industries that had dragged down the Yi Group, because she knew that it was better to have fewer but better. Restructuring takes time, but now that both internal and external problems have been eliminated, Yi Wanshuang has more than enough time. From now on, the Yi Group will be a brand new look, and under the leadership of Yi Wanshuang, it will get better and better. Here, Yi Wanshuang is busy with the Yi Group. Fang Mu's Fan Yuan investment is also not idle. Yesterday, Zhou Jing had dealt with Zheng Tianyu, and this name will no longer be found in the entire legal profession. Zheng Tianyu is just a small fry. What Fan Yuan investment really wants to deal with is the schw Group. The founder of the Yi Group is Yi Leoi, and although Schw is an old acquaintance of Yi Leoi, he is not the founder of the schw Group. Looking at the city of Shanghai, the schw Group is an old company, but each generation is worse than the last, barely surviving on past achievements. This is the main reason why schw dares not provoke Fan Yuan investment. But the schw Group is an old company after all. Although Fan Yuan investment could easily eat it up on its own, it would be more or less a hassle. So at Fan Mu's suggestion, Zhou Jinghe began to unite with many companies to start a siege and attack the schw Group, including many of its rivals. Business warfare is terrifying enough to make an old company disappear overnight. Business warfare is also very interesting, and you can rely on nibbling and annexation to strengthen yourself. Fang Mu is the one who benefits from this. The foundation of the schw Group's long-standing success is the schw family's battery and power supply technology. However, the two generations of schw have no ambition to make progress, which has resulted in the schw Group not being able to develop well even though it has a favorable head start. Under the lead of Fan Yuan Investment, which launched an encirclement and suppression campaign, the schw family could only sacrifice the power supply technology, battery patents, and market share that the family did not favor, in order to save the family leader. Coincidentally, Fang Mu obtained the technology for the perfect solid-state battery after signing in for 15 consecutive days. It seems that he can ride on the schw family to reach even greater heights. Chapter 43, Dear God, can you add an off button to girls' talent for making up stories? In order to deal with matters related to the Yi Group, Yi Wanshuang went to the company every day for a week. With the help of Fang Mu and Fan Yuan Investment, Yi Wanshuang made all the arrangements. I believe that in the near future, the Yi Group will appear in front of everyone with a brand new attitude. The burden on Yi Wanshuang's shoulders has lightened. but her body feels heavy. She is almost 17 weeks pregnant. For safety reasons, Yi Banchuang temporarily bids farewell to the Yi group and is confinement at home by Feng Mu. Yi Banchuang's secretary Song Shiyuan directly handles all matters of the Yi group, and she also directly communicates with Feng Mu. In this way, Feng Mu's day is also arranged to be full. Feng Yuan investment, the Yi group, and home, 3 points in a straight line. With Zhuo Jingha around, Feng Mu doesn't even need to go to the company, and Feng Yuan investment can still operate smoothly. However, the recent factory construction cannot be taken lightly, so Feng Mu still has to make a trip every now and then. The construction of the factory is a preparation for mass production of solid-state batteries, and then it will be the production of cars, new energy vehicles. This is also a way to respond to the call, right? Before that, Feng Mu deliberately verified the performance of the solid-state battery in his hands. Compared to traditional power batteries, his solid-state battery technology has a higher energy density. In the same volume, his battery's range will be longer, and it is more than 3 times higher than ordinary batteries, which is more than enough. Moreover, Feng Mu's solid-state battery can also withstand high and low temperatures, and its range will hardly decrease in cold and hot regions. The most important thing is safety. It will not catch fire or explode, and it is a product of technological innovation. Unfortunately, Feng Mu is a waste of talent, and he has stubbornly given such a high-end product the title of Feng's solid-state battery. It's not a bad name, but it's definitely not a good one either. The factory building for the production of Fengshi's solid-state batteries is under construction. Various documents are being processed simultaneously. Business licenses, environmental protection permits, safety production permits, special equipment operation permits, and so on, are being applied for almost simultaneously. Since Feng Mu is the boss of Feng Yuan Investment, there are more or less convenient ways to go about these documents. It is estimated that it will not take long for the factory building and other innate conditions such as documents to be complete. The next thing to conquer is the many fields involved in building a car, which requires a professional design team and technical personnel. Fortunately, Feng Yuan Investment has invested in more than 300 companies of various sizes in various fields, even all over the world. It can be said that Feng Yuan Investment has extensive connections. At Feng Mu's suggestion, Zhuo Jingha began to help recruit all kinds of talent. At the very least, they can directly poach people from foreign car companies. As the old saying goes, if you swing the hoe well, you can dig down any wall. So, as long as money can do it, it's not a problem. The Maybach walks slowly down the prosperous streets of the Magic City. Feng Mu, sitting in the back, rubbed his temples. He had been thinking a lot, and he was a bit tired, so his head was inevitably a bit dizzy. Quan, go home. Yes, boss. Both the Maybach and the driver and security guard Quan were gifts from Feng Mu's sign-in. The system is far more powerful than imagined. After all, if you dare to call yourself a winner in life, the benefits and functions must be very impressive. Quan, a retired soldier, is absolutely loyal, and Feng Mu feels very relieved to have him in charge of security. The Maybach under his but is a specially customized model, and it has only one advantage: it is sturdy and durable, and it is indeed a fun gadget that you get for free when you sign in. Soon the car stopped at the front door. Feng Mu felt in his pockets and realized that he had forgotten his keys. He had to ring the doorbell. After a while the door opened. Feng Mu opened his arms as usual, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. The girl in front of him was not his wife, she was a head shorter than Yi Wenchuang. Fortunately, Feng Mu managed to stop in time, and ended up scraping the girl's arm as he fell straight to the ground. Boom! This noise caused Yi Wenchuang, who was wrapping dumplings, to rush over, and then she saw Feng Mu lying on the ground with a depressed expression. Husband? What's wrong? Is there a coin on the ground? Yi Wenchuang hurried over with small steps, her 2 little hands full of white flour, and then she stuck them straight onto Feng Mu's face. It can only be said that Yi Wenchuang was pregnant and could not fool around, otherwise she would have a place on the ground. With Yi Wenchuang's help, Feng Mu stood up, and looking at the girl next to him, who was covering her mouth and laughing, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Husband, introduce yourself. Wang Bo, a good sister of mine. Yi Wenchuang introduced Feng Mu with her back to Wang Bo, and when she finished, she used her mouth to gesture at the Wang family. Feng Mu nodded secretly. Another name for the Wang family in the demon capital is the Maritime Ship King. The Wang family's ocean blue transport has a lot of power at sea, and it is not to be underestimated. According to Yi Banchuang, if you can befriend the Wang family, you should do so. After all, if you want to sell cars overseas in the future, you will inevitably have to cooperate with the Wang family. This is the strength of Yi Ban's Wang. After learning about Feng Mu's future plans, she helped him make arrangements, and befriending the Wang family is one of them. The Wang family also has the intention of befriending Feng Mu, because the ocean shipping company under Feng Yuan investment has developed particularly rapidly, and it is really catching up with the Wang family. Fortunately, Wang Hainan, the person in charge of the Wang family, who is also the father of Wang Bo, has good judgment and does not choose to go head-to-head with Feng Yuan investment. After all, being the dominant player is not a good thing, and he understands the truth that a big tree catches the wind. But if the strong join forces, the benefits they can obtain will be maximized. The era of competing for the number one is long gone. In the twinkling of an eye, many thoughts flashed through Feng Mu's mind, and then he enthusiastically extended his hand to Wang Bo. "Hello Wang Bo, please feel free to sit down." Feng Mu warmly welcomed Wang Bo after lightly shaking his hand. Wang Bo saw this and a flash of light in his eyes. He was also deeply impressed by Feng Mu. Not only was she beautiful, she was also the Wang family's precious pearl. He didn't know how many people were trying to get close to her, like flies. There weren't many people like Feng Mu who treated her like an ordinary girl and ensured sufficient distance and respect. Therefore, in Wang Bo's heart, Feng Mu's evaluation is very profound. No wonder he is able to take charge of Feng Yuan investment at such a young age. He is a genius. Wang Bo thought to himself. If Feng Mu knew, he would definitely feel a bit helpless. Girls are naturally good at guessing, if only there was an off button. The reason why I want to keep my distance from Wang Bo is that I don't want my daughter-in-law to misunderstand me. Although Yi Wanchuang wouldn't care. Chapter 44, Foot baths are good for the feet. Although Wang Bo looks carefree on the outside, she is very smooth and polite in her dealings with others. It is hard not to think that she is worthy of being the daughter of a wealthy family, and she has done a very good job in this aspect of her upbringing. Wang Bo even said bluntly, "I was driven by my father and grandfather to come over here to form a relationship with Sister Frost. Oh yes, I also need to form a relationship with my brother-in-law. You won't turn me away, will you? Although I know that's what you mean, it's not as offensive when you say it outright." Yi Bunsuang smiled in the corner of her eyes and shook her head. "Don't think about grown-up matters, just study hard. In the future, just let me know in advance if you want to come over." "Really? Thank you, Sister Bunsuang. And thank you, brother-in-law." As expected, what this girl says is impeccable. Not to mention anything else, her mouth is really sweet. Even Yi Bunsang, a cold goddess, was amused by her and couldn't stop laughing. In that case, Feng Mu also hoped that this girl would come to the house more often to keep Yi Bunsang company. Wang Bo is a sincere person who doesn't put on airs. After eating, she rubbed her hands together, as if she was shy to speak. "Bo, what's wrong? Sister Schwanger, your dumplings are so delicious, can I take some home? I'll bring you some delicious food from abroad next time I come." So that's what it was about. Without waiting for Yi Wanrong to speak, Feng Mu went to the kitchen and got a lunchbox, filling it with food for Wang Bo. "Wow! Thanks, brother-in-law." Holding the lunchbox, Wang Bo's eyes were smiling like a crescent moon, looking at her. Feng Mu couldn't help but glance at Yi Wanrong's stomach. Is it a little cotton-padded jacket, or a leather jacket? Before long, Wang Bo had to go home. At the time of parting, she suddenly looked serious, which was rare. She looked at Yi Wanchuang and Feng Mu, hesitated for a moment, and then laughed. "Sister Wanchuang, brother-in-law, I really like hanging out with you guys. If you need anything in the future, you can always find me." She quickly added, "I'm a high school student, so if I'm not home when school is in session, you can just ask my dad, Wang Hainan." After she finished speaking, Wang Bo jumped into the Audi and before the car drove off, she didn't forget to lower the window and wave goodbye to Yi Wanchuang. Yi Wanchuang and Feng Mu conducted an analysis of Wang Bo and the Wang family, and came to the same conclusion, not bad. Wang Hainan had a good idea. He sent his daughter over first to sound things out. If he had come himself, he might not have been as effective as Wang Bo. Yi Wanchuang agreed. "I have known this little girl, Wang Bo, for a long time, and the Wang family gives me a pretty good impression. Indeed, in the future, if I'm not at home, you can always ask Wang Bo to come over and keep you company," Feng Mu suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuan couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. "Honey, I'm not a child. Can I treat you like a child then?" "Of course." "Honey, give me a hug." After eating and drinking, they didn't want to move, which was common among pregnant women. Fang Mu also didn't say a word and picked Yi Wanchuang up in his arms, holding her high. He had completely spoiled the cold and beautiful woman from the Yi group and made her into a little girl. On the other side, Wang Bo had returned home. Wang Hainan, the head of the Wang family, and Wang Bo's father, had been waiting for a long time. Just as Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang had said, Wang Bo had been sent by Wang Hainan to sound things out, which was why he had been waiting. After returning home, Wang Bo first stuffed a dumpling in Wang Hainan's mouth. "Dad, is it delicious?" The spoiled brat Wang Hainan actually tasted it seriously, and then ate another one, and then another one. Very soon, Wang Hainan had eaten a third of it, causing Wang Bo's eyes to fill with resentment. "It's delicious, really good. How do you feel?" Wang Hainan asked, this time not asking about anything else, but about Fang Mu and Yi Banzuang. Wang Bo pondered for a moment, and a flash of intelligence flashed in his beautiful eyes. "I feel that they are very nice people." Puff. Ahem. "You girl, are you afraid that you have been bought off by the dumplings?" Wang Hainan sighed helplessly. Wang Bo hurriedly defended himself. "No way. I really feel that Sister Frost and Mrs. Fang Mu are nice people and worth getting to know. And my brother-in-law is very capable and has a lot of wisdom, but he doesn't have any bad intentions. Besides, Dad, Fang Mu's company, Fang Yuan Investment, is a small company, but it can compete with our family. Therefore, there is no harm in befriending Sister Schwanger and brother-in-law Fang Mu. It may even help us in the future." Wang Hainan did not say anything, but was thinking about his daughter's words. Although his daughter was still young, she was a high school student, but her intelligence was well known to others, so her proposal could be considered. What's more, Wang Hainan originally intended to befriend Fang Yuan Investment. Finally, Wang Hainan patted his forehead and said to himself, "I really am. The older I get, the more I'm afraid of doing things." "Fine, Dad understands, you go play." "Great." Seeing that Wang Hainan was about to need the dumplings again, Wang Bo dodged out of the way and quickly slipped away with the lunchbox. This greedy girl. While saying Wang Bo, Wang Hainan also took out his phone and instructed the executives of Hailan Transportation not only not to oppose the shipping company of Fang Yuan Investment, but also to help if there was an opportunity. The executives replied received at the first opportunity. The Wang family's prosperous development is inseparable from Wang Hainan's correct leadership. Since returning to the Magic City, Fang Mu has been boiling water for Yi Banzuang to soak her feet every night. The water isn't too hot, and the soak doesn't last long, but it always makes her feel better. Yi Banzuang can't give Fang Mu a foot bath because of her pregnancy. But she does give him a massage. Her small, pale hands are long and delicate, and when she massages his shoulders and neck, he always feels as if he's about to get electrocuted. Sometimes Fang Mu can't help but wonder why people like going to massage parlors. But he forgets one thing: who goes to a massage parlor for a simple massage? Yi Wanchuang fell asleep. Her head drooped directly down while she was massaging Fang Mu. And the sudden falling of her hair also startled Fang Mu, as if it were a horror movie. Seeing that Yi Wanchuang hadn't taken a nap, Fang Mu doted on Yi Wanchuang and carried her to the bed. He then quickly squeezed her feet, which were still warm. He turned off the light and lay down next to Yi Wanchuang. Even though she was asleep, Yi Wanchuang still automatically navigated to Fang Mu's side, as if it was because his arms were warm. Fortunately, Yi Wanchuang subconsciously knew that she couldn't face Fang Mu, otherwise she would be squishing the baby in her belly. But the truth is, when she is facing away from Fang Mu and snuggled up to him, it's torture. The crystal clear earlobes, the fair neck, the rich scent of her cleavage. Ah, it's so torturous. Chapter 45, Stupid Daughter-in-Law, If you pout a little, I'll give in. Yi Wanchuang was dreaming. In her dream, she saw a little snake. Yi Wanchuang, who was naturally afraid of snakes, was startled. She was afraid of snakes, and even if someone just talked about them, it could scare her to no end. In her sleep, Yi Wanchuang didn't know she was dreaming, so when the little snake swam towards her, she hurriedly backed away until there was no way to retreat at all before she stopped. She wanted to scream, but she couldn't make a sound. So she could only watch helplessly as the little snake swam towards her. Just as Yi Wanchuang was about to reach the point of extreme fear, the little snake that had come closer suddenly changed, and it turned into a little dragon. Then, clouds and mist rose, and the little dragon turned into a little girl. Yi Wanchuang's eyes widened, as if she had seen a magic trick, and she sincerely felt a sense of kinship with the little girl. When she came to her senses again, the little girl had already taken her hand. The surrounding scenery had changed, becoming beautiful and verdant. Yi Wanchuang spent the whole night playing with the little girl in this environment. She didn't know how long it had been, but the little girl waved her hand as if to say goodbye. Just as Yi Wanchuang was reluctant to let go, the little girl turned her head again and gestured to her left chest, where her heart was. The next second, Yi Wanchuang woke up. Bright sunlight shone through the curtains. Yi Wanchuang glanced at the clock on the wall and saw that it was already 7:30. She rubbed her head and carefully rolled over in bed. As soon as she stepped out of the bedroom, she smelled the aroma of pan-fried dumplings. She had told Fang Mu before going to bed last night that she wanted to eat pan-fried dumplings for breakfast this morning, and Fang Mu had made them. By the time Fang Mu came out of the kitchen, Yi Wanchuan was already sitting at the dining table, swinging her pretty little feet back and forth. She was clearly a tall girl, but she had a touch of girlish mischief about her that made her worthy of the name Yi Wanchuang. Fang Mu was enchanted. "Good morning, dear." Fang Mu leaned over and kissed Yi Wanchuang on the forehead, but she wrapped her arms around him. "Honey, I had a dream last night. Sit down and I'll tell you about it. Otherwise, I'll forget it in a while and won't be able to remember clearly." Fang Mu sat down beside Yi Wanchuan without spoiling the mood, and she also took Fang Mu's hand and described the dream with joy in her heart. However, Fang Mu still interrupted. "Was it a nightmare? I heard you shouting last night and you even bit me." Fang Mu said with a mixture of laughter and tears. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuan's face turned red. She really didn't know that she had done these things. "Is it a nightmare? It doesn't seem like it." "Honey, listen to me, don't say anything for now." Fang Mu nodded in agreement. Yi Wanchuan's vivid description was very vivid, and Fang Mu could even picture the little girl in his mind. And it was after she finished talking that Fang Mu and she thought of the same thing at the same time. A dream of the fetus. "It's a dream of the fetus," the couple said in unison. "Honey, you think it's a dream of the fetus too?" "Maybe." "Oh, I think it is." "Honey, you eat first, I'll look it up online." Yi Wanchuang happily picked up her phone to look it up, but there were really all kinds of answers to the question of what a dream birth prediction means. "Honey, some people say that if you dream of a dragon, you'll have a boy, but in my dream, the dragon was a little girl. What does that mean?" "It means a girl," Fang Mu said, and then added, "A boy would be nice too." Humph, honey, you have a tendency to prefer girls to boys." "Do I?" "No." "Yes. But it's okay to have a girl, and we can have another child when the time comes," Yi Bansuang said with great enthusiasm. Fang Mu was amused by her. These days, many people don't want to have children, and there is even a kind of thinking that having a child means I can have more. But his wife is already thinking about having a second child before the first one is even born. "Daughter-in-law, I feel that the relevant department owes you a silk banner for having such thoughts." Yi Wanchuang was amused. Perhaps because she wanted a family so badly, she had even thought about giving Fang Musheng more children. But Fang Musheng would never allow it, because he knew that having children was very taxing on the body. For Yi Wanchuan, Fang Mu only has care and affection, and he doesn't want her to suffer. Yi Wanchuan's thoughts are not spoken to Fang Mu, and if they were, he would definitely get a slap on the head. Fang Mu's thoughts are also not expressed to Yi Wanchuan, otherwise the silly girl would definitely be moved to tears. After dinner, Fang Mu washed the dishes, and Yi Wanchuan held an apple and followed behind him to keep him company. "Honey, aren't you going to work today? Here, honey, have a bite." Fang Mu shook his head after taking a bite of the apple. "Today is the weekend, there's not much work at the office, so I'm staying home with my wife." You're such a good husband." With the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Yi Wanchuang's sly smile, and immediately knew that there was something up, so he casually asked, "Want to go out?" "Bingo, you got it right, honey, and you get a kiss as a reward." Yi Wanchuang stood on tiptoe and kissed the corner of Fang Mu's mouth, and also licked it teasingly, like a pesky kitten. In fact, Fang Mu also had such plans, to take his wife out for a stroll during the weekend. But teasing his wife was a lot of fun, so he pretended to be in a difficult situation. "Sigh, no way, it's hard to catch up with the weekend. What if I don't want to go out?" "Of course you're not going out," Yi Bansuang answered without batting an eyelid. In her opinion, although she really wanted to go out and have fun, Fang Mu's rest was the most important thing. To reassure Fang Mu, she even counted on her fingers what they could do at home if they didn't go out. "We can watch dramas, do housework, and then research what to eat in the afternoon. In the past, Yi Bunsang never had any spare time, not even on weekends, and she was completely tied to the Yi group. Now that she can finally relax and take a break, she finds everything she does interesting. Especially when she does it with the person she loves. She doesn't have any other thoughts. Yi Bunsang knows what's going on, and it makes Fang Mu's heart ache. This idiot, she can't even act cute. Stupid daughter-in-law, if you act cute, I'll take you out, Fang Mu says. Upon hearing this, Yu Wanchuang shook her head, saying, that would be being a nuisance. What if I want to see you being a nuisance? Then I won't show you. Yu Wanchuang laughed. Being a nuisance will only wear down the relationship between husband and wife, and I don't want that. Idiot, the relationship between ordinary couples is only a little, but my feelings for you are infinite. You can wear them down as much as you like. That's so mushy. Yi Bangzuang shrunk back deliberately, as if she had been moved. But she emphasized, as if she were not going to admit defeat, then my love for my husband is a little bit more than infinite. How big is that? Just that big. To be continued. Chapter 46. Yu Wanchuang, most of the time, I'm a bundle of wit. While waiting for Fang Mu, Yu Wanchuang took a broom and went out to sweep the floor. Sweeping the floor is the easiest chore. But Yi Wanchuang still couldn't get it right. Yi Wanchuang came out of the kitchen with the broom in her hands and went to the living room. The next second, she wondered, what am I doing in the living room? She stood there for a moment, thinking, and even turned around to look at her stomach in the mirror on the wall, but she still couldn't remember why she had come into the living room. So she went back to the kitchen with the broom. Fang Mu was also a little surprised. She finished sweeping the floor so quickly? That's good, I'm also done cleaning up and changing clothes. Let's go out. Okay, honey. Yi Wanchuang happily turned around, and when she saw that she was about to leave again with the broom, Fang Mu suddenly realized that the idiot must have forgotten that she was still holding the broom. I wondered why she had finished so quickly. While Yi Wanchuang wasn't looking, Fang Mu grabbed the broom she was holding and dragged her out of the house. The key was that the idiot hadn't noticed yet. When they arrived in the living room, sure enough, there was no sign that it had been swept. For a moment, Fang Mu couldn't help but wonder, is this the legendary 3 years of stupidity after giving birth? Until she changed her clothes and left the house, and passed through the living room again, she didn't even think of the fact that the living room floor hadn't been swept. After leaving the house, the couple went straight to the nearest and largest pharmacy. Fang Mu laughed and said, let's go buy some melatonin to supplement our brain cells. Yi Wanchuang didn't understand, and didn't think about it much, because she was now thinking about the Doppler fetal heart monitor. Hubby, was the dream I had last night a dream sent to me by our baby? And when they said goodbye, she felt her heart, as if she was being told to listen to the fetal heart. It must be. Yi Wanchuang analyzed the situation methodically, and there was no trace of the 3 years of idiocy after pregnancy mentality. I asked the doctor during my hospital checkup, and I think you can hear the heartbeat with a non-professional Doppler at about 17 or 18 weeks. I'm right in the middle of that period now, so maybe I can really hear our baby's heartbeat. That would be great, so I can know more about how my baby is developing. Yi Wanchuang's little mouth was like popping popcorn, non-stop. The key point is that Fang Mu also found it very reasonable, so he gunned the engine and went straight to the pharmacy. When the pharmacy clerk heard that Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang wanted to buy a Doppler fetal heart monitor, he actually directly revealed a look of reluctance. I'm sorry, young lady, the basic model is already sold out, and only the high-end model is left, and the price of the high-end Doppler fetal heart monitor is a bit more expensive. In that case, we don't want it, thank you. Yi Wanchuang turned her head and was about to leave. On the contrary, Fang Mu did not suspect anything when he heard that only the high-end model was left, and he even felt that as long as he could hear the baby's heartbeat, it was a bit more expensive. However, why did his daughter-in-law turn her head and leave? The clerk also did not expect Yi Wanchuang to be so decisive and not even ask about the price. In fact, it was indeed her who deliberately said that only the high-end model was left. Of course, the purpose was to get more commission. From the first moment she saw Fang Mu and Yi Bunsong, the salesperson could tell that they were not an ordinary family. How could they pass up such a good opportunity? But who would have thought that Yi Bunsong would not fall for it at all? And sell a high-end Doppler fetal heart monitor, which would bring in a very high commission. The commission on the regular model would be much lower, after all, the price is there. But if Yi Bunsong left, then the regular model would not sell either, and there would be no commission at all, so the salesperson became anxious. Young lady! Wait! On hearing this, Yi Wanchuang smiled and turned her head. What is it, young lady? Young lady, we may have the regular model in other stores. Why don't you wait a moment while I make some calls? You're pregnant and carrying a baby, so it's not convenient for you to keep walking around. In the end, the salesperson felt a little guilty, because she felt that Ji Wanchuang had already seen through her little scheme. In particular, that gentle smile made her feel uneasy. Yi Wanchuang also gave in, and immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, thank you for your hard work. With that, Yi Wanchuang found a bench to sit on, and looked out the window at the cars coming and going, waiting patiently. At this moment, Fang Mu also understood. Just now, his wife had played a game with the shop assistant. Ha! This is even less like the 3 years of idiocy of pregnancy, right? The shop assistant went inside to make a phone call, and it was not clear if she was really making the call or just pretending. Yi Wanchuang couldn't help but smile as she saw the strange look on Fang Mu's face and asked, Honey, what's wrong? Daughter-in-law, you're so smart, do you remember what you were doing when you went out of the kitchen at home? When I went out of the kitchen? Yi Wanchuang repeated Fang Mu's words, then fell into deep thought, and finally remembered after Fang Mu reminded her. Oh my! I was going to sweep the floor. But after I got to the living room, I forgot what I was going to do. Where's my broom? Yi Wanchuang hurriedly looked down to find it, even looking under her arm. It seemed that she wasn't pretending. Fang Mu was even happier. It seems that this 3 years of stupidity after pregnancy happens randomly, sometimes. Yi Wanchuang was also amused by her own thoughts, and laughed as she helped Fang Mu up, saying, Honey, let's go home. Once I find the broom, I'll sweep the floor. Why is my brain so useless? This happened to be heard by the shop assistant who had just come out from inside. Immediately, the other party helplessly twitched the corners of his mouth, thinking in his heart, just this, still not useful? It's simply too useful, isn't it? Little sister, I'll go get your goods for you. It's hard for you to wait a little longer. It's fine, go. Yi Wanchuang waved his hand dismissively. The shop assistant also rode his electric bicycle and dashed out. Fang Mu also asked his doubts. Daughter-in-law, shouldn't the high-end model be better? Of course not, honey. The doctor said that apart from the precision instruments in the hospital, all the others are more or less the same, and they are far inferior to those in the hospital. So there is no difference between buying the regular model and the high-end model. The only difference is that the packaging may be better, it looks more high-end, and it is more expensive. But in fact, the functions are exactly the same, so you are just wasting money. Yi Wanchuang seemed to have been possessed by Detective Conan, and her analysis was well-reasoned. Looking at Fang Mu's enlightened expression, she proudly raised her swan neck. Honey, although we are rich, we should save when we should spend. We can't be a pushover, can we? If we have that kind of money, we might as well save it for our baby's diapers. Most of the time, I'm the witty one. Isn't that right? Chapter 47. A cool breeze blew across my crotch, and I looked all over the street for a bathroom. The pharmacy clerk who had gone to pick up the Doppler fetal heart monitor at a branch store soon returned. In her hands was a square box with fairly ordinary packaging. How much is it, sister? Yi Wanchuang asked, turning on the webcam to scan the QR code. 150. Okay. After transferring the money, Yi Wanchuang suddenly asked again, how much is the high-end model? 1,500. Thanks. With the Doppler fetal heart monitor in hand, the couple walked out of the pharmacy. When they got back to the car, Yi Wanchuang gave the pharmacy one last look before blacklisting it in her heart. What a black pharmacy. If I wasn't so eager to hear my baby's heartbeat, I would have bought it online. Yi Wanchuang muttered under her breath. Fang Mu couldn't help but think that with Yi Wanchuang as his daughter-in-law, the money was really well spent. Okay, daughter-in-law, don't think too much. Is there anywhere else you want to go? The weather is quite nice today. Why don't we go shopping? Let's go. Without further ado, Fang Mu handed Yi Wanchuang his phone and let her navigate. In fact, for Yi Wanchuang, it didn't really matter where they went shopping. The main reason was to take a stroll and be accompanied by Fang Mu. It could be said that even if they just strolled on the lawn in front of their house, as long as Fang Mu was there, it would be fine. But in order not to dampen the mood, Yi Bangsuang still chose a nearby shopping pedestrian street. The reason for choosing it was that on the map navigation, Yi Bangsuang saw at a glance 3 or 5 children's clothing stores and maternity and baby stores. Before, there wasn't much, but now that she is pregnant, Yi Bangsuang has become more sensitive to these kinds of stores. Whenever she comes across a maternity and baby store, she always wants to go in and have a look. Not to mention children's clothing stores, she even wants to take all the nice little clothes home with her. They soon arrived at their destination, but when Fang Mu parked the car in the underground parking lot, Wang stayed put. The reason was that she actually found the smell in the underground parking lot to be pleasant. That smell can only be described as complex. Even if it doesn't choke your nose, it's definitely not pleasant. But Wang stubbornly walked for several more minutes with her head down before she walked out of the underground parking lot. Honey, don't make a big deal out of it. Many pregnant women are like me, they will have this condition. When I was surfing the internet, I saw that some pregnant women like to smell second-hand smoke. Fang Mu tried his best to get used to this strange hobby. As long as it is not harmful to the body, there is no problem. On the contrary, second-hand smoke is really harmful, isn't it? After holding it in for several days at home, Wang is in a good mood now that she is out. Even if a child on the street steps on her white shoes, she doesn't care, but shouts at the child to be careful. Fang Mu, who was following her, could only feel Yibunsan's maternal glow overflowing from her body. However, the most important thing for a pregnant woman going out is to know exactly where the toilets are nearby. Although the sun was shining brightly, it was still a little cold when the wind blew. Just like Yibunsan. They hadn't even visited a single shop when, at the sound of a gust of wind, the smile on Yibunsan's face froze. The heroic ambition to shop the whole street in one go was left behind, and now she could only hold back her giggles. Honey, please go to the bathroom with me. Wang's pretty face was full of helplessness. No wonder she wouldn't say she had to go out even if she had to hold it in for a week at home. It turns out that although going out is good, when you are looking for a bathroom, you really have to be as disheveled as possible. In the future, I can't go out anymore. When the baby grows up a bit, whenever it kicks me, I'll want to go to the bathroom, and that'll be a real headache. Wang muttered to herself, her little fists clenched tightly, not because she was angry, but because she was holding back her urge to go to the bathroom. Fang Mu waited patiently outside the bathroom. After a while, Wang came out, but before Fang Mu could greet her, she turned back and went back in again. When Wang finally came out, her face was flushed. After all, she was pregnant, and it was indeed quite inconvenient to carry a bulging belly. She had been back and forth twice, which was quite a lot of exercise. Just as Wang felt that she could go shopping without worry, two men wearing white shirts and carrying folders suddenly walked towards them. She thought they were going to sell something. However, as soon as they spoke, they asked if they wanted to make a donation. Make a donation? On hearing these words, Wang couldn't help but wonder, are scammers now so brazen? Until the two men said again, beauty, for just $1, you can save a child. As soon as she heard that $1 could save a child, Wang was moved. Children had already become her weak point. Because in her opinion, this should be a charity event in a poor mountainous area? So Wang fumbled in her pockets. Unfortunately, she only found 6 yuan, and she still didn't know why she had left it. I'm sorry, I only have 6 yuan. Can I scan the QR code? Upon hearing this, Fang Mu subconsciously wanted to stop her, not knowing if she was a scammer, so how could she scan the QR code to pay? However, the two men shook their heads at this moment. No, we only want cash. This doesn't look like a scammer, because in this era of convenient and fast payment methods, if all you want is cash, the scammer will starve to death. Forget it, 6 yuan is 6 yuan. Come here. One of them suddenly shouted at the roadside, and then a Wuling van drove over. 6 yuan, 6 children, unload. As the van door opened, Yi Bansuang saw that there were actually more than 20 children inside. Just as Yi Bansuang was in disarray, the driver unloaded 6 children from the van and said, "You 6 are free." On hearing this, Wang immediately became anxious, as it was the tone of a proper criminal. No way. You give me all the children. Give them to me. Sorry, beautiful, 6 yuan, only 6 children can be saved, goodbye. He said he was going to close the door, but Wang was also quick-witted and managed to pull a child from the car just as the door was closing. Wang never imagined that what she thought was an ordinary donation of love had unexpectedly turned into ransom. At that moment, she just wanted to save one more child, otherwise she was afraid to imagine the consequences. After all, human traffickers were rampant nowadays, and cases of organ trafficking were not completely avoidable. Hubby, beat them up. Seeing that the two men were not as strong as Fang Mu, Wang suddenly shouted. Fang Mu, who had been protecting Yi Wanchuang, also acted abruptly, throwing one of the men over his shoulder, and the man went straight flat. His companion next to him was so stunned that he didn't react to what was happening. Chapter 48 Yi Wanchuang, be a good wife and help your husband save face. Don't, brother, don't mess around. And don't tickle me, sister. The other man hurriedly stopped, but Fang Mu was faster on his feet and he too was thrown to the ground. Good brothers, 666, lie together. Just as Fang Mu was thinking about hugging the children in the van down, a group of people suddenly surrounded them. Some of the people in the group were holding video cameras, while others were holding microphones, clearly dressed as a film crew. Seeing this, Fang Mu was also stunned. What was going on? A group of people helped the two people on the ground up first, and then hurriedly explained to Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang, lest Yi Wanchuang start scratching her face. Please stop, we are from the TV station. TV station? Yes, here are our work permits. After the TV crew finished explaining, Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang realized that there had been a big misunderstanding. They had clearly wanted to film footage of how passers-by would react in this situation, but who would have thought that with Yi Wanchuang and Fang Mu, they would get angry reactions instead? Especially Fang Mu. His wide-open stance was just like that of an angry bull. Fang Mu's face turned slightly embarrassed as the misunderstanding was cleared up. Later, the TV crew even presented the gifts that the TV station had prepared for the passers-by guests. Yi Wanchuang, holding the gift, looked at the two people who had been knocked over by her husband. You know, you should go to the hospital and get checked out. I'll pay for the medical bills. Little sister, we're going to sue them, aren't we? One of them laughed, and the other waved his hands, saying that it wasn't a big deal. It's fine, it's not a big deal, it's just but that hurts. To be honest, at the beginning of the shoot, the two of them were mentally prepared to be beaten up, but who would have thought that they would be beaten up right at the beginning? But both of them, as well as the production team, were very happy. Yes, they were beaten up, but they were happy. At least they could prove that Chinese people are not so heartless. The production team had to continue filming. But Yi Wanchuang didn't rush off with the gift in her hand, but hid where the director was, ready to see what would happen next. Whether they are just eating melons or just joining the fun, it is all imprinted in the DNA of Chinese people. However, what the program crew and Yi Wanchuang and Fang Mu didn't expect was that the two of them, who had tried the same trick again, were beaten up again. The two brothers also knew how to choose people, and they actually chose an older brother who looked like he had just come from the gym. Even though the weather was slightly cool, the older brother wasn't wearing thick clothes, and you could even see his muscles. It was obvious that he was someone not to mess with. However, the two good brothers from the program crew still provoked each other. The result was the same as the first time. When the older brother saw the children in the van, he didn't have a second to react and he acted outrageously. In the same position, the two good brothers were lying neatly. If the director and the crew had appeared 1 minute later, the two of them were afraid that they would be picked up like chicks by the older brother. After explaining the situation, the crew once again presented a gift prepared by the TV station. 2 gifts in exchange for 2 employees being beaten up twice. This business is not very cost-effective. Not to mention that the duo who got beaten up were backing down. Following the director around and getting beaten up twice a day, they really didn't want to do it anymore. There was no choice, the director had to take matters into his own hands. It was embarrassing to say, but the director was more like the villain. After several attempts, no one paid any attention to him. In the end, this street test had to be abandoned halfway through. However, it can still be seen that the Chinese people still hate human traffickers very much. After parting with the film crew, Yi Wanchuang didn't seem to have any interest in shopping. Just as the two were about to return empty-handed and buy nothing, Fang Mu's phone rang. It was a WeChat video call. The note read, "Rebellious son Liang Yun. College roommate." After saying hello to Yi Wanchuang, Fang Mu pressed the answer button, and soon a relatively handsome face appeared on the screen of his phone. It was just that the smug smile on this face kind of lowered the score. "Son. You little shit." Fang Mu and Liang Yun spoke at the same time, and their words were mutually beneficial. This tacit agreement made Yi Wanchuang cover her mouth and laugh secretly. Although she usually saw videos on TikTok about how close the relationships between boys were, she had never seen it with her own eyes. Although she didn't know what kind of person the other person was, she could still feel that Liang Yun and Fang Mu should be very close. "What are you doing?" Liang Yun asked with a smile. Fang Mu, without even thinking, took Yi Wanchuang's small, delicate hand and placed it by his mouth, kissing it, then asked in return, "Guess." Liang Yun, on the other end of the phone, was stunned after seeing this. Even through the phone line? No. Fong, you're not being a good friend. You have a girlfriend and you didn't even tell your buddies? I don't have a girlfriend. Fong Mu shook his head in denial, but it was unconvincing. Fuck you. You've already kissed her, and you're still saying she's not your girlfriend? It's not. That's my wife's hand. Liang Yun was taken aback by this. What's the difference? Of course there is. A girlfriend is a girlfriend, but my wife has a marriage certificate. Do you understand? Liang Yun just felt a little confused, but before he could figure out what Fong Mu meant, he heard Fong Mu say something to Yi Wanchuang. Daughter-in-law, come, meet Liang Yun, my college roommate. The next second, a face comparable to that of a big star appeared on Liang Yun's phone screen. If Yi Wanchuang hadn't waved at him to say hello, Liang Yun would have thought that Fong Mu had used AI to create it. Hello. Hello sister-in-law. Seeing that Fong Mu was actually serious, Liang Yun quickly changed his tone, and his attitude and tone were extremely humble, far from the recklessness when speaking with Fong Mu. After saying hello, Fong Mu took the phone over, with a teasing smile on his face that was particularly eye-catching. Yi Wanchuang stood to the side with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, feeling only that Fong Mu was being a bit childish at the moment. However, Yi Wanchuang was still very perceptive as a wife, and that was to be a good wife and help her husband look good. In that case, it's easy to win a man's heart. Fong, when did this happen? You didn't even tell us in advance, and you had to wait until the wedding to notify us, right? Hey, the relationship has faded. Forget it, when it really comes time to get married, you two will have to come work for me as laborers, right? Fong Mu said with a smile, almost as if he were going to swear that he would definitely leave the dirtiest, most tiring, and most difficult work for you. So, let's get together that night? Liang Yun asked, and Fong Mu turned his head to look at Yi Wanchuang. I thought Yi Wanchuang would be embarrassed, and I thought she would refuse, but who would have thought that Yi Wanchuang would just say, "What do you want to eat?" Looking at Yi Wanchuang's dumbfounded face, Fong Mu laughed. Whatever you want to eat, Liang Yun will treat you. Yi Wanchuang nodded upon hearing this, but then promptly shook his head. Forget it, honey. It's the first time we've met, so I'll treat. When she heard this, Liang Yun on the other end of the phone was unhappy and quickly refused. No way. How can I let my sister-in-law treat? It's not easy for you and Fong in the Magic City, is it? It's hard to earn money, so I'll treat. I just got my quarterly bonus today. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuang's mouth slightly rose upwards, as if she and Fong Mu had not yet reached a point of such difficulty. What do you think, honey? Yi Wanchuang was used to letting Fong Mu make the decisions. So she listened to Liang Yun and let him make the arrangements. If they didn't get enough to eat, they could just go home and eat again. Fong Mu had said that on purpose. Liang Yun fell for it. His pride wounded, he scolded Fong Mu, saying that Fong Mu was belittling people. I'm treating dinner, how could I let my wife go hungry? Fong Mu laughed, just waiting for you to ask. Fong Mu pretended to be sad and said, your sister-in-law eats a lot. She eats alone, so it's a waste for two mouths to consume food. What? What do you mean? Shit, I shouldn't have asked. Liang Yun suddenly realized, but it was too late. Chapter 49, 50 billion, Cash Reserves. Fong Mu was still grinning even after the phone call was over. Yi Wanchuang saw this and smiled, thinking to herself, idiot. Honey, should I wear makeup tonight? It's the first time I'm meeting your friends, so I should pay attention to my appearance. Daughter-in-law, you're so insecure about your face, you don't need to wear makeup. Fong Mu put his hands together and pretended to be helpless. The main reason was that he didn't want Yi Wanchuang to wear makeup. Cosmetics were chemical products, and it would be fine to use less. Really? Ha. Yi Wanchuang laughed happily. Every girl likes to hear nice things. The time agreed with Liang Yun was in the evening. It was only noon, and since she had no desire to go shopping, Yi Wanchuang wanted to go home first. She wanted to go home and listen with the Doppler fetal heart monitor, and maybe she could hear the baby's heartbeat at home already. Okay. Fong Mu was looking forward to it as well. On the way home, Fong Mu drove while Yi Bansuang opened the fetal heart monitor and looked at the instructions. She quickly learned how to use it. Did you learn how to use it? Yes, it's exactly the same as what the doctor in the hospital did. You apply the coupling agent to your belly and then use the stethoscope probe to find the fetal heartbeat. While talking, Yu Wanchuan squeezed some coupling agent on Fang Mu's hand and then held the probe and drew circles on it. It wasn't that Yu Wanchuan was being naughty, but Fang Mu had big hands. If he just drove properly, he would not have wanted to touch someone's thigh. For now, it's okay to hit, and it's just right to use the fetal heart monitor to practice. After returning home, Yu Wanchuan changed into shoes, opened her hands wide, and took small, quick steps back to the room. Fang Mu followed closely behind her. When he entered the room, Yu Wanchuan was already half lying down and had lifted up her shirt to reveal her bulging belly. "Hubby, come quickly." Hearing Yu Wanchuan's soft voice, Fang Mu was greatly tempted, but the obstetrician's words still lingered in his ears, and for a moment, he didn't dare to entertain any evil thoughts. "Hubby, first take a look at the instructions, there's a picture on there with the baby's heartbeat marked on it." Fang Mu nodded, then pulled Yu Wanron's pants down a little. "Cough cough, honey, there are a few lower positions, I need to pull a little more." Yu Wanron's face turned a little red, but she didn't stop Fang Mu. Soon Fang Mu had written down the possible positions of the fetal heart according to the instructions. "Honey, you can start now." Okay. "Honey, let's squeeze the coupling agent first." Fang Mu picked up the coupling agent and then tried to squeeze it onto the probe of the fetal heart monitor, but Ji Banchang interrupted him. "No, honey, just squeeze it directly onto my stomach." "Huh? Are you sure?" Fang Mu made an expression of puzzlement, because the manual clearly said to squeeze it onto the probe. "Honey, I'm sure. This probe is so small that it will be very difficult to find the fetal heart. It's easier to just squeeze the coupling agent directly onto my stomach. If you squeeze it on the probe, you have to find a position, squeeze a little, change position, and squeeze a little more. It's very laborious, and it's also very cold." Yu Wanchuan makes a lot of sense, and she also silently jotted down the operating procedures during her hospital checkups. "Okay, then I'll squeeze the lubricant." "It's coupling agent," Yu Wanchuan corrected. Fang Mu also couldn't understand why he suddenly said lubricant. The coupling agent is very cold, and when it touches the skin, Yu Wanchuan lets out a cry of "eh." The next second, she blushes shyly, which is very seductive. Fang Mu can only helplessly chant, "Umatba, old monk abstinence." "Hubby, hubby, that's enough, you've squeezed too much." Yu Wanchuan looked at the coupling agent on her stomach and hurriedly called a stop. She guessed that Fang Mu had to squeeze a third more. Cough. "And then?" "Then you take the probe and look for the fetal heart. Don't draw circles, but hold it and release it to search." "Okay." The probe is really very. Fang Mu pinched it, holding and releasing it as if he were puncturing a needle. And the baby's fetal heart was really not easy to find. Fang Mu planned to start from the first position on the instructions and search all the way to the last one, but he couldn't even find the fetal heart. The instructions weren't very reliable. Later, the two of them decided to search together, using a carpet-like method. They looked from top to bottom, bit by bit. Fang Mu was fine with it, finding it refreshing and not tiring. But Ji Banchang was very worried, and while Fang Mu was searching for the fetal heart, she was also straining to look in that direction. After a while, she was exhausted. In the end, she simply lay down and handed over the task of searching for the fetal heart to Fang Mu alone. Fang Mu was like a robot, taking and putting, taking and putting, taking and putting. The initial expectation had worn off, and she couldn't help but wonder if it wasn't time yet. Just as the two of them were about to give up, a sound came from the loudspeaker. Fang Mu's heart leapt with joy, and she spread out in all directions from that point. Finally, just above Yu Wanchuan's belly button, she found the sound that sounded the clearest. Fang Mu was overjoyed, and Yu Wanchuan was also happily flailing her arms and legs, trying to sit up. "Is this the right place?" "It seems so." It's a bit like the sound I heard in the ultrasound room at the hospital." "Schw, listen again." Yu Wanchuan nodded, quietly turned on the recording function on her phone, and wanted to record her baby's heartbeat. As if it sensed that mum and dad were eavesdropping on it, the little one was very obliging and the dada sound in the loudspeaker became louder and clearer. Fang Mu and Yu Wanchuan listened for a long time as if they had found a treasure. Later, Fang Mu was worried that leaving the belly light on would make the baby catch a cold, so he put the Doppler fetal heart monitor away. Afterwards, Yu Wanchuan lifted her hand and placed it over the baby's heartbeat to feel it with all her heart. Later, she lay on Fang Mu's lap, cracking her fingers and counting the minutes until her baby was born. "Ugh, it's still a long time before I can meet my baby. But I hope my baby can be born at term." I saw on Douyin that some babies born before term are so small and have to stay in an incubator, which is too much suffering. Yi Wanchuan pursed her lips and muttered in a low voice. It's all for the baby, that's why she obediently handed over the Yi group to Fang Mu and Song Shiyuan, while she went home to rest. During her break, Zhuo Jinghe called Fang Mu. Since building a car is a very capital-intensive project, Fang Mu had already sent Zhuo Jinghe to gather funds as soon as he decided to build a car. Now that the task has been completed, naturally he needs to report to the boss. But what Fang Mu never expected was that just the initial collection had brought him a cash reserve of over 50 billion. Initial 50 billion. Cash reserve. When she heard this, Yi Wanchuan was stunned, and the banana in her mouth quietly dropped. 3 times a day, please support, please gift, please free gift. Chapter 50, Husband, you're the best. Stop bragging and just kiss me, okay? What left Yi Wanchuan speechless was that when Zhuo Jinghe didn't hear Fang Mu speak, she actually thought he was angry. Sorry boss, so far we've only collected this much, and the subsequent dividends and the shares you requested to be sold will also be realized one after the other. It's okay, no rush, you've worked hard. Fang Mu said with a smile, the starting capital is more than enough. The reason he didn't speak just now was because he didn't expect that the initial collection would actually be able to come up with 50 billion in cash reserves. It seems that the reason why Fang Yuan Investment has such a good reputation is also because of its super strength. After the phone call, Fang Mu noticed Yi Banzuang, who had wandered off, and couldn't help but smile, and the banana fell. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Husband, you're sick. Huh? How can you say that to your husband? Come here, spank you. Yi Banzuang fled as fast as she could. The reason she called Fang Mu perverted was because of the horror of Fang Yuan Investment. Compared to it, her Yi group was nothing. To Yi Banchuan's shock, Fang Mu laughed proudly. This is how the chosen one is irrationally terrifying. Husband, am I handsome? Handsome. Husband, am I awesome? Awesome. Husband, I. Okay, husband, you're the best. Stop bragging and I'll kiss you. Yi Wanchuan giggled, threw herself into Fang Mu's arms, and offered him a kiss. Although she really wanted to know how Fang Mu had managed to grow Fang Yuan Investments so large, what was the point of knowing? Before she knew it, it was night. Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan were going to meet Liang Yun and Su Xinghe. Like Liang Yun, Su Xinghe was Fang Mu's college roommate, and the three of them were very close. Since they all work in Shanghai, the three of them get together from time to time, but even though they are all in Shanghai, it is quite a hassle to meet up, as they are in 3 different directions. To make things easier for Fang Mu and Su Xinghe, Liang Yun chose a location that is a compromise, the Xintiandi shopping mall. Xintiandi is located in a busy area, and there are many universities nearby, so there are a lot of college students shopping, eating, and drinking here. When crossing the traffic lights, the zebra crossing is packed with college students. After getting out of the car, Fang Mu smiled and said to Aquan, you go and look around, I might be a bit late finishing here. Yes, boss. Although Aquan responded, Fang Mu knew that he would definitely wait here until he came out. Many people around saw Fang Mu and Yi Banzuang get out of the Maybach, and many had envy in their eyes. In their opinion, the two were so young, had a luxury car and a driver, and were definitely rich second generation. It would be nice to know someone like that. Sure enough, the lights of the magical city are for the rich to show off. Liang Yun chose a restaurant with a local flavor to treat his guests. He had put a lot of thought into choosing where to eat. The three of them didn't meet often, and Fang Mu also had to bring his girlfriend, so he couldn't just muddle through. So Liang Yun didn't work in the afternoon, and he fished the whole time just to find a good place. Following the message Liang Yun sent, Fang Mu came over. Before entering the door, he heard Liang Yun flirting with Su Xinghe. Fang Mu opened the door, and Liang Yun and Su Xinghe looked up together. After seeing who was coming, they both revealed smiles. But this time was different. With Yi Wanchuan there, Liang Yun and Su Xinghe hurriedly got up to welcome them. Sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Liang Yun and Su Xinghe called out enthusiastically. Liang Yun, Yi Wanchuan had met him once when they had a video call with Fang Mu. Su Xinghe had only heard about him, and it was said that he was a computer genius, or hacker. The three of them had been in the same dormitory at university and were on good terms, so much so that they could be said to have hung out together all day. Liang Yun hurriedly invited Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan to sit down, then took a pen and paper from the waiter by the door. Sister-in-law, order first. You order, I'll write. Wow. It's good that it's still Xiao Yunzi who has good taste, Fang Mu teased with a smile. He and Liang Yun were like that with each other. If they didn't tease each other when they met, the other would feel uncomfortable. Due to the presence of Yi Wanchuan, Liang Yun just glared at Fang Mu angrily, otherwise he would definitely have punched him and kicked him. The food here is not cheap. Yi Wanchuan shook her head as she looked through the menu. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it, but she was afraid of spending too much money on Liang Yun. It wasn't easy for someone to make a living in the city alone. However, her words made Liang Yun unhappy. Sister-in-law, what you said was, I'm treating, so order whatever you want. If there's nothing you want, just look at the pictures and order whatever you like. Liang Yun was full of heroic sentiments, and what he said was still very pleasing to the ear. Su Singha, who was standing nearby, looked like a quiet and reserved person, but according to Fang Mu, he was still quite sly. When Liang Yun patted his chest and said, I'm not short of money, he also quietly came over. Sister-in-law, order the most expensive dishes. If worst comes to worst, we can make Liang work here washing dishes to pay off the bill. You're absolutely right, Su. Puffy Wanchuan covered her mouth and laughed. This was a good idea. After all, Yi Wanchuan was the head of the Yi group and had once been a so-called rich kid, so she still had unique insights when it came to food. Even if she has never eaten here before, she can still roughly tell what can be ordered and what is not recommended by comparing the menu. So one dish name after another flew out of her mouth. Liang Yun took down the names one by one. The only awkward thing was that she knew some of the words and could read them, but she couldn't write them, so she had to copy them down against the menu. It was embarrassing. Yi Wanchuan didn't order too much, just enough to eat. While Yi Wanchuan went to the bathroom, Fang Mu took the opportunity to order some food for the waiter to deliver to a Quan, who was waiting in the car. Fang Mu couldn't bear to let him wait there dryly. In the private room, Liang Yun and Su Singha were teasing Fang Mu. It's so annoying that Fang has to go to the bathroom whenever his wife goes. It'll be even more annoying if you have a girlfriend. Su Singha hit the nail on the head. Liang Yun glared at him angrily, but didn't argue. Soon, Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan returned, holding hands. Although they let go of each other's hands when they reached the door of the private room, Liang Yun and Su Singha still saw them. It seems that we won't be able to eat much tonight. Liang Yun muttered, and Su Singha nodded in agreement. What are you two muttering about? Tell me, how have you been recently? Fang Mu asked with a smile, and then looked at Liang Yun. However, when asked this question, Liang Yun's face suddenly changed. It was very strange, and also helpless, and more was difficult to describe and hard to say. I said, do you believe that a rich woman is chasing me? Liang Yun sighed. Chapter 51, Refusing a Rich Woman for the Sake of an Arranged Marriage. Knowing Fang Mu and Su Singha, Liang Yun expected them to burst out laughing when he said this. After all, how could such a good thing be so easy to come by? But to his surprise, both Fang Mu and Su Singha nodded. Su, do you believe it? Fang, do you believe it too? The two men's reactions directly made Liang Yun lose confidence. Fang Mu, on the other hand, nodded calmly, then glanced at his wife next to him without being noticed. Yi Wanchuan sensed his thoughts and guessed what he was thinking, so she placed her small hand under the table and directly pinched his thigh, pointing at him and saying, Who are you voting for? What's there not to believe? But coincidentally, I'm also being chased by a rich woman. Fang Mu said happily, and under the table, he also grasped Yi Wanchuan's restless little hand. The latter couldn't break free and could only keep tickling him. What do you mean? You? A rich woman is after you too? Liang Yun shook his head in disbelief. Fang Mu, you have to be careful what you say, my sister-in-law is still here. If she misunderstands, she'll kick you out of the house, okay? Before he could finish speaking, Liang Yun suddenly reacted, and then looked at Fang Mu, and then at his sister-in-law Yi Wanchuan. No, brother, your sister-in-law is after you? Well, sort of, but it was mutual. Fang Mu said this, but Yi Wanchuan actually spoke up in defense. Yes, I chased him, and I've long had unscrupulous intentions towards him. As she spoke, Yi Wanchuan gritted her teeth and grinned at Fang Mu, causing Liang Yun and Su Singha on the opposite side to roll their eyes. Through the conversation between the two, Liang Yun and Su Singha extracted a lot of keywords. Women chasing men, rich woman. Their sister-in-law is a rich woman. Oh dear, this is outrageous. God is unfair. Liang Yun screamed as he threw his head back. Su Singha, on the other hand, scolded impatiently, Come on, don't you also have a rich woman chasing you? But no one expected that this sentence directly made Liang Yun scream even louder. Okay, stop crying like a baby, what's going on? Fang Mu interrupted, his intuition telling him that there was something going on. Sure enough, Liang Yun's sadness on his face was not fake, but real. You guys at least listen to me finish. The rich woman I mentioned is really rich, and she is really a woman. She is over 40 years old, weighs twice as much as me, and... Liang Yun didn't continue, but everyone there understood that there was a rich woman who wanted to support him. She is our boss, and she always harasses me. Ugh, headache. It was clear that Liang Yun was really having a headache. No wonder he wanted to call Fang Mu and Su Xingha together today. If I were you, I would just give in. How many years of detours can you avoid? Su Xingha was indeed very sultry, patting Liang Yun on the shoulder to comfort him. If the rich woman knew, she would probably give Su Xingha a big red envelope. Liang Yun's face turned pale, and then he envied Fang Mu even more. Before long, the food was served. Liang Yun invited everyone to eat, while he first finished a can of beer, looking really depressed. Later, I learned that Liang Yun had been quite successful in the past few years. With his eloquence and witty personality, he quickly became the company's top salesperson. But the day he became the top salesperson, his picture was hung on the wall, and then he was stared at by the boss. It can only be said that the words widower, middle-aged, rich, when put together, will only conjure up a very scary existence. The other party launched a pursuit of Liang Yun, and if he was willing, he would have a luxury car and house long ago. But I have a pre-arranged marriage, I absolutely have to refuse at all costs. Liang Yun angrily held the beer bottle and tilted his neck for another big gulp. Yi Banswang was a little surprised to hear this. After all, what era was this, and there was still a pre-arranged marriage? At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Liang Yun a little. I can't bear to leave this job, but I also want to escape at all times. Just as Liang Yun was about to drink again, Fang Mu snatched the beer bottle away from him and asked the two of them. Liang and Xiaohe, do you want to work for me? Fang Mu wasn't just making a random offer. On the one hand, he wanted to help Liang Yun and Su Xingha, and on the other, he really needed talent. Liang Yun was an excellent salesperson, and his abilities were unquestionable. Although he had studied programming in university. But he is a reliable person to hire. As for Su Xingha, needless to say, he is a computer genius. When he was in college, he participated in many competitions and won first prize every time. Even before he graduated, many companies wanted to hire him, but he didn't go because he wanted to play. It is really easy for a genius to make money. Su Xingha is a foreigner in the magical city, doesn't do any work, never lacks money, and even lends money to Liang Yun to get circumcised. Now Fang Mu took advantage of the fact that they were all gathered together to say what was on his mind. Liang Yun and Su Xingha misunderstood and thought that they were being asked to work for Yi Wanchuan's company. After all, she was a rich woman. Lao Fang, when I really can't stand it at our company anymore, I'll come find you, okay? Su Xingha pondered for a moment and also said something, I still want to play for a while, and when Lao Liang goes, I'll go whenever he goes. Fang Mu was not disappointed, but smiled and agreed. Everyone has their own pursuits, and how can I interfere too much? But deep down, I really want them to come over. Liang Yun had a lot to say, but later, her mood returned and she laughed awkwardly. Su Xingha always made jokes about Fang Mu and Liang Yun, either not speaking at all or speaking so much that he could blow people away. The most thing Fang Mu did was help Yi Banswang pick food and pick fish bones. Even when he was chatting with the two of them, he didn't neglect his wife. Yi Wanchuan was still very happy. Not only did she get to know Fang Mu's best friend, she also heard a lot of gossip and embarrassing stories about Fang Mu. It is no exaggeration to say that if girls joke like this with each other, they would have probably overturned the table long ago. However, boys don't, and instead they joke with each other. This kind of atmosphere really makes girls envious. Time passed quickly. Liang Yun was depressed and drunk, his face was red, his speech was slurred, not to mention paying for the meal, it was hard for him to walk in a straight line. Just as Yi Wanchuan went to pay the bill, Su Xingha arrived first. Although he was not as lively as Fang Mu and Liang Yun, he was still enthusiastic and righteous. Brother Fang, why don't I take Lao Liang home? Su Xingha said. Fang Mu, however, shook his head and told him to go first. You go, I'll take care of Lao Liang. Be careful on the way, and call when you arrive. That's fine. After seeing Su Xingha leave, Fang Mu helped Liang Yun back to the car. With Aquan's help, Liang Yun was tied to the passenger seat. On the way to Liang Yun's place, the guy woke up. Looking at the extraordinary interior of the car, he couldn't help but think, Fang Mu was really being supported by a rich woman, taking a luxury car even for a taxi. Chapter 52, Daughter-in-law, are you afraid that you have a misunderstanding about being fat? You are plump, okay? It was already late at night when Liang Yun returned home after settling in. Yi Wanchuang was so sleepy on the way that she leaned her head against Fang Mu and fell asleep before they even arrived home. It wasn't until Fang Mu carried her into the house that Yi Wanchuang sat up dazedly and looked around, her head spinning. She lay back down again only after seeing that it was her familiar bedroom. Her cherry lips were muttering, as if she were talking in her sleep. Fang Mu couldn't help but feel a little amused when he saw this, but he climbed into bed anyway and helped her change. When taking care of Yi Wanchuang, Fang Mu's movements were significantly lighter. You have to know that when helping Liang Yun get into bed, Fang Mu almost dropped him over his head. With a little more strength, Liang Yun would have been thrown off the bed. But now, whether it was taking off her shirt or putting on her pajamas, Fang Mu's movements were as light as they could be, as if he was afraid of hurting Yi Wanchuang. Even if he didn't hurt her, waking her up would also be bad. After finishing everything, Fang Mu finally had time to lie down on the bed and rest for a while. But he never expected Yi Wanchuang to sneak up on him, turn and snuggle up to him, and even take Fang Mu's hand and rest it on her body. Yi Wanchuang curled up, like a cat. Fang Mu really liked this feeling, but he still moved back warily, so as not to accidentally touch his daughter-in-law's stomach if he fell asleep at night. In the middle of the night, Yi Wanchuang woke up and wanted to go to the bathroom. When she returned, she didn't forget to pull Fang Mu's arm back up again, then snuggled into his arms for warmth and comfort. The next day, Fang Mu woke up slowly. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes was to look for his wife, and then he saw Yi Wanchuang staring at him. There was no sleepiness in Yi Wanchuang's eyes, so she obviously hadn't just woken up. In other words, after Yi Wanchuang woke up, she didn't play with her phone or do anything else, she just stared at Fang Mu. What, is there something on my face? No, I just want to look at you. Yi Wanchuang shook her head and laughed. Well, it's a fee. Boo. Yi Wanchuang kissed him firmly. Husband, is that enough? Fang Mu smiled wickedly, and promptly kissed Yi Wanchuang back. That's enough, and there's more. Here's your change. Neither of them hurried to get up, but instead played and fooled around under the covers for a while. It was only when Yi Wanchuang's stomach started rumbling that the couple got up. Since becoming pregnant, Yi Wanchuang's appetite had changed many times, from normal to half, and now it had become 1.5 times. It was no exaggeration to say that Yi Wanchuang's appetite was even greater than Fang Mu's. Honey, I'm eating a lot now, do you see that I've gained weight? Saying this, Yi Wanchuang twirled around in front of Fang Mu. Apart from her stomach, nothing else had changed. How could that be? I can feel the flesh growing on my thighs and buttocks. Yi Wanchuang wrinkled her nose, a little helpless. After all, she was a girl, and she always cared about her figure. But in Fang Mu's opinion, didn't that mean she had become plump and plump? It had nothing to do with fat. Ahem, daughter-in-law, I feel pretty good, really. Forget it, honey, don't try to comfort me. But I know what's important, and I won't diet at this critical moment. I have to be responsible for the baby. Yi Bansuang pounded her little fists together, then pinched up a little steamed bun and put it in her mouth. In her opinion, even if she gains weight, she still has to eat well, after all, she has to provide nutrients for the baby. This is indeed the case. One person eats, two people consume, so even if you eat a lot, you will get hungry very quickly. Forget about losing weight, if she eats less, Yi Bansuang will feel her stomach growl. Diet? No way. Fang Mu is about to go out. But the preparations before going out must be done well. Help his daughter-in-law to the bed, then turn on the projector and find a movie. Then he has to prepare snacks, fruits, and drinking water, all of which should be placed next to Yi Bansuang so that she can easily get them. Fang Mu also thought about hiring a nanny to take care of her. But Yi Bansuang said it wasn't time yet and pushed the plan back. Then I'll go first? Bye, hubby, be safe. Okay, call me if anything happens, or if you want to eat something. Okay, don't worry, hubby, I'll find food if I'm hungry and drinks if I'm thirsty. Go ahead and get busy, Numa. In bed, Yi Wanchuang waved her hand and blew a kiss to say goodbye. Looking at his wife's playful and cute appearance, Fang Mu smiled slightly. After leaving the house, Quan drove Fang Mu to the Zhongshan building. There were several office buildings around Zhongshan building, But what Fong Mu was looking for was Guangling paint industry. Since he was going to build a car later, he would inevitably have to find a reliable paint supplier, and Guangling paint industry was one of the better-known auto refinishing paints. There is another reason why Fong Mu was looking for Guangling paint. Thinking about this, Fong Mu and Quan walked into the Zhongshang building and went straight to the 9th floor. The entire floor was the office area of Guangling paint. Fong Mu went to the reception to explain his purpose, and the staff quickly guided him to the general manager's office. The meeting with Guangling Paint was arranged a few days ago, so the other party was so enthusiastic after hearing Fong Mu's identity. In the office, the middle-aged woman was going through some documents when she heard the secretary report that Fong Mu, the boss of Fong Yuan Investment, had arrived. Gui Yanli immediately got up to welcome him. "Hello, Boss Fong, I'm Gui Yanli." "Hello, Boss Gua." The two took their seats in turn. The cooperation between Fong Yuan Investment and Lingguan Paint was imperative because the former had proposed very attractive conditions, not to mention that the payment would be made within 60 days. This alone is enough to make Gui Yanli excited. Compared to some old debtors who are rich but don't pay, and would rather drag their feet, Fong Yuan Investment is obviously more sincere. "Boss Fong, it would have been enough for you to send someone for this, but look, you came in person." Although Gui Yanli is the boss of Lingguan Paint, she doesn't think she can be on the same level as the boss of Fong Yuan Investment. There is still a long way to go. Now that the other party has come in person, Gui Yanli feels a little overwhelmed. In response, Fong Mu just smiles and waves his hand. "President Gua, I believe you are clear about the details of the cooperation. If there are no problems, how about signing the contract?" "Great. As soon as you let us know, our products will be delivered at the first opportunity." "Then I wish us a happy cooperation." Happy cooperation. Soon, Quan, who was behind Fong Mu, and Gui Yanli's secretary took out the prepared contract. After checking it, Gui Yanli signed her name very decisively. But when it was Fong Mu's turn to sign, he stopped, and for a moment, Gui Yanli became nervous. "Boss Fong? I'm sorry, President Gua, I forgot something. Liang Yun is an employee of your company, right?" Upon hearing this, Gui Yanli became even more panicked. Could it be that Liang Yun had offended Fong Mu? But she had no idea that the reason why Fong Mu had come in person to sign the contract was Liang Yun. Chapter 53, You go work like a horse and I'll stay home with the wife. "Boss Fong, Liang Yun is indeed an employee of our company. Did he offend you in some way? If so, I apologize on his behalf." "I'm sorry." With that, Gui Yanli actually got up and bowed to Fong Mu. Fong Mu didn't expect Gui Yanli to do that, and he was inevitably a little surprised. "President Gua, you've misunderstood. Liang Yun hasn't offended me. He is my good friend. I need him for a project on my side, so I want to take him with me." Upon hearing this, Gui Yanli visibly let out a sigh of relief. After a moment of contemplation, she could only nod in agreement. Immediately, she told her secretary to go get Liang Yun. Fong Mu also took the opportunity to sign his name on the contract. After folding it up, Fong Mu shook hands with Gui Yanli, a scene that happened to be seen by Liang Yun, who had been brought along. When Liang Yun saw Fong Mu, he directly widened his eyes, and his appearance, which had seemed to lack energy because of his drunkenness last night, suddenly perked up. "President Gua? Fong Mu?" Gui Yanli was somewhat puzzled that Liang Yun would be surprised, but she didn't say anything more, but instead smiled. "Liang Yun, Boss Fong wants to take you away, so you should pack your things later. Your bonus and salary will be settled this afternoon. Liang Yun, on behalf of Lingguan Paint, I would like to thank you for your dedication to the company." Gui Yanli spoke from the heart. Even though she was somewhat reluctant, she could not disobey Fong Mu for the sake of the company. In contrast, Liang Yun was stunned, pondering Gui Yanli's words and lost in thought. It was then that Fong Mu came over and patted him on the shoulder. "I'll wait for you downstairs." "Oh, okay." More than half an hour later, Liang Yun came downstairs with a handful of belongings. He stood in the doorway, looking left and right, unable to find Fong Mu's figure. It wasn't until a Maybach pulled up next to him that he saw Fong Mu through the car window. The Maybach drove down the wide road, and Liang Yun was dumbfounded. "Fong, what's going on?" "I told you last night to ask singha to help me," Fong Mu said with a smile, and thought I was joking. "Not this again, the Maybach, and the company, you're serious. You're just talking nonsense. Why don't I take you to play with mud?" Fong Mu rolled his eyes impatiently. "Actually, it's just as well. I thought we were all just construction workers, but Fang Mu has suddenly become the boss. Who wouldn't be shocked by this? Liang Yun would be lucky if he didn't hug Fang Mu's thigh on the spot and call him godfather. Fang, was said you need me. What do you need me for? You'll find out when you get here. Fang Mu played hard to get and then told Quan to speed up. Soon they arrived in the suburbs, and from afar they could hear the sound of construction. When they got closer, Liang Yun was shocked. Even from the car, through the window, you could see a large industrial zone. Although it was still under construction, the scale was already obvious and huge. The main thing was that the industrial zone was still under construction from all four directions at the same time, and God knows how efficient it would be. Lao Fawn, don't tell me that this huge industrial zone is yours. Liang Yun's mouth twitched, and he was shocked beyond words. When Fang Mu nodded in acknowledgement with a smile, Liang Yun leaned forward directly, looking to curry favor. Get lost. Fang Mu pushed Liang Yun away disdainfully, and promptly opened the door and got out of the car. What are you going to do in such a huge industrial zone? Build a rocket? Build a rocket? Not a bad idea, but not something to think about yet. Seeing Fang Mu's thoughtful expression, Liang Yun suppressed the urge to go up and punch him. Forget the rockets for now, I want to build cars, new energy vehicles, Fang Mu said, and he had nothing to hide from Liang Yun. Liang Yun was even more surprised when he heard that Fang Mu wanted to build cars. Looking at the industrial zone, which stretched as far as the eye could see, he muttered almost numbly, so building cars requires such a large area. What are you thinking? If they're building cars in such a huge place, how terrifying must the production capacity be? As he spoke, Fang Mu gestured to Liang Yun. That side is the factory area for producing batteries, and this side is reserved for the intelligent automobile manufacturing park. What about that side? Liang Yun pressed on. Fang Mu, who hadn't considered that much, thought for a moment, then laughed and said, You can build rockets. Fuck you, be serious. Okay, no more joking. I didn't hire you to watch me act cool. Tell me, do you want to work with me? Fang Mu asked with a smile. Liang Yun rolled his eyes in exasperation, then turned his head and hugged Fang Mu's arm. Fuck it. The company fired me, so if I don't work with you, what else can I do? Okay, when we start building cars, you can be in charge of painting, you know that. Fang Mu originally meant to let Liang Yun take charge of the team, but who would have thought that he had not yet developed his own vision? He just stared at the huge factory in front of him, his face turning pale. Shit. How many cars do you have to produce in a day in such a huge factory? If I go and paint the cars, I'll be exhausted and won't be able to finish even a few cars in a day. Upon hearing this, Fang Mu almost died of anger. Idiot, this plot of land cost me 1.5 billion, do you really think I can't even pull off a fully automated production line? You think I'm a monster if you make you paint manually? Ha? Oh, right, the production line is automated and very advanced. Liang Yun embarrassedly scratched the back of his head. Usually, he is quite clever, but now his mind is short-circuited from being shocked by Fang Mu, so he spoke like an idiot. Okay, although the industrial zone has not yet been successfully built, you can't just sit around. Go to the headquarters tomorrow. I'll have someone pick a group of people for you, and then you can lead the team and set off. Where are you going? Liang Yun interrupted. To visit our predecessors, to learn from their experiences, to have in-depth exchanges with veterans in the automotive industry. In short, it's all about learning. A good memory is no match for a bad pen. It's always better to learn and ask questions than to work behind closed doors. After saying this, Fang Mu patted Liang Yun on the shoulder and said with deep meaning, You're going to have to work hard from now on. But you need to grow up quickly, too. You have to help me, right? Hearing this, Liang Yun was silent for a moment. He could tell that Fang Mu was trying to help him. It could be said that if Fang Mu wanted to, he could find 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 ready-made talents. This friendship is as heavy as a mountain. While Liang Yun was moved, he also felt the pressure. He couldn't help but think, I have to study hard, keep up with the pace, and not let Fang Mu down. Fang, I'll go study, what about you? Me? I have more important things to do, of course. Fang Mu teased and laughed, saying, My wife is pregnant, I have to keep her company. Meanwhile, at home, Yuan Shuang, who was eating a banana, sneezed. Who? Who's talking about me? Chapter 54 Yuan Shuang, who has opened the 2 meridians. Liang Yun knew that Fang Mu was joking. He also knew that as the boss, Fang Mu must have a lot of things to worry about. Just controlling the overall situation is mentally exhausting. Thinking about this, Liang Yin felt even more urgent. After leaving the industrial zone, Fang Mu walked Liang Yin back and then went home. Yi Wanchuang, who was leaning back on the sofa in the living room, suddenly heard a faint sound. She slipped off her slippers and crept behind the door. So when Fang Mu opened the door, he saw his daughter-in-law with her arms open, waiting for a hug. "Hubby, give me a hug." "Okay, I'll give you a hug," Fang Mu said, and walked up to Yi Wenchuang and gave her a hug, then picked her up in a princess carry. Although Yi Wenchuang was pregnant and carrying a baby, for Fang Mu, whose physical fitness had been improved by genetic medicine, picking her up was no trouble at all, not even with one hand. But just to be safe, he refrained from showing off. Yi Wenchuang laughed and laughed as she put her arms around Fang Mu's neck, sometimes wondering how her husband was so strong. "Husband, you're so strong," she said. "That's right, your husband is very strong." Fang Mu was just stating the obvious, but it still made Yi Wanchuang's face flush slightly, because she always felt that he was driving. Back in the living room, Fang Mu sat on the sofa, and Yi Wanchuang got out of his arms. "No matter how strong you are, you still need to rest. What if you get tired? What have you been doing all morning?" "A dictionary, guess," Yi Wanchuang asked with a smile. Fang Mu also guessed with a serious expression. "I guess you were naming the baby." "Correct, but there is no reward." "Why is there no reward?" "Because it is so difficult to come up with a good name. I haven't come up with one all morning. If you are not happy, there will be no reward." Ding! Trigger time limited task, name the baby. Complete the task to get the full recovery potion. Time limit for the task, before the baby is born. The daughter-in-law refused to give a reward, but the system was eager to show its warmth. Although the task still had a long time to complete, when Fang Mu saw that the complete recovery potion could improve the constitution of Yi Wanchuang and the fetus, he couldn't help but be tempted. Thinking of this person, Fang Mu picked up the dictionary and thesaurus. "Husband? Come, let's work together to come up with a nice name." Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuang smiled. "There's no rush to name the baby. It's still early, and we don't even know if it's a boy or a girl, so how can we name it?" "You're right, but that's not a problem. We can come up with a few names, some for a boy and some for a girl," Fang Mu said with a smile, while Yi Wanchuang blinked repeatedly. "Honey, I haven't come up with a single name all morning, and you're actually thinking of coming up with a few more. I suspect you're just blowing hot air." "Go ahead, give it a try." With that, Fang Mu opened the dictionary and looked serious and earnest. "You can't just pick a child's name willy-nilly, it's not like a battery where you can just call it Fang." While Fang Mu was thinking, Yi Wanchuang held the pen handle and tapped the paper, muttering, "Fang-yi? Rely on the E?" Fang Mu asked back. Yi Wanchuang shook her head, then wrote E on the paper. "The number 1. Fang Mu was at a loss for words. It's quite a nice sound, and it would be beneficial if the name really was Fang-yi. Beneficial? Well, it's easy to write, for example, during exams, while others are still writing their names, Fang-yi would have finished several questions already. Yi Bansuan laughed slyly, "This is called winning at the starting line, hee." Fang Mu was also amused. She is truly a clever woman, with a quick mind. As it turned out, choosing a name was really quite a difficult task. Fang Mu looked at the dictionary for more than 10 minutes without getting anywhere, and was just about to stick each character next to the character meaning square or rectangular to compare them, when husband. An old person in the family is like a treasure. Let's give Mom a call and ask her. Yi Banswang suddenly said. Call for help? What a good idea. The couple agreed at once and called Ma Xiaochang. When Ma Xiaochang heard that his son and daughter-in-law were having a hard time deciding on a name for their child, he couldn't help but laugh. This is easy. Son, tell me, what does the character mean? Fangjiang? Direction? Fangkai? Fang Mu thought for a moment and answered, after all, it is his family name, and they have spent a lot of time together. When he was at school, he also thought a lot about the meaning of the character. But what does it have to do with naming a child? After Fang Mu finished speaking, Ma Xiaochang nodded with satisfaction and promptly laughed. Not bad, isn't this the same idea as naming? Ha! Seeing that Fang Mu still didn't understand, Ma Xiaochang gave an example. Think about it, if we use the meaning of founder to name someone, doesn't founder have a dignified and majestic feel? Therefore, we can give names that have the meaning of upright and dignified. As the saying goes, experience makes the wise. Ma Xiaochang only gave a few gentle pointers, and Fang Mu and Yi Bansuang felt as if a flood of light had broken through their minds. Wow, Mom, you're really smart. Okay, you two go ahead and pick names, and send them to me when you're done. Okay, what are you doing? Nothing much. Your father took me out for milk tea and hot pot. Ma Xiaochang spoke the truth despite her husband's interference from across the table. Fang Mu also smiled. His parents were so happy, and as a son, he was also happy. Eat well, drink well, bye. Bye, Mom, say hello to Dad for me. Okay, your father heard you, bye. After hanging up the phone, both Fang Mu and Yi Bansuang felt a sense of clarity. Yi Bansuang, in particular, was a true academic and loved ancient poetry. Fang Yui. What do you think, honey? Fang Mu repeated the name Fang Yui and nodded. Not bad, it's better than I thought. Tell me, it might sound good. Encouraged by Yi Bansuang, Fang Mu spoke up. Fang Qizheng and Fang Jingji aren't very good, are they? Why did I think of Hekazang? It's fine, it's more like a boy's name. Let's write them down together first, and then we can choose at the end. With that, Yi Wanchuan wrote down all the names on a piece of paper. Her handwriting was as beautiful as she was. Yi Wanchuan was like someone who had suddenly discovered the two main energy channels of the body. Under Ma Xiaochang's guidance, she had actually learned to draw inferences. Fangkai has the meaning of just now, just a moment ago, and it seems to have a kind of beauty of unexpected encounter. Only now do I know that this person is like a rainbow. Only now do I feel the summer. Even the rain doesn't make me realize that spring has gone. Only now do I feel dawn. The east is about to dawn. They all sound so nice. I hope my baby is a boy. If it's a girl, I'll have to give birth again. In order to use these names, I would have to give birth again. It seems like the feeling of cooking 2 extra dishes for a bag of salt? Well, only Yi Bansuang would think this way. Chapter 55 Cashier, pregnant and still coming to work? I don't understand, but I respect it. Yi Wanchuang is like being addicted to something, or having an epiphany. Her little mouth is blabla and she has become a name-giving demon. If you use the word direction to name someone, I feel that adding a directional word will have a good effect. Fang Dongshu. Fang Yonan. Picking chrysanthemums under the east fence, leisurely seeing the Nanshan. And Fang Shiza, water and light float in Shiza, the grass and trees are already autumn. Hee hee, I'm awesome, right? Fang Mu nodded repeatedly, and his raised thumb never came down. These names all sound good at first listen, and they're also very good on second listen, but... Hey, honey, you've got east, south, and west, but what about north? Fang Beibei? Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Honey, you're such a waste of time when it comes to naming, Fang Beibei? It's better to call her Fang Beibei. He Fang Beibei, that name sounds like a pet dog. Hubby, are you asking for a beating? Come here. Don't go. Let me hit you. Just once. Yi Wanchuang swung her little fists and chased Fang Mu. For a while, the room was filled with the sounds of the young couple giggling and laughing. Such a warm and heartwarming scene would make people can't help but raise the corners of their mouths. After calming down, Yi Wanchuang wrote all these names in front of her on a small notebook, except for Beibei. After flicking the paper, she sent it to her mother-in-law Ma Xiaochang again, but there was no response. According to Fang Mu, her mother should be too busy having hot pot to pay attention to it, so she'll wait a bit later. A mother knows her child better than anyone else. Ma Xiaochang was indeed busy having hot pot, and she was holding the tripe in her hands, up and down. Near noon, Yi Wanchuan's little belly took the opportunity to gurgle once. When Fang Mu looked over, she pointed to her bulging stomach and said nonchalantly, Honey, your baby is hungry. Well, which is it? The big baby or the little baby? Fang Mu asked with a smile, looking at his daughter-in-law's cute expression. He really felt an urge to spoil her. It's the little baby that's hungry. Yi Wanchuang said stubbornly, but the big baby is getting hungry too. Fang Mu shook his head helplessly and asked, Big baby, little baby, what do you both want to eat? Let me ask. Oh, I know. The little baby says she wants braised pork. Braised pork with rice, yum, it smells so good. Upon hearing this, Fang Mu stood up and said, Okay, we'll have braised pork. There's not much meat at home, so I'll go out for a bit. Yi Bangshuang also stood up and followed Fang Mu like a little tail. Hubby, I want to go too. That's good, it's good to get some fresh air. Thank you, hubby Numa. That was all it took to make Yi Bangshuang happy as a child, rubbing against Fang Mu's arm, looking like a little kitten. If you didn't know, you'd think she was scratching an itch with Fang Mu's arm. After changing clothes and leaving the house, the couple went to the nearest supermarket. Fang Mu was going to head straight for the meat section, but Yi Wanting wanted to browse from one shelf to the next. She was especially unmoving when she reached the snacks section. Whether it was potato chips, spicy strips, or dried noodles, Yi Wanting was envious. When I wasn't pregnant, I could eat them. But now that I'm pregnant, even if the doctor says I can eat a little to satisfy my cravings, Yi Wanting dares not mess around. Looking at the food additives on the back of the spicy strip packaging, which looked like a small composition, Yi Wanting gave up. After pushing the spicy strips back into the shelf, she quickly pulled Fang Mu away. She was afraid that if she took one step slowly, her reason would be bitten to death by her cravings. They soon arrived at the meat section. While Fang Mu was selecting the 5-layer pork belly that was suitable for braised pork, Yi Bangshuang ran to the fresh food section next to them, either eyeing the soft-shelled turtle in the fish tank or watching the clams in the pool spitting bubbles. If the Yi Group's senior management saw Yi Bangshuang, who looked like such a little girl, they would be utterly shocked and then be extremely curious about how Fang Mu had trained her. In fact, Fang Mu sometimes feels fresh when he sees Yi Wanchuang's playful and cute side. But when you think about it, it's not hard to understand. Everyone has a childish side, and Yi Wanchuang is no exception. It's just that in front of Fang Mu, she will show it defenselessly. So, except for Fang Mu, it's really not easy for others to see the side. After picking the meat, Fang Mu called Yi Wanchuang and went to buy a lot of fresh ingredients. These are all for feeding the daughter-in-law. Looking at Yi Bangshuang, Fang Mu suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment from raising her, as well as a faint sense of guilt. Goddamn guilt. After a stroll, and after making sure there was nothing else to buy, Fang Mu pushed the shopping cart while Yi Bangshuang pushed Fang Mu, walking together towards the checkout counter. There weren't many people waiting to check out at the several checkout counters, but there was still a queue. Bored, Yi Wanchuang surveyed the shelves next to the cashier, which contained Snickers bars, as well as Kinder Eggs and Green Arrow chewing gum, which she had never bought before. Just as she was thinking about getting a box of candy, it was their turn to check out. Fang Mu took out the contents of the shopping cart one by one, and the cashier was also quick and efficient, quickly scanning and completing the transaction. Just as they were about to pay, Yi Wanchuang suddenly took a box off the shelf. And this one too. Fang Mu was busy bagging the items and did not look up, so he did not know what Yi Wanchuang had bought. It was not until they had left the supermarket and returned to the car, and Fang Mu was habitually checking the receipt, that he suddenly noticed the words Durex. What's wrong, honey? Yi Wanchuang blinked suspiciously. Fang Mu, on the other hand, pointed in shock at the last item on the receipt. Durex? Durex what? Durex. Lace? What are you talking about, honey? I don't understand. Fang Mu was helpless, and turned his head to look through the bags. When he returned, he had an extra box in his hand. Honey, these are the candies I bought. Do you want one? Candies? Honey, you think these are candies? Huh? Aren't they? Yi Wanchuang suspiciously took the box from Fang Mu's hand, looked it over, and then realized that it was indeed not candy. It's Tao. No. I clearly took candy, how did it turn into this? For a moment, Yi Wanchuang recalled the cashier's ununderstanding but respectful gaze. The cashier was probably thinking, are you pregnant and still want to come? Upon thinking of this, Yi Wanchuang suddenly blushed. She had only heard of this stuff, she had never seen it before, but now she had actually bought a box of it in public? Oh my! Yi Wanchuang became tongue-tied, unable to find the words to explain. In the end, she simply grabbed it and put it in her pocket. Chapter 56, a product with no manufacturer, no model number, and no instructions? Husband, are you trying to kill me? Yi Wanchuang's thoughts were simple. If I return it, they definitely won't give me a refund, so I might as well keep it. Keep it for what? I don't know, I'll just put it away. Out of sight, out of mind. But Fang Mu's expression became strange, as if he had misunderstood. No, honey, we agreed before that we couldn't fool around until the baby is born. Honey, you misunderstood, that's not what I meant. Really? Yes, really, it's all a misunderstanding. Yi Wanchuan put her hand on her forehead, feeling a little helpless. How did it feel like she was the one who really wanted it? Fang Mu also felt a little helpless. His stupid wife was really too simple, and she actually mistook Durex for candy. Thinking about this, he laughed. But the more he laughed, the more embarrassed Yi Wanchuan became. Finally, she tilted her head and gave a huff, ignoring Fang Mu. Cough, okay, I won't laugh anymore. Humph. Laugh all you want, if you don't go back to cooking, the little one will be grumbling again. It was clear that Yi Wanchuan was desperately trying to find another topic of conversation and didn't want to talk about this misunderstanding anymore. When they got home, Fang Mu went to organize the ingredients, putting those that needed to be refrigerated in the refrigerator and those that needed to be stored in the cupboard. Yi Wanchuan, on the other hand, quietly slipped into the kitchen and found a hidden place to hide Du Musi. Just like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, as if hiding it would make it as if it had never happened? After a while, Yi Wanchuan came out of the bedroom and went to the kitchen to see if she could help in any way. But as soon as Yi Wanchuan stepped into the kitchen, she heard Fang Mu's teasing. Hidden well? What did I hide? Nothing. Yi Wanchuan tilted her head in protest. Fortunately, Fang Mu didn't continue to tease her, otherwise, she would have turned bright red again. Go watch TV in the living room, I'll start the braised pork first. Yi Wanchuan nodded, and just as she was about to walk out of the kitchen, she turned back around and said, Honey, I'll steam the rice first. When she approached the rice cooker, she realized that Fang Mu had already started steaming the rice. Husband, you're so fast. Upon hearing these words, Fang Mu's forehead darkened. If he didn't know that in matters of the heart, his daughter-in-law was as simple as a piece of white paper, he would have thought that Yi Wanchuan was deliberately flirting. Go watch TV. I'm going now, husband, you've worked hard, heart shape. Once Yi Wanchuan left the kitchen, Fang Mu also began to prepare the dish. Braised pork is a very classic dish, and there are as many as 20 to 30 different ways to make it. Fang Mu wants to try Su Shi's method of low heat and little water. Low heat and little water, when the fire is strong enough, it will be delicious on its own. This is the authentic cooking method for dompa pork. They say that to conquer a woman, you have to conquer her stomach. It can be seen how important food is. In the living room, Yi Wanchuan turned on the TV and then started to swipe on TikTok. Half an hour passed in a flash. But it was quite boring to keep swiping on TikTok, so from time to time she took small steps out of the kitchen, leaned against the doorframe, and peeked inside to see the busy Fang Mu. Men who can cook are really handsome. Yi Wanchuan licked her tongue as she looked at Fang Mu's busy back. I just don't know if she's jealous of Fang Mu or the braised pork. Fang Mu had already discovered this, but he ignored Yi Wanchuan and continued cooking. After finishing everything, Fang Mu approached the system. I've already decided on a name, so I can use it directly when the time comes. The system handed over the full recovery potion with a grumble. It was in a blue bottle, but only about the thickness of a thumb. Fang Mu did not hesitate. He poured a glass of warm water, then opened the complete recovery potion and poured it into the glass. The complete recovery potion was instantly dissolved in the water. You couldn't tell the difference at all. It felt like you were being drugged. But no one expected that this scene would happen to be seen by Yi Wanchuan, who was climbing through the doorframe. Don't peek, come here and drink the medicine and water. The next second, Yi Wanchuan walked in. Husband, are you trying to kill me? What did you put in the water? Tell me. Explain yourself. Or else let the baby kick you. Yi Wanchuan playfully threatened, and her acting was impressive. It would be a waste not to be a supporting actress. It's a compound vitamin. Be a good girl and drink it. I don't think you would dare poison me. I'll drink it. Cheers. Yi Wanchuan gulps it down. I don't know if it's because the complete recovery potion tastes good, but after drinking it, she actually sticks out her tongue and licks the rim of the cup, very tempting. Sweet and sweet, it's the sweet kind, it's delicious. Honey, what kind of compound vitamin is this? Yi Wanchuan curiously picked up the small blue bottle to check it out, and only then did she realize that there was no name, no manufacturer, and no production date. Since my husband told me to drink it, I'll just drink it. Yi Wanchuan waved her hand dismissively. Fang Mu, on the other hand, snapped at her. This is a good product. If it were sold outside, it would sell for 1 billion yuan and people would be fighting to buy it. Really? What a pity, she's already drunk it. When she heard Fang Mu say that this little blue bottle could improve the health of pregnant women and babies, Yi Wanchuan didn't even think twice before standing on her tiptoes and pressing her lips to Fang Mu's. She nibbled on it while murmuring, "Hubby, hurry up, while there's still some left, I'll give you a bite too, so that the three of us can improve our health together." Yi Wanchuan said this with all seriousness, but in reality she just wanted to take advantage of Fang Mu. As a result, she had almost made the latter's mouth red. "Okay, no more fooling around, nibbling on me won't fill you up. Dinner is almost ready, go get the bowls and chopsticks." "Okay." Yi Wanchuan ran over to get the bowls and chopsticks with a smile on her face, while Fang Mu followed behind her carrying the rice. Looking at his daughter-in-law in front of him, he couldn't help but fantasize about their future lives together. His wife and children all came to the kitchen to help carry things, and the scene was not generally warm. Fang Mu went to the kitchen to serve the braised pork. Yi Wanchuan, being sensible, added rice to the 2 bowls. Suddenly, she felt her stomach move a little, but she didn't pay attention to it, just thinking that she was hungry and gurgled a little. When Fang Mu served the braised pork, Yi Wanchuan's eyes lit up. As soon as she smelled the aroma earlier, she couldn't help it, and now she had finally waited for it to be cooked. "Hubby, hurry. Pour some soup on the rice in my bowl." Fang Mu did as she asked. As he poured the soup into Yi Wanchuan's bowl, he couldn't help but think of something he had seen while brushing Douyin, and he laughed. "Hubby, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing, it's pretty good, eating oil soup is pretty good." "Huh?" Yi Wanchuan was puzzled. Until Fang Mu's gaze stopped at her breasts. Chapter 57, A Fairy Wife and a Naughty Baby. "Hubby, what do you want?" Yi Wanchuan asked with a squint and a feigned fierce look. "Nothing, I heard that oil soup has a certain effect on milk production, so eat it." "Milk production? Really? Then I'll eat more." Saying this, Yi Wanchuan ladled some more oil soup into the bowl and then mixed it with the rice. Fang Mu didn't expect his daughter-in-law to eat more oil soup in order to produce more breast milk, and immediately persuaded her to stop. "Okay, daughter-in-law, it's too much and you'll get tired of it. Even if you don't have breast milk, it's okay, there are so many good formulas to choose from." Unexpectedly, Yi Wanchuan shook her head, and then explained seriously. "Husband, breast milk is very important. If I can let my baby grow up drinking breast milk, I would rather suffer a little. Formula milk is also very good, but there is still a gap with breast milk." Yi Wanchan's beautiful face was full of the light of motherhood, and Fang Mu opened his mouth without saying anything more. In fact, what Fang Mu wanted to say to Yi Wanchang was that before loving your child, you have to love yourself. The reason he didn't speak up was because he knew it was useless to say anything. This is motherly love. Fang Mu's braised pork is delicious, but the author didn't eat it, Yi Wanchang did. I saw Yi Wanchang eating piece after piece, with a lingering fragrance in her mouth. When Fang Mu deliberately picked only the lean meat, Yi Banchang gave a small smile, quickly picked up a piece of meat with a mixture of fat and lean, and then bit off the fatter part of the meat. The remaining lean meat was placed in Fang Mu's bowl. "Hey, honey, if you don't like fatty meat, you can give it to me." Upon hearing this, Fang Mu smiled, "My wonderful wife." Fang Mu's braised pork was tender and delicious, and even the fatty meat was very tasty. Worried that Yi Wanchuan would find it too greasy, Fang Mu also specially stir-fried some baby bok choy to help cut the fat. But in the end, neither of them took more than a few bites. In Yi Wanchuan's words, "Honey, although this stir-fried baby bok choy is also very tasty, the meat is even more fragrant. If it's fragrant, then you should eat more." After that, Yi Wanchuan couldn't stop talking, because every time she said something, she would take a second to eat, so compliments and such should wait until after she's full. The fragrant, chewy jasmine rice goes perfectly with the red, glistening braised pork. Yi Buanfeng is so excited that she finishes 3 bowls of rice in one go. By the end of the meal, she feels full and warm in the stomach, and her whole body feels comfortable. When Yi Buanfeng was still in the early stages of pregnancy, she wanted to help Fang Mu wash the dishes after meals, but he always refused. But as the weeks of pregnancy passed, Yi Wandang no longer felt like doing this. She felt that she was not up to the task and could only help by carrying things to the sink. Fang Mu didn't care. She was pregnant, so she should just rest quietly. While the stew was cooking, Fang Mu started cleaning up, so when he looked around the kitchen, all he had to do was wash the dishes and wipe down the cabinets. When Fang Mu finished cleaning up and came out to look for his daughter-in-law, he realized that Yi Wandeng was not in the living room. Daughter-in-law? When he returned to the bedroom, he saw that Yi Bangshuan was leaning against the bed, her clothes open, staring blankly at her belly. "What's wrong?" Schw. Yi Bangshuang told Fangmu to be quiet and continued to stare blankly at her belly. Fangmu found this novel and crept over, then imitating his daughter-in-law, they stared blankly together. However, their eyes were sore and they still couldn't see anything wrong. It was only after a few minutes that Yi Wanchuan shook her head slightly in disappointment and quickly pulled her clothes down. Hubby, when I was just back in the bedroom, I felt like I felt the baby move. Oh? Fangmu was shocked. The baby moved? Fetal movement? Yes. Yes, hubby, it should be fetal movement, if I didn't feel it wrong. Before dinner, Yi Wanchuan felt her tummy move a little, and she thought it was her stomach gurgling because she was hungry. But after the meal, just as she was about to take a nap, her stomach moved again. This time, she felt it especially clearly, which is why Yi Wanchuan stared at her belly, wanting to make sure. However, after looking for a long time, she didn't see it again, and for a while, she couldn't help but think it was an illusion. Fetal movement occurs around 18 to 20 weeks, and judging from the time, it's about right, so maybe it really was the little one moving. Yes, honey. Yi Wanchuan nodded, and gently placed her hand on her belly. Baby, can you hear mommy? If you can hear me, give mommy a little movement, okay? Yi Wanchuan's gentle voice rang out, and her palm was also gently placed on her belly. Originally, she didn't hold out much hope, after all, the baby was still very young. However, as Yi Wanchuan's voice fell, the little guy inside actually responded. Yeah. Honey. The baby just kicked my palm. Yi Wanchuan exclaimed in surprise, then pulled the shirt up to the top with a swish and pressed it against her chin, trying to look at it with her eyes. However, the baby seemed to have a sixth sense, and when her parents looked at her, she stopped moving, feeling very naughty. Okay, daughter-in-law, hurry up and put the shirt down, don't catch a cold. Fangmu couldn't help but laugh as he reached up to pull the shirt down. But the next second, his hand was grabbed by Yi Wanchuan. Honey, talk to the baby again. You're the baby's father, if you talk, she might listen. Okay, I'll try. After nodding, Fangmu cleared his throat. He had intended to speak normally, but as soon as the words left his mouth, they turned into a gentle tone. Not only mothers can be gentle, fathers can be gentle too. Baby, I'm your father. You have to grow up healthy in your mother's tummy, do you hear me? You can move around a little, but don't make too much noise, it will disturb your mother's rest. If you move around, your mother will want to go to the toilet, and that's very tiring. Rather than saying Fangmu was talking to his baby, it was more like he was admonishing the little one, and the central theme was still to understand your mother. As a result, after hearing these words, Yi Wanchuan's beautiful face suddenly had a smile appear on it, both touched and warm. Hubby, you're so good. Here, hubby, put your hand over here. Yi Wanchuan took Fangmu's hand and placed it on her belly. The next second, the latter felt a pop in the palm of his hand. Yi Wanchuan smiled as she looked at the surprised expression in Fangmu's eyes. Husband, is that it? Can you feel it? Yes, I can feel it, and it's quite strong. Fangmu subconsciously took his hand away, wanting to see how the baby was moving, but unfortunately, the little one wouldn't give him the face. Even though it was through the belly, it seemed like he could imagine the little cutie acting up. Suddenly, Yi Wanchuan put her hand back on the belly and looked up seriously after a while. Honey, the baby says she wants ice cream. Upon hearing this, Fangmu rolled his eyes. What kind of plot do you guys like to watch, The Daily Life? The commercial? A little bit of pressure is better, isn't it? The data is poor. Chapter 58, the first step in building a car is to invite suppliers to tender. Yi Wanchuan pouted like a cherries. It was obvious who wanted ice cream. Seeing that Fangmu didn't say anything, Yi Wanchuan had to pout and turn her head away, not to look at him. Fangmu saw Yi Wanchuan's childish behavior, cuteness and temper tantrums every day, which outsiders could hardly see, and he was sometimes amused. I'll let you eat it when I've made it clear. Do you want it or does the baby want it? Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuan quickly turned her head and corrected him, Debeo. It's Debeo who wants it. Can I eat it, honey? Honey. Her soft, mushy voice was irresistible. So Fangmu deliberately nodded his head. Since it was Debeo who wanted it, it was fine, an exception. However, before Fangmu could take a few steps, Yi Wanchuan spoke again. Honey, forget it, I'm not going to eat it. It's cold now, not summer, and if I eat ice cream, I'm afraid I'll get diarrhea. At the end of her sentence, Yi Wanchuan muttered, pregnant women are afraid of getting diarrhea the most. Although she was very greedy, at the thought of the consequences, Yi Wanchuan held back. Ice cream, spicy strips, instant noodles, etc. After the baby is born, I must eat to my heart's content. Yi Wanchuan lay in bed, her little mouth never stopping muttering, talking about spicy strips and dried noodles. Yi Wanchuan really was insatiably hungry for those high-calorie fried snacks. It was strange, before she became pregnant, she had never had the slightest interest in these things. But after she became pregnant, every time she saw them on Douyin, she couldn't help but get hungry, jealous, and greedy. Fang Mu couldn't bear to do so, but in fact, eating less of it wouldn't be a problem. The doctor had said that it should be eaten in moderation. Forget it, I won't eat it. If I eat it once, I'll want to eat it a second time, and it'll be endless. Yi Bansuan couldn't help but think, I'm the CEO of Yi Group, how can I not have self-control? Spicy strips. For dinner, I ate the braised pork left over from lunch. Although it may be boring to eat it twice, she loves meat. Besides, she doesn't eat greasy food every day, so it's not a big deal. As usual, she soaked her feet in the evening, and then she snuggled into bed, feeling very comfortable. After the lights were turned off and both of them were lying down, the problem came. I don't know if the baby in my tummy has woken up, or if it's because Yi Wando has eaten some meat and she has also absorbed the rich nutrients, becoming stronger, that she has suddenly become unusually active. Yi Wando's eyes are slightly closed, and she feels with her little hand on her belly. The little one probably thinks that her mother is high-fiving her, and she is actually kicking even more happily. Today is the first day that she has felt the baby move, and she is so active at night, making Yi Wando and Fang Mu both feel unsure. They don't know if this is a good thing, or... In the end, the two of them decided to listen to the heartbeat. The Doppler fetal heart monitor has been used many times, sometimes even several times a day. Whenever she feels uneasy, Yi Wanchuan will take it out and listen to it. The baby's frequent movements have long distracted Yi Wanchuan. Practice makes perfect, and now both Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan are very skilled at using the fetal heart monitor to locate the heartbeat. In just half a minute, the two of them found the location of the fetal heart. As the probe was aimed at the location of the fetal heart, a steady and strong fetal heartbeat was soon heard through the loudspeaker. After the collection time was over, the display showed that the fetal heart rate was normal. As long as it is normal, that's fine. Now the couple were relieved, and just thought that the little one was just being naughty and active. Late at night, Yi Wanrong, who was sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes, because the baby in her tummy had started again. Fang Mu was still asleep next to her. Yi Wanchuan couldn't bear to wake him, so she quietly felt it all by herself. Feeling the belly jump from time to time, Yi Wanchuan felt a little helpless, but mostly she felt amused. This little treasure, since childhood, has been a lively and active baby. Time flew and it was the next day. When Fang Mu learned that the little treasure had moved again last night and had even woken Yi Wanchuan up, he felt a little helpless and worried. No wonder his daughter-in-law had yawned non-stop when she got up in the morning. I won't go to the office today, I'll stay with you. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuan shook her head quickly and gently persuaded her husband. Honey, I know you're worried about me, but I can rest during the day. I don't have to worry about the office, I can rest whenever I want. If you stay home with me, the supplier bidding will have to be delayed. Work is still the priority, because delay breeds change. Yi Wanchuan knows what is important. Although she is very attached to Fang Mu, she still has to take care of the company's affairs. In order not to worry Fang Mu, Yi Wanchuan rubbed her cheeks and eyes to look more energetic. Good, honey, look, I'm as usual. Fang Mu shook his head gently. This silly girl really makes him not know how to properly take care of her. Okay, I'll come back early after I finish the important work. Okay. After breakfast, Fang Mu was about to leave when Yi Wanchuan called out to him, helped him smooth out his collar, and then gave him a kiss before letting him go. Feeling the warmth from the corner of his mouth, a tenderness appeared in Fang Mu's brow. Quan, who was driving, also smiled knowingly after seeing the expression on his boss's face. He understood a little, even heroes are vulnerable to the charms of women. When they arrived at the company, Zhuo Jinghe followed behind and reported on the important work content. Among them is that the newcomer Liang Yun has already led a team to learn. In addition, the most important thing at this time is the supplier bidding matter mentioned by Yi Bansuan. Building a car is simple in words, but in fact it is very difficult. From the perspective of outsiders, it is just assembling various parts on an assembly line. It seems simple because the words building a car can be said as soon as the top and bottom lips meet. But in fact, there are simply too many things involved. The first step is to invite tenders from suppliers. Since Yuan Investment is building a car for the first time, its credibility in the automotive field is equal to zero. It is really not an easy task to find good suppliers and convince them. In the office, Mu listened to Zhuo Jinghe's report and opinions while thinking. Zhuo Jinghe is worthy of being an elite, taking care of every aspect in an appropriate manner, and the planning and preparation of the plan are extremely detailed. After reading it, Mu gave considerable recognition and encouragement. However, yeah, we want to build a car, but the influence is very low, so if we want to attract excellent suppliers, the conditions have to be in place. If the conditions are not in place, why would anyone choose us? And what suppliers value most is the settlement of funds cycle. Here, you can make a change. The payment period is 60 days, and the settlement is all cash. I reckon we can pay the suppliers in 20 days or so, right? After all, we, Yuan Investment, are not short of money. Chapter 59, The San Carlo Maternity Center Refuses the Poor. Mu's changes clearly illustrate what it means to be rich and arrogant. In the shocked gaze of Zhuo Jinghe, Mu grinned and said, "We have money, which is our greatest advantage, and we must know how to make the most of it." Zhuo Jinghe nodded, unable to help but think that her own situation is much worse than the boss's. The general matters of supplier bidding have been explained clearly. After hesitating for a moment, Zhuo Jinghe reported another matter to Mu. "Boss, the company website has been attacked by unknown forces, and personnel have been organized to resist. For a company, it would be very difficult if its own website were targeted, and it could potentially cause great losses. But for an investment company, especially Mu's Yuan Investment, the impact would not be as great. Although some more core information is stored on the server, even if it is obtained by others, what is the use? I think that companies hoping to get investment from Yuan Investment would not be so bored as to hire hackers to attack Yuan Investment and obtain information about which companies Yuan Investment would invest in. If it is confirmed that they will invest in them, everyone will be happy. But if they are not going to invest, they will only lose money and suffer." Mu believed that Zhuo Jinghe would handle it. However, he still took the matter to heart. Although the impact was not great, it was still a bit annoying that the company's website was hacked. If there is a chance, it is still necessary to hire a big cow to be responsible for maintaining website security. Thinking about this, a face appeared in Mu's mind: Singha. It was almost noon after finishing the work in hand. Yi Ban's Wang at home, in order not to make Mu worry, would send a message every now and then to do a report, such as drinking water on time and eating lunch seriously. But the more obedient and sensible she was, the more uncomfortable Mu felt. After finishing all the work, Mu was ready to go. Before leaving, he asked Zhuo Jinghe, "Jinghe, where can I find a reliable nanny in the Magic City?" He was just asking casually, but unexpectedly, he actually asked the right person. "Boss, we have invested in a postpartum care center before, I'll help you contact them." "Oh? No need, just send me the address, I'll go take a look." "Okay, boss." After getting the location information, Mu drove there with a Quan. San Carlo is a sizable postpartum care center that is trusted by pregnant women. Not only does it have comprehensive facilities, it also has many experienced nannies. This is on the way to San Carlo. Mu looked up some information on the internet, and even looked into the official Douyin account. It does look good in the video. I just hope we can find the right person. Soon the two arrived at their destination. As soon as Mu got out of the car, several people gathered around him enthusiastically. Mu was surprised at the warm service. Later, he learned from the other party that Zhuo Jinghe had notified them in advance. The people in front of him were all senior management of the San Carlo Postpartum Care Center, and the person in the lead was the main person in charge. It was not surprising that they were so enthusiastic. After all, the entire building of the San Carlo Postpartum Care Center, including the 39-story Postpartum Care Center, was invested and built by Yuan Investment. It is not an exaggeration to say that Yuan Investment is the biological father. And Mu is the boss of Yuan Investment, so he is even more of a biological father. "Please, Mr. Fong." Mu nodded lightly. When he walked into the postpartum care center, Mu could smell the scent of money. When a woman gives birth here, she will stay in the postpartum care center for 40 days, and the cost is about 300,000 yuan, which is roughly 10,000 yuan per day. Such a cost is really outrageous. However, those who choose to come to the San Carlo Postpartum Care Center are basically local or wealthy people from other places, and they are not short of money. Even some celebrities like to come here to stay in the postpartum care center. It can be said that the concept behind the establishment of San Carlo at that time was to not exploit the poor. Of course, it cannot be said that it is to exploit the rich. The rich people who come here for confinement will definitely feel that they are getting their money's worth. After understanding all this, Fang Mu understood. No wonder the dividends from this San Carlo postpartum care center also brought an outrageous return to Fang Yuan investment. Fang Mu glanced at the time and politely declined the person in charge's offer to take him to the office. "Dealy, just find a room, I still have things to do." "Okay, Mr. Fang." A few people led Fang Mu into a VIP room on the first floor. Immediately afterwards, someone placed in front of Fang Mu all the information on the nannies owned by the maternity center. Dean Li Jiankai stood in front of Fang Mu and introduced them one after the other. "Dean Li, sit all of you." Fang Mu spoke, and the others sat down with smiles, but even after sitting down, they only dared to sit halfway. They had an innate fear of Fang Mu. This was the main sponsor's father. The San Carlo Maternity Center has many nannies, over 300. There are so many of them that it's dizzying. Until a girl named Lu Tianshu appeared. "This Lu Tianshu is still here?" "Yes, Mr. Fang." "Okay, she's the one. Call her over and let me take a look." "Okay, Mr. Fang." Soon, at the invitation of Dean Li Jiankai, a young girl in a blue uniform walked in. The girl was about 1.65 meters tall and had a pretty face. Fang Mu chose her because she was only 21 years old but had 8 years of work experience. Most importantly, Fang Mu signed in this morning and received an extra reward for continuous sign-ins, practical handbook of face reading. As soon as she received the reward, a dense array of face reading related techniques entered her mind. Then, Fang Mu had the ability to wear sunglasses and set up a stall with a banner. However, the nickname Blind Fang really isn't very good. A product from the system is bound to be a quality product. Although the name Practical Handbook of Face Reading is not very good, it is really practical. With Fang Mu's current abilities, it is not difficult to judge a person's character through face reading. The girl's name is Lu Tianshu. Fang Mu could tell at first glance that she was an honest girl. Judging from her complexion, she has a tough personality. Without looking further, after all, if he keeps staring at the girl, he might be mistaken for a rascal. Anyway, he has already seen what he wants to see. This Lu Tianshu is very suitable for hiring to the family to help take care of his daughter-in-law. "Lu Tianshu, you." Fang Mu interrupted Dean Li Jiansai's speech and quickly stood up, walking towards the girl. "You will have a hard time from now on." With that, Fang Mu smiled and held out his hand. Li Jiankai didn't even get this treatment, and Lu Tianshu was even more flattered. Chapter 60, Call me Sister Shuang, don't call me Madam. In Lu Tianshu's opinion, someone who can make the dean so respectful is definitely no ordinary person. And being able to work for such a figure is undoubtedly a good thing. Lu Tianshu, who clearly knows his status, did not shake hands with Fang Mu, but slightly leaned forward to show his respect. This kind of behavior made Li Jiankai very satisfied. Fang Mu's eyebrows slightly raised. Was this a sign of caution? Fang Mu left Lu Tianshu some time to pack her things. During this time, he needed to leave home to attend to company matters, so the sooner Lu Tianshu came to help, the sooner he could rest assured. While waiting, Dean Li Jiankai kept chatting with Fang Mu. Quan is discerning, and took advantage of a gap to send Li Jiankai and the others away. When they went outside, the short man next to Li Jiankai immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, and the next second, Li Jiankai covered his mouth. In his opinion, as Fang Mu, there was no need to pay any attention to these small fry. It was already good that there was no noise, and yet they dared to speak out? Director Phone, be careful with your words. If there is a next time, I may not be able to protect you. Director Phone quickly shut up. He had thought that the dean would follow him in complaining, but who would have thought that he would not even have the courage to complain? The reason for this can only be said to be the terrifying identity of the person inside. Thinking about this, how dare the few people around Li Jiankai feel discontent? 10 minutes passed, and Lu Tianshu, who had gone back to the dormitory to rest, returned. The staff at the San Carlo Postpartum Care Center are provided with staff quarters, and Lu Tianshu has lived there since she started working. She didn't bring much with her, and her personal belongings were so few that she only had a mobile phone. The rest of the things in the suitcase would be used when she went to Fang Mu's house. "Mr. Fang, I'm ready." "Okay, let's go." After leaving the San Carlo Postpartum Care Center, they didn't go to any other place. As usual, when Fang Mu twisted the doorknob, Yi Wanchuan, who had keen hearing, came over and stood waiting at the door. When Fang Mu pushed the door open, Yi Wanchuan pounced into his arms with small, skipping steps. Yi Wanchuan, who had just wanted to ask for a kiss, suddenly noticed a girl following Fang Mu, and was a little surprised. Lu Tianshu hurriedly greeted her respectfully when she saw Yi Wanchuan notice her. "Madam, you can just call me Shu." Fang Mu then took over the conversation and introduced, "Lu Tianshu, I hired her to take care of you. I have to work a lot, so I can't take care of you a lot of the time." Shu is very experienced and is a gold medal babysitter at the San Carlo Postpartum Care Center. I can rest assured a lot with her here. Yi Wanchuan did not refuse as Fang Mu had imagined, because she knew that this was her husband's concern for her. If she refused again, she would be inconsiderate. "I see. Hello, Shu." "Hello, madam." Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuan waved her hand and corrected, "Call me Sister Schwanger, Sister Schwang, it's fine, just don't call me madam." "Oh yes, you can also drop the you. We're not some wealthy family, nor are we any ancient royal relatives, there's no need to be so formal, remember?" Lu Tianshu didn't reply, but instead slightly lowered her head. In her opinion, how were Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan not wealthy families? The San Carlo Confinement Center is so famous that many celebrities and wealthy and powerful people prefer to come here for confinement, which has caused the decision-makers to become arrogant. Especially since Li Jiankai is the director, his status cannot be underestimated. But this kind of person, who seems very powerful to Lu Tianshu, is actually extremely obedient in front of Fang, and she doesn't even dare to speak loudly. If expectations are not disappointed, this is a complete suppression of status. For now, she probably found it difficult to tell Lu Tianshu to feel free. Yi Wanchuan didn't force her to do anything either, and understood that after all, they had just met, and would gradually become familiar with each other in the future. Afterwards, Yi Wanchuan and Fang Mu took Lu Tianshu to her room. There were many empty rooms in the villa, but Lu Tianshu refused the room that the two had chosen for her, and instead chose a small room next to the master bedroom. The reason was that it was close to the master bedroom, so it would be convenient to call her if there was anything. Yi Bansuang didn't know how to refute this explanation for a while. This is the age of democracy, and there is no need to say anything at the end. She can only save it for later and talk about it after getting along for a while. Lu Tianshu is responsible for her work and does her best. She has only just arrived at Fang Mu's house, and after settling in her personal belongings, she started working. She cleaned the house and tidied up the mess, doing everything with great care. Yi Wanchuan also liked Lu Tianshu quite a bit. According to her, Lu Tianshu had a familiar scent about him. After thinking about it for a long time, Yi Wanchuan gave the following explanation: "He is very much like me, like the old me." The old Yi Wanchuan had almost abandoned all distractions in order to run the Yi group well. Later, in the face of the criticism and difficulties from the Yi family, she abandoned her emotions and became like a robot that only knows how to work frantically. It wasn't until she met Fang Mu that she was able to come out of that state. Now, she actually smells that kind of smell on the little nanny Lu Tianshu. In Yi Wanchuan's opinion, there is a story in Lu Tianshu. But it's okay, I can tell that this little girl is very good. I have to say, a woman's sixth sense is still very scary. After cleaning up, Lu Tianshu came over to ask what else needed to be done. Fang Mu shook his head and told her to sit down. Looking at the reserved Lu Tianshu, Fang Mu took out an envelope from his bosom and handed it to her. "Tianshu, this is 50,000 yuan, which is our food expenses for this month. Take it and be responsible for buying food for our family. My wife is pregnant and needs a nutritious diet every day. I believe this won't be a problem for you." Lu Tianshu was shocked as she held the thick envelope in her hands. Is this what a rich person looks like? 50,000 yuan for a month's worth of groceries? Mr. Fang, don't worry. Okay, go rest. We don't have that much housework to do. Looking at the clean and tidy room, Fang Mu couldn't help but laugh. The floor was so shiny from being polished. Yes, Mr. Fang, if you need me, just call. Just as Lu Tianshu went back to her room to rest, the doorbell rang, and she quickly ran to open the door. The visitor was Song Shiyuan. When Song Shiyuan heard from Yi Wanchuan that the young, pretty girl was actually the new nanny, a sense of alarm welled up in her eyes. Although she hadn't met her, she had heard that some rich people would hire a young nanny when their wives became pregnant. Chapter 61, The Master Negotiator, Yi Wanchuan. In Song Shiyuan's opinion, Fang Mu is the boss of Fang Yuan Investment, and that cannot be described as just being rich. In case she thinks about it, Song Shiyuan can't help but worry about Yi Wanchuang. Especially when she sees that the latter is not at all on her guard, she becomes even more anxious. Finally, she managed to catch an opportunity to whisper to Yi Wanchuang. Fang Mu had to answer the phone, so he went back to his room first. Song Shiyuan pondered for a moment before approaching Yi Bansuang. Yi Zone, is it okay to have such a young nanny at home? Upon hearing this, Yi Bansuang froze for a moment, not understanding what it meant. It's just that, there's a man and a woman alone together, Song Shiyuan added. Yi Bansuang suddenly realized what it was about. Song Jia, you're worrying too much, it's fine. My relationship with my husband is very stable and good, so what you're thinking of is impossible. Song Shiyuan wanted to persuade her some more, but seeing Yi Wanchuang's confident expression, she shut up. Although the little maid just now looked pretty, she still looked very young. In terms of looks or tactics, she would definitely not be Yi Wanchuang's match. You have to know that Yi Wanchuang is the head of the Yi group. Looking at the entire company, there are not many people who dare to disobey her, and there are even fewer who dare to do her wrong to her face. In that case, what kind of waves can a little maid make? After Fang Mu returned, Song Shiyuan reported some of the Yi group's arrangements to him again. After getting his signature, she took her leave. Sister Song, is there anything else? Why do you look like you want to say something but can't? Fang Mu asked doubtfully. Yi Wanchuang shook her head firmly. No, with you, my husband, in charge, what could possibly go wrong? Yi Wanchuang did not tell Fang Mu about Song Shiyuan's worries. On the one hand, her intuition told her that Lu Tianshu was not that kind of person. In addition, Fang Mu was already very tired, having to deal with all the matters of Fang Yuan investment and Yi Group alone. As his wife, she could not help much because of her pregnancy. If she just causes trouble, that would be too much. With these thoughts, Yi Wanchuang gently laid in Fang Mu's arms and whispered softly, "Honey, you've worked hard." Fang Mu smiled slightly and didn't say anything, but stroked Yi Wanchuang's hair with his hand, feeling peaceful and quiet inside. In the evening, Yi Wanchuang told Fang Mu to steam a pot of rice. No stir fry. Because Yi Wanchuang suddenly wanted to eat hot pot. Hot pot? Rice? It doesn't seem to go together. But for Yi Wanchuang, eating hot pot means eating rice, and it's delicious. Fang Mu naturally had to be satisfied, so the couple went to the market with Lu Tianshu. Lu Tianshu felt that he could go alone. However, Yi Wanchuang still wanted to go out for a stroll, so how could she agree? So the three of them went to the market together. Before going in, Yi Bansuang left Lu Tianshu behind, and Fang Mu was sent by her to the Guoquan food exchange. Yi Bansuang loved their frozen tofu and PP beef balls. Here, Yi Bansuang took Lu Tianshu to look around the various stalls. Looking at Yi Bansuang bargaining, Lu Tianshu couldn't help but wonder, can rich people be so down to earth? In Lu Tianshu's eyes, his wife looks gentle and virtuous, with a quiet beauty, but when it comes to bargaining, she is almost like a different person. Uncle, this is not fresh here, cheaper please. Auntie, there are not many left of this, pack it up for me. Little lady. Yi Wanchuang is in charge of bargaining, while Lu Tianshu is in charge of carrying things and learning with all her heart. In the end, she only feels that she is terrifyingly strong and that she can do it. Yi Wanchuang prides herself on not being poor, but saving money is the way to go. In her words, at home she can be a little white rabbit, because the gentle and quiet little white rabbit is endearing. But if she is still a little white rabbit outside, she will definitely be ripped off. Lu Tianshu is intent on learning. Although she is a gold medal nanny at the San Carlo Postpartum Care Center, she is really like a little white rabbit in the market. Although she started working and exploring society when she was in her teens, she also developed an introverted and fearful personality due to her family of origin. Yi Wanchuang's psychological impact on her was quite significant. Such a rich and wealthy woman doesn't care about being called a shrew, so what is there to be afraid of for a little girl like myself? After thinking about this, Lu Tianshu felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. He had the intention of taking the things from Lu Tianshu's hands, but the girl shook her head and refused, even though she had a lot of things in her hands. There was no choice but to let her not carry the things if they had to buy more later. Since entering the market, Yi Bansuang had been watching Lu Tianshu's performance. Just as she had guessed, Lu Tianshu must have had a bad experience. The mouth can lie, but the character cannot. The development of character is always influenced by the surrounding environment. Looking at Lu Tianshu, Yi Wanchuang couldn't help but recall her former self, and it really seemed like it. So in Yi Wanchuan's opinion, Song Shiyuan's worries were unnecessary. A little girl like Lu Tianshu would only be too busy curling up in on herself to have any evil thoughts. Since they were going to have hot pot, naturally they would have to have hot pot meat. Yi Wanchuan really liked meat now. Whether it's braised pork or anything else, she can almost say that she is happy with meat. Once upon a time, she was also a girl who couldn't eat much and would get sick if she ate more. But since becoming pregnant, things that she didn't like to eat in the past have actually become delicious. Meat is one. Wang Jiha fermented tofu and stinky tofu are also one. When Fang Mu was buying sesame paste, Yi Banswang quietly took 2 bottles of Wang Jiha, one red and one black and green, and suddenly she wanted to eat it. Although she remembered the last time she ate Wang Jiha stinky tofu was when she was very young. It was strange that memories she had long since forgotten suddenly came back to her. She even remembered the taste of Wang Jiha stinky tofu. When she was young, it didn't seem to taste very good and she didn't like it much. Why was she now secretly craving it and drooling? Fang Mu only noticed the 2 bottles of black and red Wang Jiha fermented tofu when he was checking out. When he turned his head to look at his daughter-in-law, Yi Wanchuan had already crossed her fingers and tilted her head to one side, looking like she had nothing to do with it. Just pretend. Fang Mu's face was full of adoration. But then again, it was understandable to add tofu to the sesame paste when having hot pot, but adding stinky tofu would make it taste good? Sesame paste is fragrant. Stinky tofu is smelly. When the two are combined, does it really smell bad and taste good? Chapter 62, Sesame Paste, Cilantro, Stinky Tofu, a perfect match. After returning home, the 3 of them divided up the work. Lu Tianshu went to wash the ingredients, Fang Mu went to the courtyard to process the hot pot base, which meant stir-frying it a bit. Yi Banswang helped out with some easy tasks, such as draining the sesame paste. It only took half an hour, and the 3 of them were already sitting around the table. Yi Wanchuan thoughtfully served sesame sauce in bowls for the 2. Fang Mu was busy adding ingredients to the pot after it had been started. Only Lu Tianshu seemed very reserved. She even stood up more than once to leave. She had not expected to eat with Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan, but the couple did not treat her as an outsider and insisted on including her at the table. This kindness alone was enough for Lu Tianshu to remember for the rest of her life. As a child who had to work to support her family when she was young, Lu Tianshu had done many jobs. But no matter what she did, she had a feeling that people are divided into different classes. The feeling was especially strong that the rich were not necessarily virtuous. But what she saw, heard, and encountered today undoubtedly changed what she thought in her heart. She even had the thought, no wonder Mr. Fang is so rich. If Lu Tianshu were to describe Fang Mu, she might use the words awe-inspiring without anger. Because at the San Carlo Childcare Center, Fang Mu's every word and action was enough to make the directors and senior management, such as Li Jiankai, on high alert, and they didn't even dare to breathe a word. At the time when she was selected, Lu Tianshu was grateful. But there was also more trepidation. What if she doesn't do a good job? But now, this kind of thought that was originally in her heart has disappeared. Although the time she has spent with Fang Mu and Yi Banswang is still very short, she has no complaints about their personalities and character. Whether it is the way they took her to her room at the beginning, or the way they chatted and laughed together, Lu Tianshu is touched. For a moment, the idea of doing her job well comes naturally to Lu Tianshu. Fang Mu and Yi Banswang have treated her so politely, and Lu Tianshu wants to do her best to serve them well. The table was steaming. After the ingredients were cooked, Fang Mu invited the 2 to eat. Yi Wanchuan now really likes to eat meat, whether it's pork or beef or lamb rolls. After being dipped in sesame sauce and then put in the mouth, it was so delicious. Even so, Yi Wanchuan didn't just eat for herself, but also thoughtfully helped Fang Mu to pick up food. Before long, the temperature in the room seemed to have risen slightly due to the heat, and the slightly empty and cold room had become warmer. Not only that, but even Yi Wanchuan's little face had risen with a healthy blush. What puzzled Fang Mu was, where were the 2 bottles of Wang's fermented tofu? Daughter-in-law, where's the stinky tofu? Here. Saying this, Yi Wanchuan took the 2 bottles of fermented tofu from under the table. Why don't you add some to the sesame paste? Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuan hesitated. Husband, the main thing is that I don't know if it tastes good or not. I'll eat it for a while without adding the fermented tofu, just in case it doesn't taste good with it and the sesame paste will be wasted. She's still her own daughter-in-law, calculating to the last detail. Fang Mu, on the other hand, waved his hand generously, encouraging Yi Wanchuan to be more daring. It's fine, daughter-in-law, you can just go ahead and add it. If it doesn't taste good, just pour it into my bowl, it won't go to waste. Well, okay then. After Fang Mu opened the 2 bottles of fermented tofu, Wang immediately brought over the blackish-green stinky tofu and took a whiff after unscrewing the cap. What do you think? How does it taste? Wang's eyes lit up, and she quickly picked up a piece of tofu with her chopsticks, threw it into the bowl with the sesame paste, and said, "Husband, it smells pretty good. Do you want some?" Seeing his wife's excited expression, Fang Mu felt like it was real, not fake. But in the face of his daughter-in-law's invitation, he still shook his head, and just took the bottle of red wine jiha, put in a little less, and poured a little more soup. In this way, the original yellow sesame paste was dyed a light red. Not to mention Wang's bowl of sesame paste, which had now turned greenish-black. Not to mention the appetite. A bite didn't seem very delicious either. But Bunsong didn't think so. She picked up some meat, dipped it in the sauce, and gulped it down in one bite. Her little face puffed up, and she chewed vigorously. It looked like she was enjoying it, not pretending. "Honey, really, try a bite of the sesame sauce in my bowl." Fang Mu shook his head and refused. Bunsong also invited Lu Tianshu, who also shook his head quickly. All he could say was that the power of Wang Jiha's stinky tofu was still very much online. Adding stinky tofu to the sesame paste opened the door for Wang. No matter what was in the pot, after dipping it became very delicious. Of course, this deliciousness was limited to Wang. Fang Mu and Lu Tianshu on the other side could not enjoy it. Lu Tianshu gave a reasonable explanation for this. Sister Wanchuan's hormone levels are different because she is pregnant, which is why her appetite has changed dramatically. It's normal to suddenly like things you didn't like before, or to suddenly not be able to stand things you used to love. When I was at the San Carlo Postpartum Care Center, I took care of a new mother who actually liked the smell of cigarettes. She kept a box of cigarettes on her nightstand, whether she was sleeping or eating. Even though she had seen it many times, Lu Tianshu couldn't help but feel that giving birth was really quite a painful thing to do. After listening to Lu Tianshu's explanation, Wang suddenly realized that this was the case. "So is that why I like to smell the smell on my husband?" Wang asked again. Fang Mu hurriedly sniffed his arm after hearing this, but there was no smell, just the smell of sesame paste and hot pot seasoning. "Hey! I smell?" "Yes. It's a faint, very pleasant smell, which I haven't smelled before," Wang said thoughtfully. In fact, even she was puzzled, because usually Fang Mu's clothes were all washed by her. She was in charge of adding laundry detergent and sachets of fragrance. But even so, there was still a faint smell on Fang Mu's body, and she could never find the source. "So sometimes when I smell this smell, I know my husband is nearby." Wang also found it strange, and even asked Lu Tianshu to help her smell it. But Lu Tianshu, like Fang Mu, could only smell the hot pot base and sesame paste, but not the other smell. But no matter when Wang went to smell, she could always smell it. It was very strange. In the end, Wang named the smell that only she could smell on Fang Mu, love. Lu Tianshu was stunned. "We agreed to have hot pot. Why is there also dog food?" Chapter 63, I understand the reasoning, but why are you attacking our company's website? Frozen tofu, meatballs, potato noodles, meat, and rice. Wang loved all of it, and she ate it all. She even ate 2.5 bowls of rice. After eating her fill, Wang's little belly visibly bulged up a lot. Lu Tianshu was shocked by such a large appetite. When she worked at the San Carlo Postpartum Care Center, she took care of many young and beautiful women. Some of them were so crazy that they even yelled about dieting before they had finished their postpartum care, which was very difficult for the postpartum care center. The reason why they did this was because they could not get away from the word diet. However, Bianchuan had never cared about her figure from beginning to end, and she had never thought about the word diet. It seems that eating well, drinking well, and feeling comfortable are the only thoughts in Wanchuan's mind. The reason why Wanchuan is so unscrupulous is that she cannot escape her natural beauty. Other girls gain weight after eating a little. But for Wanchuan, even if she doesn't have to take care of her figure deliberately, her figure will not go out of shape. It's like there is a fixed value, and it will remain at or around the fixed value. The fixed value makes her look slim. Above the fixed value, she looks plump. In any case, it is enough to make other women crazy. Song Shiyuan, Bianchuan's secretary, knows this especially well, and was even envious to the point of being red-eyed. After dinner, Lu Tianshu chased away Fang Mu and Yi Bianchuan, refusing to let the two help out a little. After all, he came here to do this kind of work, and if the work is taken away, the salary will be hot to handle. Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan were amused by this explanation and had to agree. So while Lu Tianshu was busy, the couple returned to their room and listened to the fetal heart as usual. It seemed that because Yi Wanchuan had eaten and felt comfortable, the baby in her stomach had obviously become more active. When the probe of the Doppler fetal heart monitor was attached to Yi Wanchuan's stomach, the little one would even push the probe up. Once, and again, it was extremely naughty. Fang Mu was moved, and gently placed his ear against Yi Wanchuan's belly, wanting to get close to his child. Unexpectedly, he was treated the same way as the probe of the Doppler fetal heart monitor, and was kicked in the same way. His cheek only made contact with Yi Wanchuan's belly, and he felt a kick. Good boy, you know how to kick your dad at such a young age. Fang Mu couldn't help but tease with a smile. As if she heard him, the little one gave her mother's belly another nudge, a very obvious one. The fetal heart rate was normal. The fetal movements were also normal. Yi Wanfeng and Fang Mu finally let their minds rest. This was the first time for both of them, and they had no experience, so they would panic at the slightest situation. Especially after buying the Doppler fetal heart rate monitor, they couldn't stop worrying about it. Whenever they felt something was wrong, they would take out the monitor and listen. Not only that, but Fang Mu would also ask Yi Wanchuan if she had listened to the heartbeat when she was busy working at the company. This shows how the little guy inside has captured the hearts of both parents. What's even more exaggerated is that Ma Xiaoshang, who is thousands of miles away, is also paying attention to the heartbeat. After learning that the heartbeat can be monitored at home, she would ask about it every time she talked to Yi Wanchuan on the phone. It can only be said that the little guy has captured everyone's heart even before he is born. Early the next morning, Lu Tianshu prepared breakfast for Fang Mu and Yi Bansuan. After eating, Fang Mu had to go to the company, and before leaving, he asked Lu Tianshu for help again. Fang Yuan investment. Zhou Jingha reported to Fang Mu as usual, and the supplier bidding would be held the day after tomorrow. Boss, so far, more than 100 invitations have been sent out, but it is not clear how many will come. Zhou Jingha expressed her doubts. Fang Mu, however, did not take the matter to heart. After all, China is a vast country with abundant resources, and suppliers are springing up like mushrooms after rain. There are just as many good ones as there are bad ones in terms of quality and reputation. Fang Mu did not believe that with the influence of Fang Yuan investment, he would not be able to gather all the suppliers. Furthermore, if the worst came to the worst, he could build his own factory and set up production lines to achieve self-sufficiency in a certain component. The idea of self-sufficiency was a good one, but at the current stage, the worst solution was not something that could not be considered. Or, perhaps, once Fang Yuan Investment's industrial zone is complete, we can consider producing ourselves. But for now, there is no doubt that it is most appropriate to find an existing supplier. Fang Mu finished work early today, but he was in no hurry to go home. He was able to rest assured that Lu Tianshu was helping take care of Yi Bansuan at home. Now there was something he needed to do. Zhao He, go get Liang Yun. Yes, boss. Liang Yun returned last night and came to work normally today, preparing to go on an external study trip after the supplier bidding process is complete. After just a few minutes, Liang Yun arrived at the office. Zhou Jingha said hello and left. Seeing that there were only 2 people left in the office, Liang Yun didn't hesitate to lie directly on the sofa, eyes slightly closed, to rest. Sleeping in the boss's office? Very good, dock your pay. Upon hearing this, Liang Yun sat up directly, looked at Fang Mu with contempt, and then gave him the middle finger. What the hell? Let's go. Where? To find Su. Fang Mu smiled and said that the task for today was to get Su Xinghe to join Fang Yuan Investment. His roommate was a rare computer genius, and it would be a waste not to bring him on board. Bring Su on board? Great. Not using him would be a waste. A waste of your big head. It's pronounced Tian. Not Tian. Fang Mu was speechless. He knew that this guy was doing it on purpose. If he wasn't a gold medal salesman, what was he? These 2 little mouths are really cheap. The 2 of them went to find Su Xinghe without giving advance notice. When they arrived at the door, Liang Yun went up and rang the doorbell. Soon, Su Xinghe's voice came from inside. Who is it? Lao Su, do you want a wife or not? Liang Yun is worthy of the name, opening his mouth and speaking immediately. Fuck you. My sister is still young, otherwise I would really introduce her to you. You fucking buddy. Crackling, Su Xingha opened the door and saw Fang Mu and Liang Yun come to see him. A smile appeared on his face. Come on in. Fang Mu and Liang Yun walked in, and what caught their eyes was a whole wall of action figures, all kinds of exquisite action figures, and the other wall was all shoes. Liang Yun couldn't help but think, dream house of love. But Fang Mu's gaze was attracted by the running computer. Following Fang Mu's gaze, Su Xingha laughed. I was bored, so I tried some of the protective measures for the company website. Seeing Liang Yun's shocked expression, Su Xingha added, it's an attack. I know, I understand, but you're attacking our company's website. Isn't that Lao Feng? The data is so bad, it's hard to keep going, but I'm still persevering. Chapter 64, I've never asked family members to come to prenatal checkups before. Su Xingha was stunned when Liang Yun said this. Your company? What do you mean? It's what it means. You've been attacking our company website non-stop all this time. Boss, what should we do? I say we take this kid to the police station and lock him up for 10 or 20 days. Liang Yun said this with a menacing look on his face. Su Xingha didn't seem to be joking either. For a moment, they both looked at Fang Mu, waiting for him to speak. Fang Mu first went to the computer and started fiddling with it. A moment later, he turned around and smiled, a smile that still held an unfriendly kind of meaning. Su, tell me, what should I do with you? Send you to the police station, or come work for me at my company? Fang Mu's foxtail was showing. With just the three of them, he could not possibly hand Su Xingha over to the police station. He just wanted to use this incident to lure him into the company. It would be a waste not to recruit a talent like Su Xingha. Originally, Su Xingha was used to being on his own. Now, fortunately, Fang Mu had caught him in the act. Liang Yun also directly apprehended Su Xingha and escorted him to Fang Mu. Lao Su, just tell me what you think, don't make things difficult for me and Lao Feng. From beginning to end, it was Fang Mu and Liang Yun who were talking, and Su Xingha hadn't even had time to react. Fortunately, as clever as he was still able to extract some useful information. Brother Feng, is this Fan Yuan Investment your company? Su Xingha asked incredulously. When he saw Fang Mu nod, he was even more shocked. No. This Fan Yuan Investment is a very powerful company. Brother Feng, how did it become yours? Fan Yuan Investment. What do you think the meaning of the character in the name is? Of course it means Fang Mu Feng. Liang Yun said with a smile. Seeing Su Xingha's incredulous expression, Liang Yun felt quite pleased. Because at the beginning, when he found out that Fang Mu was actually the boss of Fan Yuan Investment, he was just as shocked as Su Xingha. Everyone knows that a big tree provides shade, and with their relationship with Fang Mu, coming to Fan Yuan Investment is undoubtedly the best choice. What's more, Su Xingha is a bona fide computer genius. Hearing Liang Yun say this, Su Xingha was stunned. Since that's the case, of course I'll choose to join. Su Xingha said, although he also believed that even if he didn't join, Fang Mu and Liang Yun wouldn't really take him to the police station. On the contrary, with the relationship between the three of them, if they can help Fang Mu, they naturally can't refuse. Brother Feng, why didn't you say so at dinner last time? If you had, I wouldn't have attacked your company's website and I would have gone to you sooner. Pop. Liang Yun slapped Su Xingha in the face. The sound was crisp but it definitely didn't hurt. He then corrected him, it's our company's website, you brat, you've agreed to join Fang Yuan Investment, so you need to get your attitude right sooner rather than later. Outside of work hours, you can call me Brother Feng, but during work hours, please address me by my title, boss. As for me, I started working here before you, so you can call me Senior Brother. When they were at university, Liang Yun liked to tease Su Xingha because the latter was quiet and looked like an easy target. That was still the case today. Su Xingha glared at him in annoyance before reluctantly shouting back. Son. Hey. Liang Yun answered quickly. Then he froze. He was expecting Su Xingha to call him Senior Brother, but he never expected to be played like this. Lao Su, you son of a bitch, don't run. In the room, Liang Yun chased Su Xingha. Fang Mu sat at the computer desk, watching the two brothers chase each other and couldn't help laughing. For a moment, he felt like he had returned to college. Back then, carefree, young Su studied code every day, while old Liang was busy flirting with girls from his QQ friends list. He was just a normal college student. Now, a few years have passed, and when he sees familiar scenes, he can't help but smile. Before long, Liang Yun returned, panting and waving his hands. Stop it, I can't keep up. If you knock the figurines off the wall again, I'll have to pay for them. They're not expensive, come on, I'll see you later. Su Xingha teased with a smile. Liang Yun rolled his eyes in exasperation, really exhausted. After all, as a salesman, how can you not drink? Over the years, he has gained weight. But the not expensive in Su Xingha's mouth is definitely Versailles. None of the figurines on the wall look like bargains, so how could they not be expensive? In the afternoon, Fang Mu took Liang Yun and Su Xingha back to Fang Yuan Investment. Su Xingha was somewhat surprised to hear that Liang Yun was leading a team to study car manufacturing. Fang Mu gave Su Xingha 2 tasks. One was to be responsible for the security protection of the Fang Yuan Investment website, which was not worth mentioning at all to him. The other is to lead a team to develop an automobile central control program. Looking at Fang Mu, who was talking confidently, Su Xingha felt in his heart that his brother Fang had really put a lot of thought into building a car. In that case, he would have to do his best to help him. Thinking this, Su Xingha nodded and agreed. The next day, Fang Mu did not come to the company, because tomorrow was the day when Fang Yuan Investment officially invited bids from suppliers. The general matters have been arranged, and Zhu Jinghe will handle the remaining details, so Fang Mu can rest assured and be a hands-off boss. On this day, Fang Mu had to accompany Yi Wanshuang to the hospital for a routine prenatal examination. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, she was already 18 weeks pregnant. Although it was a routine prenatal examination, every time Fang Mu had a prenatal examination, it would make him feel sad for a long time. Because of the need for a medical examination, blood tests are unavoidable. I thought that a routine medical examination would be a bit simpler, but I never imagined that they would still draw 5 tubes of blood from Yi Bunsang, 3 large tubes, 1 small tube, and 1 medium tube. After the blood was drawn, Fang Mu helped Yi Bunsang press on the needle site, feeling constantly distressed. It's okay, honey. Look, other pregnant women are doing the same thing. The worst that can happen is that when we get home, you'll give me a good body tonic. That's all there is to it. Lu Tianshu, who was standing nearby, also saw the look of concern on Fang Mu's face. He couldn't help but think to himself, brother Fang and sister Frost have such a good relationship, it's enviable. After the blood test, they had to do an ultrasound. In the past, when Fang Mu went for an ultrasound, he would be stopped at the door and not allowed in. But this time, a few minutes after Yi Wanrong went in, a young nurse came out and shouted, "Who is Yi Wanrong's family member?" "Yi Wanrong's family member, are you?" "Yes, I am." Upon hearing this, Fang Mu suddenly panicked. Could it be that something was wrong? Chapter 65, the baby kicked the probe directly and playfully. Fang Mu was extremely frightened. However, when he followed the nurse into the ultrasound room, he heard Yi Wanshuang's cheerful laughter. "Daughter-in-law? What's wrong?" "It's okay, honey, don't worry, I'm just laughing because the baby is being naughty." In the ultrasound room, Yi Wanshuang was lying next to the instrument, while the doctor was sliding the probe on her belly. Yi Wanshuang was smiling because the baby was very naughty and actually kicked the probe. Even the doctor was a little between laughter and tears, obviously rarely encountering such a naughty and active baby. Seeing the doctor and his daughter-in-law chatting and laughing, Fang Mu couldn't help but feel relieved, but he still asked with concern. "Is there nothing else?" This time, Yi Wanshuang didn't speak, but the doctor did. "Family member, don't worry, everything is fine. The amniotic fluid depth is just a little below standard, so when you get home, you should tell the pregnant woman to drink more water. Of course, it's not impossible that the baby has drunk the amniotic fluid. If that's the case, the amniotic fluid depth will be sufficient once the baby urinates. But even so, she should still drink more water. I called you in because I was afraid the pregnant woman wouldn't remember to drink more water herself, so I had to remind you as a family member." After the doctor finished explaining, Fang Mu felt a great weight lift from her shoulders, but she was still a little nervous. She asked the doctor, "Is it serious? Is there a problem?" The doctor assured her, "It's not serious." After that, the doctor didn't say anything else, but instead, she manipulated the equipment to record other data. Every time she encountered data that needed to be recorded, she would say something and then have the nurse type it out. It took about 8 or 9 minutes. After the doctor handed Fang Mu some toilet paper, this ultrasound examination was over. Fang Mu first helped Yi Wanshuang wipe the coupling agent off her stomach, then helped her up. After they thanked the doctor, they took the ultrasound results and left. "Hubby, I also asked the doctor the gender of the baby," Yi Wanshuang suddenly said. Fang Mu, however, was staring at the report in his hands and didn't care much, because he knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to find out anything. As expected, Yi Wanchuang shrugged helplessly. The doctor didn't say anything, but just pointed to the sign next to him, which read it is strictly forbidden for medical staff to tell patients the gender of their fetus. Well, it seems that when preparing clothes for the baby, I'll have to prepare 2 sets, one for a boy and one for a girl, just like I did for the baby's name. Yi Wanchuang pursed her lips and muttered, although she liked both boys and girls, she just couldn't help wanting to know in advance. But now it seems that the doctors are keeping their mouths shut, and I guess I won't know if it's a boy or a girl until after the baby is born. It's fine, as long as it's healthy, boys and girls are the same. Fang Mu reassured. He truly feels that as long as it is healthy, God knows how fast his heart was beating when the nurse came out and called his name just now. Afterwards, the 3 of them found a place with few people and a seat in the hospital to rest. When the nurse said when drawing blood that the test results would be available in about an hour, it was not worth going home. Moreover, Yi Wanchuang was also feeling unwell, so it was better not to go out and wander around. After all, it was a hospital and there were many people. While waiting for the test results, Fang Mu received a phone call from Singha. He told him the news: the test results for the Fang's solid-state battery are in. This was undoubtedly good news. As early as the beginning, Fang Mu started working on the Fang's solid-state battery, and after absorbing schw's factory and technology in this field, he began to try to manufacture it. For Fang Mu, who has perfect solid-state battery technology, it is not difficult to manufacture it. And today, the data and tests for the Fang's solid-state battery have finally been completed. Tomorrow is the day the suppliers bid, and the completion of the Fang's solid-state battery tests today will undoubtedly be a big help. After hanging up the phone, Fang Mu looked at his daughter-in-law, who wanted to say something but couldn't. The understanding Yi Bansuan giggled and said, "Hubby, after you drop us off at home, you can go back to work, but don't work too hard." Yi Bansuan knew that Fang Mu was doing this to provide a good living environment for her and the babies, and she sincerely hoped that he wouldn't get too tired. Fang Mu nodded and then told Lu Tianshu to make some soup for Yi Bansuan when she got home to nourish her body. "If you want to eat something, just tell Xiaoshu, or you can wait until I get back in the evening and cook you something you want to eat." "Yes, don't worry, honey, my mouth won't go hungry. If I get hungry, I'll find something to eat myself," Yi Bansuan said understandingly, with the aim of reassuring Fang Mu. After half an hour or so, Lu Tianshu returned with the test results, 7 or 8 sheets. After all, they were not professionals, and looking at the dense characters and values on the test results, none of the 3 of them could read them. After returning to the outpatient clinic, the doctor took the test results and looked them over, and also said something about what the doctor in the color Doppler room had said. "Drink plenty of water. Otherwise, there are no problems. Now at 18 weeks pregnant, when I come for my next prenatal checkup, I will need to make an appointment for a 3D color Doppler ultrasound. Hospitals these days are very considerate when it's almost time for a prenatal checkup, someone will call to notify you. You can't say they're not considerate, because there are just so many fewer newborns these days than before. Some small local obstetrics departments have even closed down. In order to keep their jobs, they have to be careful and considerate to the millionth degree." After leaving the hospital, Yi Bansuan bought a roasted sweet potato. Next to the cart selling roasted sweet potatoes was a vendor selling hydrogen balloons, and Yi Bansuan couldn't help but think that she would buy them for her baby to play with after it was born. She could even imagine the cute sight of her baby playing with the hydrogen balloons. After returning home, Fang Mu settled Yi Bansuan and then rushed to the company by car. After getting all the test results, Fang Mu was very happy, as this was a major weapon in his car-building arsenal. Building a car is not easy, and it is not just a matter of burning money to get results. But if you can burn money and have core technology, it will undoubtedly be much simpler. And what Fang Yuan investment lacks the most is money. The first time the funds were returned, Fang Mu had 50 billion in his hands, and Zhu Jinghe estimated that by the end of the year, at least another 60 billion could be raised. Both the first 50 billion and the second 60 billion are in the form of cash, not real estate. Feng Mu is going to spend 110 billion on car manufacturing. Not to mention anything else, there are no existing car companies that have the courage to do this. Moreover, with the help of solid-state batteries, Feng Mu doesn't even have to think about it, and can already tell that their cars will sell like hotcakes. On the left is money, a lot of money. On the right is technology, top-notch technology. Feng Mu is determined to win the supplier bidding tomorrow. Chapter 66, You're Not Here to Show Off. Time flies, and it's the next day. Today is a big day, as Fang Mu is going to meet with many suppliers. Although it's called a bidding, Fang Yuan investment is, after all, building a car for the first time, so its persuasiveness is very low. Most suppliers are skeptical or have reservations. This is understandable, after all, in the eyes of these suppliers, it's not very reliable. In the event that a cooperation contract was really signed, and Fang Yuan investment backed out, it would be the suppliers who suffered. So even if they came to the bidding meeting, they were just there to see what was going on. There may not have been many who really wanted to cooperate with Fang Yuan investment. At Fang Mu's suggestion, Singha ultimately did not inform the various suppliers of information such as the 60-day capital settlement, but wanted to stay on site to explain it. The purpose was to see the attitude of these suppliers. If they are neutral, they can be considered. If they question Fang Yuan investment as soon as they arrive and speak harshly, they can be disregarded. Although Fang Yuan investment cannot build cars without suppliers, Huaxia is not short of suppliers, and there is not just one supplier for each type of part. Unless all manufacturers are blacklisted, Fang Yuan investment is not afraid. After all, there is still a lot of unplanned space in the industrial zone. With no shortage of money, Fang Yuan investment does not mind setting up a production line and taking market share from those manufacturers. When Fang Mu left, Yu Wanchuang was still sleeping, or rather, catching up on sleep. The baby had been restless again last night, and Yu Wanchuang had stayed up until the middle of the night. If Fang Mu had not left, Yu Wanchuang would definitely have come over to help him take care of his clothes and give him a kiss. After briefing Lu Tianshu on a few things, Fang Mu set off, taking Quan with him to the headquarters building of Fang Yuan Investment. There was still plenty of time, with the bidding meeting starting in just over an hour. However, some manufacturer representatives had already arrived. At Fang Mu's signal, Jingha arranged for them to be noted down. The reason was simple: those who could arrive early at the bidding meeting definitely had the intention to cooperate. If they really want to cooperate with Fang Yuan Investment after the bidding meeting, they can be given some concessions and priority. Time flies. The number of people at the bidding meeting has also increased. Looking around, everyone present is a senior executive of their respective companies, and there are even a number of small manufacturers. Today's bidding meeting will be presided over by Jingha. Fang Mu stays behind the scenes in case there are any other problems. Fang Yuan Investment is well known in the investment world, but not as well known in the manufacturing sector. Therefore, the slightly larger manufacturers present naturally did not treat Fang Yuan Investment with respect. Although they also knew that Fang Yuan Investment was a large enterprise with considerable investment means, in their view, it was the former that was seeking their help. As a result, some people's attitude was truly infuriating. Even when Jing had greeted them, they pretended not to hear. In response, Fang Mu directly blocked them. After figuring out the identity of the other party, Fang Mu smiled. It turned out to be Carter Technology. Carter Technology produces lithium batteries and is a well-known domestic and foreign battery supplier, often supplying batteries for some well-known new energy vehicle brands. Fang Mu smiled. If it were any other supplier, he might pay attention to it, but since Carter Technology was causing so much trouble, he would not hold back. There are hundreds of parts, large and small, that make up a car, and Fang Mu is least afraid of problems with the supply of batteries. Not to mention that after the unveiling of Fang's own Fang solid-state battery, it will completely surprise everyone present. Jingha returned to the stage, and for a while, the noisy sounds in the audience also disappeared and quieted down. First, there was a process-oriented expression of gratitude. According to the past experience of everyone present, after the gratitude, there would be some polite words and offers of discounts. However, no one expected that Fang Yuan Investment would not follow the usual routine at all. After expressing his gratitude in a symbolic way, Jingha went straight to the point. I will now state the price of each accessory one by one. Those who are interested in cooperating with our company should listen carefully. Drive motor dual motor, our price. Drive motor single motor, our price. Jingha spoke at a normal speed, and everyone there could hear him clearly. However, because their intentions were different, their performances naturally varied. The suppliers of Fang Yuan Investment were already on the edge of their seats, listening intently, afraid of missing a word. Those who had come to watch the show were happily crossing their legs, not at all concerned about what Jingha was saying on stage. Building a car is not easy, and it requires a lot of parts. Even if some parts need to be developed in-house, they still rely on various suppliers. This is also the reason why some suppliers are so arrogant. 20 minutes passed, and Jingha also finished reading the document in one breath. In order to give the suppliers time to consider, Zhuo Jinghe announced that the meeting was adjourned and everyone would have a half-hour to 1-hour break. We, Fang Yuan Investment, have prepared a lounge for everyone, please. The suppliers scattered inside the room, and when they left, they were more or less talking to their peers or colleagues about the offer given by Fang Yuan Investment. Whether it was high or low, no one was telling the truth, and they were all calculating in their hearts. There was no intention of being extremely comfortable with the suppliers of Fang Yuan Investment, eating snacks and staying in the lounge. Some suppliers were frequently calling their bosses in the lounge to explain the details. At this time, at the behest of Fang Mu, Zhuo Jinghe led the men to go through all the lounges. They were not there to offer condolences, but to distribute a document entitled, The Method of Settlement of Funds Given to Suppliers by Fang Yuan Investment. Originally, the major suppliers thought that Fang Yuan Investment was no different from or inferior to other car companies. But when they saw the document in their hands with the Fang Yuan Investment stamp, they were shocked, because it said clearly that the capital settlement cycle was 60 days and that the settlement would be made in cash. Hardly anyone understood better than the suppliers what this short line of words represented. For a moment, the entire lounge exploded. Some suppliers who could make their own decisions hurriedly left the lounge and went to the bidding meeting. Those who were not qualified to make decisions called their bosses to inform them of the details. When the representative of Carter Technology opened the lounge, he was shocked. Didn't we agree to raise the price? Why are they all rushing to the bidding meeting? This damn sense of betrayal. Chapter 67, Gossip Exchange Meeting? No, isn't this a bidding exchange meeting? For suppliers, the amount of money earned is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to be able to get the money. Compared to the long settlement cycles of other car companies, which are like old women's foot wraps, the 60-day settlement cycle of Fang Yuan Investment is extremely attractive. You have to know that even long-established suppliers sometimes want to call the police. They are obviously cooperating well with some companies, but the other party suddenly goes bankrupt. Where can they go to reason and cry? Whether it is an unreasonably long capital settlement cycle or the acceptance of Fang Yuan Investment, don't be too sincere in this regard. When Gu Xinghua, the representative of Carter Technology, returned to the bidding meeting, those suppliers who had originally agreed to raise the price all shamelessly pushed forward. Shit. No face? Where is the most basic trust between people? We agreed to work together to do evil, and you. Gu Xinghua's words had not finished speaking when his voice suddenly stopped. This was because he saw the person in charge of the supplier bidding meeting of Fang Yuan Investment, Zhuo Jinghe. Mr. Gu, what did you say just now? Zhuo Jinghe asked with a smile. Gu Xinghua was full of discomfort, and after a few dry laughs, he quietly slipped away. As Gu Xinghua turned to leave, the smile on Zhuo Jinghe's face instantly faded, and a cold expression emerged in its place. Although he had long known that Carter Technology was not a friendly visitor, Gu Xinghua's undisguised badmouthing of Fang Yuan Investment in front of other suppliers was truly intolerable. Furthermore, Fang Yuan Investment and Carter Technology had no grudges against each other. The other party is still so hostile towards Fang Yuan Investment. I really don't know what they're thinking. The only thing that makes sense is that Gu Xinghua is making the decisions. President Zhuo, should we kick the people from Carter Technology out? Someone suggested on the side. Zhuo Jinghe shook his head and smiled evilly. No need. That would make us, Fang Yuan Investment, look rude. Don't worry, Carter Technology doesn't have many good days left. It's not me who said that, it's the boss. Among the many suppliers present, Fang Yuan Investment is the least worried about falling out with Carter Technology. After all, Fang Yuan Investment is in possession of the most advanced and stable Fang solid-state battery. It's really exciting to wait and see what the representatives of Carter Technology will look like when Fang solid-state battery is unveiled. Zhuo Jinghe returned to the stage. This time, instead of standing, she brought a bench and sat down to talk with the various suppliers. Just now, she stood to speak and make an offer to show respect. Now, however, it is not yet certain who needs whom. Fang Yuan Investment will not be limited by anyone, and the people of Fang Yuan Investment, including Zhuo Jinghe, have their own pride. Just as Zhuo Jinghe had thought, the situation took a turn. The suppliers, who had hesitated not long ago, were now completely different people, and their attitude had also undergone a 180-degree change. The representatives of those suppliers spoke in a softer tone, their mouths were sweet, and what they said was very pleasing. Zhuo Jinghe really liked talking to them. As the supplier of power modules, Lingfei Science expressed its willingness to accept the offer of Fan Yuan Investment and to establish a cooperative relationship, the remaining suppliers also raised their hands high, like little children, seeking cooperation. Among them were many suppliers of the same parts. In order to compete to become a partner of Fan Yuan Investment, they actually fought each other. They had originally agreed to put aside past grievances, raise prices together, and seek greater profits together. But now, the boat of friendship has capsized. Not to mention raising prices together, they are afraid that the other party's quotation will be lower than their own. In this way, 2 or even more suppliers of parts and components, in front of Zhuo Jinghe and the rest of the Fan Yuan Investment team, began to compete with each other, except that the direction of this competition was downward. He lowered the price by 1 unit, and the other company lowered it by 2 units, and in the end, it was a fifth lower than Fan Yuan Investment's offer. Although a fifth lower doesn't seem like much, if each part is lowered by a fifth, the savings Fan Yuan Investment can make is a very terrifying figure. This is the advantage of a bidding meeting. Not only can you get a lower offer, but you can even get a bargain. For example, someone is poaching employees. Or for example, the factory manager's personal life is in chaos. Zhuo Jinghe quickly paused. Although she really wanted to listen, today was the bidding meeting for Fan Yuan Investment, not a gossip exchange. If it weren't inappropriate, Zhuo Jinghe really wanted to add the contact information of the 2 of them. Why not create a group chat and argue some more? Remember to add me. Everyone, please be quiet. We at Fan Yuan Investment are very interested in establishing a cooperative relationship with you. Our boss has clearly instructed that as long as you can trust us, we at Fan Yuan Investment will definitely protect your interests. I know that many of you here provide the same spare parts, so you can submit samples of your own spare parts to us, Fan Yuan Investment. The best will become our partners. Zhuo Jinghe's actions are a bit like picking and choosing. If it were normal, these suppliers might want to argue, but now, they won't even do that. Not to mention arguing, they even directly threaten how excellent their products are. In the blink of an eye, the original bidding process turned into a mutual expose. He said that their products were of good quality, and the other manufacturer would say that they were difficult to maintain. The bidding meeting site became lively again. Didn't your company just sign a big contract with Pengpong? Why are you here? What's the matter? Your company's production capacity is so strong that you can play with 2 boats? Get lost. None of your business. I just spoke to the boss on the phone. If there are no surprises, our boss is rushing to the headquarters of a certain Pang right now to demand an end to the partnership. Which Pang is worthy of relying on like our Fan Yuan Investment? Shame on you. Obviously, it was you who looked down on Fan Yuan Investment just now. Shut up. General Zhuo, our boss would rather cancel orders with other companies than cooperate with our Fan Yuan Investment. This sincerity is evident to heaven and earth. Zhuo Jinghe nodded very seriously, then bowed his head to take notes, but in reality, his feet and legs were twisted together under the table. That's a really mushy thing to say. But although it sounds mushy, it makes people feel good. What's going on? Oh, it must be the contrast that brings a sense of relief. After all, not long ago, these suppliers in front of them were arrogant and conceited. But now they are raising their hands and shouting, "Choose me, choose me, choose me." Chapter 68, strongly shattering the other party's sense of superiority. Zhuo Jinghe greatly admired her boss. With just a little trickery, the boss had made these arrogant, insolent suppliers who looked down on Fan Yuan Investment's car manufacturing plan behave like good boys. Zhuo Jinghe and the group of people belonging to Fan Yuan Investment were very efficient. They quickly summarized and recorded the suppliers interested in cooperating with Fan Yuan Investment. Many of them are suppliers of the same spare parts, and they also bicker with each other, allowing Zhuo Jinghe to learn a lot of insider information that is difficult for laymen to know. Zhuo Jinghe recorded them all. These conversations will be a factor in who Fan Yuan Investment agrees to cooperate with in the future. It took about an hour, and Zhuo Jinghe made a backup record of 98% of the suppliers present. The suppliers that were not recorded were mainly energy battery suppliers such as Carter Technology. To be precise, none of these new energy battery suppliers were invited by Fan Yuan Investment. Some of them even heard about it themselves and rushed over to join the fun. At the moment, basically all suppliers have been recorded, and the fact that they were excluded naturally caused everyone to be surprised. After all, how could car manufacturing, especially new energy vehicles, be separated from energy batteries? Yuan Investment has left out the only supplier that can provide energy batteries. This kind of behavior is a bit baffling. Not to mention the other suppliers. Gu Xinghua, the representative of Carter Technology, could no longer sit still. After the other suppliers returned to their respective seats, Gu Xinghua asked, President Zhuo, I wonder if you, Yuan Investment, have already found a supplier of energy batteries? Zhuo Jinghe still wore a smile on his face and shook his head. Gu Xinghua was unhappy. Then I will ask you, President Zhuo, what is the purpose of you, Yuan Investment, inviting me and others here? Are you treating us like fools? While he was questioning Zhuo Jinghe, the other representative from Carter Technology, who had come with him, kept tugging at his clothes. Gu Xinghua was very dissatisfied, shaking off his colleague's hand while questioning him. Zhuo Jinghe did not get angry when he saw this, but instead fixed his gaze on the other representative from Carter Technology. Representatively, I saw that you seemed to have something to say just now. Representative Gu, I will answer your question later. Representatively, please go ahead. For a moment, the attention of most people at the scene was focused on this representatively. There was no choice. In order to prevent Gu Xinghua from making any more elementary mistakes, this representatively had to tell the truth. Well, I just want to say something to Representative Gu. Gu Xinghua's brows furrowed slightly, his face showing displeasure. What is it? Well, Yuan Investment has not invited our company, Carter Technology. As soon as these words came out, Gu Xinghua's displeasure on his face solidified. After a long pause, he stammered and asked, No, you haven't been invited? After seeing representatively nod in confirmation, Gu Xinghua twitched the corners of his mouth, speechless. On the contrary, many of the suppliers on the scene really couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing the harsh laughter, Gu Xinghua's face turned pale. After glaring ferociously at his colleague, he pondered a way to save a little face. And then he really found a way. I'm sorry, but I still have to say something. President Zhuo, the most important thing in building a car is to solve the energy problem. If you, Yuan Investment, don't want to solve the energy supply problem first, but instead have to sign contracts with other suppliers, doesn't that feel like putting the cart before the horse? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the supplier representatives present suddenly turned a little sour. Because no matter who you are, you can hear a sense of superiority and disdain for other suppliers in Gu Xin's words. It makes people feel very uncomfortable. In theory, a car needs a lot of parts, so there is naturally a reason for this. Why is this guy so superior? If you have a sense of superiority, then have it, but why look down on others? Not only did the other suppliers present feel this way, Zhuo Jinghe was also a little speechless and couldn't help but think one thing: if this Gu Xinghua was an employee of his own company, he really wanted to slap him to death. He speaks without regard for the situation and has no emotional intelligence. Could it be that he is the mistress's little lover? How did such a brainless person achieve a high-level position? By pulling hatred around like this, isn't he really afraid that the wheel of fortune will turn and one day in the future, he will be stoned by a friend in the business? However, since Gu Xinghua has asked himself such a shameless question, Zhuo Jinghe naturally will not avoid answering. Looking at the arrogant expression on his face, Zhuo Jinghe smiled. I think you are wrong, Mr. Gu. For us, Yuan Investment, all partners are very important, and there is no such thing as someone being more important than others. Even if you provide us with a single schw, we at Yuan Investment will treat it with respect. Therefore, President Gu, please don't make your usual arrogant speech at our Yuan Investment bidding meeting. It really gives the impression that you don't respect everyone. Zhuo Jinghe was a skilled speaker, and in just a few words he had pushed Gu Xinghua and Carter Technology to the opposite side of the suppliers. At the same time, it also demonstrated the attitude of Yuan Investment towards other suppliers, and incidentally bought over some hearts and minds. After the words fell, the hearts of some suppliers who had been upset by Gu Xinghua were appeased, and they even had the idea that there would be absolutely no surprises if they cooperated with Yuan Investment. Zhuo Jinghe was so disrespectful, and Gu Xinghua had the urge to turn around and leave. At that moment, he really wanted to say some harsh words to make Yuan Investment not regret it. But before he could say anything threatening, Zhuo Jinghe spoke again. Whether you are friends invited by us, Yuan Investment, or not, as long as you are willing to stay, you are all welcome. In this way, Gu Xinghua, who had originally wanted to drag other energy battery suppliers away, directly failed in his wish. President Gu, if you are going to stay, please sit down. The next item on our Yuan Investment bidding meeting will begin soon. Gu Xinghua was originally not interested, not at all, until he heard what Zhuo Jinghe said the next item was. In order to reassure everyone to cooperate with us, Fang Yuan Investment, we want to showcase an up-to-date scientific research achievement. And this scientific research achievement is Fang's solid-state battery. When the word solid-state battery came out of Zhuo Jinghe's mouth, the bidding meeting, which had been a bit noisy, suddenly quieted down, as if you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 69, isn't this more effective than advertising? Then, the whole place erupted in excitement. The suppliers present basically dealt with automobile companies as their main business, so naturally they knew what solid-state batteries meant. Safer. More reliable. More durable. Although Zhuo Jinghe didn't say much, everyone present was shocked and couldn't stop staring. In particular, the few energy battery suppliers led by Carter Technology were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Even an outsider knows what a solid-state battery means, let alone a manufacturer like Carter Technology that specializes in energy batteries. Take Carter Technology as an example. They have been deeply involved in energy batteries for many years, and now they have taken advantage of the new energy trend to soar directly, from an unknown small factory to a well-known supplier at home and abroad. Unfortunately, Carter Technology's enterprising spirit is too small. After making money, research funding has instead reached new lows year after year. The senior management of Carter Technology generally believe that the current energy battery technology has reached a bottleneck and it will be difficult to make a breakthrough for a while. Since it is already difficult to make a breakthrough, what's the point of increasing research and development efforts? Instead of wasting money, it is better to protect the original market. Today, Fang Yuan Investment has actually come up with a solid-state battery. How could Gu Xinghua not be shocked? Gu Xinghua, who originally wanted to leave the bidding meeting venue, was also pulled down by his colleagues. Zhuo Jinghe did not just pay lip service. After the bidding meeting had quieted down, the curtains were drawn by the staff, and soon the meeting room was pitch black. Then, as Zhuo Jinghe left the stage, the ready projector was activated. The image on the screen was a record of an experiment. In the laboratory, the researchers were holding a solid-state battery in their hands and giving a demonstration. Then, a surprising scene appeared. After a staff member connected the solid-state battery to the light bulb, he actually used sharp scissors to cut the solid-state battery in half. And as the solid-state battery was cut with scissors, the light bulb that was lit only went out for a moment and then resumed shining brightly. Not only that, the staff member actually cut another piece, and the brightness of the bulb remained the same. At this point, the experimental record of the solid-state battery was over. Although it was only a few short minutes, it still demonstrated the safety and reliability of the solid-state battery. Gu Xinghua, as the representative of Carter Technology, really wanted to say that it was all fake. But then he thought, if he did, he would really offend Fang Yuan Investment, and when he got back to the company, he would definitely be scolded by his boss. But if he didn't say anything, he would feel like there was a lump in his throat, which was really uncomfortable. But in fact, even if Gu Xinghua didn't want to admit it, he also felt that the solid-state battery that Fang Yuan Investment had brought out was very likely real. This could be seen from the fact that Fang Yuan Investment did not invite energy battery suppliers to the bidding meeting. And Zhuo Jinghe, who was sitting up there, wasn't worried at all that she would offend Carter Technology to death. All of this shows one thing, and that is that Fang Yuan Investment already has stable and reliable solid-state batteries. This is definitely not a good thing for traditional energy battery companies. As soon as she thought this, the bidding meeting site also brightened up at Zhuo Jinghe's signal, and she herself walked up to the stage. The above is a solid-state battery completely manufactured by our Fang Yuan Investment Research, and it can now be produced stably. Zhuo Jinghe explained with a smile, and her admiration for Fang Mu reached a peak. The display of the solid-state battery was undoubtedly proof that Fang Yuan Investment had flexed its muscles. Although Zhuo Jinghe didn't say much, the suppliers present knew one thing: Fang Yuan Investment was not just talking about building cars. And with the solid-state battery technology that Fang Yuan Investment currently possessed, it would definitely have an immeasurable impact on the automotive market. Thinking about this, the faces of many supplier heads and representatives were filled with broad smiles. Fang Yuan Investment is about to take off, so becoming a partner of Fang Yuan Investment will undoubtedly be a very correct choice. But any hesitation for even a second is disrespectful to money. For a time, many supplier representatives at the scene were glad that they were fortunate not to have listened to certain people who were stirring up trouble here. Gu Xinghua from Carter Technology was the only one whose face was getting more and more ugly. In the end, he left in disgrace without even waiting for the bidding meeting to end. The bidding meeting for Fang Yuan Investment went very smoothly. In Zhuo Jinghe's original plan for Fang Mu, the bidding meeting was to last a week. However, in just half a day, all the suppliers were gathered together, and some local suppliers even came directly in the afternoon to sign a cooperation contract with fuan Investment. Some of the suppliers even turned down orders from other car brands in order to be on standby in case fuan Investment needed them. Naturally, fuan Investment was grateful for this, and Fangmu offered a concession. The research and development costs for the parts and molds would also be borne by fuan Investment. Now the suppliers didn't have to bear any risk at all, they just needed to turn up the power and mobilize their production capacity. At the bidding meeting, the solid-state battery was officially unveiled. Many of the suppliers present were well known in the automotive industry, and the news from them would undoubtedly cause quite a stir in the new energy vehicle sector. During the video playback, Singha did not forbid everyone to take photos, but instead took the lead. After the bidding meeting ended, the news of fuan Investment's future solid-state battery spread like wildfire. When the news of the first batch of cars equipped with solid-state batteries broke, everyone was thrown into a panic. When the car companies on the market saw that solid-state batteries were being developed, they didn't believe it at first. Their second reaction was to hurry up and find a solution. Either they would step up their research and development, or they would find a way to purchase solid-state batteries from fuan Investment so that they could take the lead in the release of new products. Then those who felt like the sky had fallen were the owners of new energy vehicles who had just spent a high price on them. The new car hasn't even been driven enough, and a solid-state battery has already been released? Are you kidding me? The most nervous person is none other than Carter Tech, a company that sells energy batteries. If fuan Investment's solid-state battery is real, then it is no surprise that Carter Tech's fate will definitely not be good. Chapter 70 World Innovation Conference. The suppliers' speeches are much better than the advertisements that fuan Investment pays for. It's nothing unusual for fuan Investment to build cars. At most, people who know about fuan Investment will be a little surprised, but that's about it. After all, ordinary people generally don't come into contact with fuan Investment and don't know its strength. But for suppliers, fuan Investment's decision to build cars is a big enough thing to cause a stir. After all, the boss of fuan Investment has so much silver in his hands that even if he were to throw it away like a stone, it would still make a big noise. Not to mention that fuan Investment also has the trump card of solid-state batteries in its hands. For a time, those suppliers who successfully established cooperative relationships with fuan Investment could not help but feel grateful for their decision. Because in their view, it was only a matter of time before fuan Investment resounded throughout the land. However, there were still skeptical voices in the outside world. In particular, the energy battery companies, led by Carter Technology, were the loudest in their doubts. This was understandable. After all, if fuan Investment really had mastered the mature solid-state battery technology, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to their energy battery companies. As everyone knows, they are not afraid of competitors taking away their business, because everyone is competing based on their own strengths, and everyone's abilities are more or less the same. In terms of products, they are basically the same, at most with different names, but essentially they are all more or less the same. But competitors are not afraid of taking away their business, they are afraid of upsetting the table. Now, fuan Investment has the capital to upset the table. In the eyes of energy battery companies such as Carter Technology, fuan Investment already has the ability to trample on them. This is not something that anyone wants to see. Therefore, even though fuan Investment had already demonstrated the solid-state battery at the bidding meeting, the executives of companies such as Carter Technology still refused to believe it, and even directly questioned it out loud. When the news of fuan Investment's solid-state battery was released, Carter Technology also released a piece of information an hour later. The headline of this piece of information was "Honesty is the first condition for scientific knowledge." People in the industry could immediately tell that Carter Technology was naming fuan Investment. With the industry leaders taking the lead, more and more energy battery companies have also voiced doubts about the authenticity of the solid-state batteries in the possession of fuan Investment. For a time, under the leadership of these companies, it seemed that the fact that fuan Investment had already mastered the solid-state battery was no longer so surprising, because everyone was waiting to see how credible this matter was. It is not just their peers who are questioning them. Even the so-called experts who claim to be energy experts have jumped out like clowns. Anyone who knows the real situation knows that these experts are no different from pundits. They just look up some information online and start making up stories, or look at photos and start making up stories with emotion. But it is worth mentioning that the power of public opinion that these experts can drive should not be underestimated. In particular, there was the energy battery company that took the lead in questioning it. Now there are self-proclaimed experts questioning it. The general public is also gradually doubting whether Fang Yuan Investment has really mastered the technology of solid-state batteries. I am becoming more and more skeptical about solid-state batteries. If they really exist, why don't they come out and explain? I've checked it out, it's an investment company, probably fake. After all, such companies either lie about the investment or the investment project. You'd better not believe a single word they say. If it's really fake, then aren't we consumers being taken for fools, tricked into investing our enthusiasm? Damn you. There are a lot of these comments on the internet. Singha sees hundreds of them every day. At first, she didn't think anything of it, but as time went on, and it got worse and worse every day, she realized there was a problem. Someone must be leading the charge. The astute Singha quickly arranged for someone to investigate, and sure enough, behind these pundits and representatives, she saw the figure of companies such as Carter Technology. At first, Carter Technology only used these words to test the waters. But when they saw that Fang Yuan Investment did not object to these doubts, they became more and more confident, and more convinced that Fang Yuan Investment was just bluffing. The senior management of Carter Technology came to a conclusion after discussion. Fang Yuan Investment may have really dabbled in solid-state batteries, or may have made some small achievements, but it is definitely not yet at the point of practical application. If not, why didn't they come forward to defend themselves? As it was, Fang Yuan Investment didn't have time to explain, and Carter Technology took it as a sign of guilt. In fact, Jingha also approached Fang Mu for advice on whether to come forward and clarify. But Fang Mu didn't care, and instead felt that the louder the questioning voice, the better. Because no matter how loud the questioning voice is now, the greater the effect it will have when the time comes. After all, the best solution is to hit back when someone questions you. And Fang Yuan Investment should slap those doubts back in their faces right now. However, Fang Yuan Investment is busy with other things and can't take care of it, so it ignores the doubts. Jingha is a smart person. After the conversation, she figured out what Fang Mu meant. So, behind the doubts that were circulating, there were actually the water armies of Fang Yuan Investment. Yes, it was the water army that Jingha had hired, with the goal of joining in and amplifying the doubts. As Fang Mu said, the louder the voices of doubt now, the louder the contrast will be when the time comes, which will help Fang Yuan Investment take advantage of the situation. And the thing that will make Fang Yuan Investment face up to it is the annual World Innovation Conference. It is precisely because they are busy with the World Innovation Conference that Fang Yuan Investment doesn't bother to pay attention to the voices of doubt. Because as long as they win the gold medal at the World Innovation Conference, the voices of doubt will be disproved. After all, the central theme of the World Innovation Conference is to explore human innovation and development. The solid-state battery in the possession of Fang Yuan Investment can definitely show off its capabilities at this conference. This conference is international. If you can perform brilliantly at this international conference, it will undoubtedly show off your skills in front of the global scientific community. At that time, the voices of doubt will only become a joke. Chapter 71, Stealing the Rice? No, I'm turning the table. The World Innovation Conference was held in Kyoto, the capital of China. Long before all walks of life questioned Fang Yuan Investment's solid-state battery, Fang Mu sent Liang Yun to lead the team. The Innovation Conference was very grand. Many domestic and foreign companies also brought their works to the competition. Therefore, the Innovation Conference also has the same effect as an expo. Liang Yun had never participated in such a conference before, but after all, he was a genuine gold medal salesperson, with both his intelligence and emotional quotient online. So, after arriving in Kyoto, he quickly became friends with some representatives of domestic companies, and at first glance, their relationship seemed to be particularly good. This expo also really broadened Liang Yun's horizons, and he realized that there were so many wonderful things in the world. However, Liang Yun was not discouraged or ashamed, but instead, he was full of enthusiasm and even had a faint expectation. He was looking forward to the unveiling of Fang Yuan Investment's solid-state battery. The order in which the products were unveiled at the Innovation Conference was determined based on the order of registration. Fang Yuan Investment registered relatively late, so it was further down the list, but it was only a difference of one day. So from the beginning, Liang Yun was waiting, and finally, he made it to the second day. The quality of the entries on the second day was significantly lower than the first day. Some representatives of companies that came every year did not even come to the exhibition on the second day. However, when the booth belonging to Fang Yuan Investment appeared, the crowd could not help but be shocked. After all, the words solid-state battery were really too eye-catching. After the solid-state battery was unveiled, many people in the exhibition hall were attracted to it. Liang Yun was very happy and proud, but he could not afford to enjoy this feeling of worship from all sides, and he had to hurry to host it. Fang Mu had given him this task, and in Liang Yun's mind, he could not afford to mess it up. If he did, he might as well buy a block of tofu and drive it into a wall. Liang Yun was very eloquent. After calming the crowd, he began his introduction. This time, the unveiling of Fang Yuan Investment's solid-state battery was not the same as the viral video on the internet, but a real performance test. This test included low temperatures, high temperatures, and other types of extreme working environments. Although the working environment of the energy source is harsh, its performance is stable. Those present all secretly believed after seeing this, believing that Fang Yuan Investment has really mastered solid-state battery technology. For a time, the whole audience was in an uproar. What no one in any industry expected was that Fang Yuan Investment, which was full of doubt, had actually quietly accomplished a great feat by attending the World Innovation Conference. And they even won first place? Once the news spread, Carter Technology was completely shocked and swore. Because, damn it, Fang Yuan Investment is actually serious. The industry felt like the sky had fallen when they found out that Fang Yuan Investment had actually mastered solid-state battery technology. The pundits felt numb because they had questioned and attacked Fang Yuan Investment the most fiercely. At the time, they felt that Fang Yuan Investment was in the wrong and was too afraid to refute their accusations. Now it seems that they didn't have time to deal with them. Now it's fine, Fang Yuan Investment has won first prize at the innovation conference without saying a word, and they've shown their faces. Now it's time to punish them, right? Just as these pundits guessed. On the day the World Innovation Conference ended, Fang Yuan Investment issued a statement that it would hold these pundits accountable one by one. By holding them accountable one by one, it means that it will not let any of them off the hook. God knows what the pundits' faces will look like when they see this announcement. The industry is shocked, the experts are frightened, and consumers are shocked. In particular, when the relevant footage from the World Innovation Conference appears, consumers are even more shocked. Fang Yuan Investment has already mastered solid-state battery technology, which is undoubtedly a good thing for consumers. Not to mention the fact that just being able to experience ultra-high battery life is already enough to make many consumers excited. After all, no one wants to spend money on a car and be worried about insufficient battery life. Running out of battery life, and not being able to turn on the air conditioning, is undoubtedly a major worry for car owners. Another worry is having to queue up to charge the car at the highway. Now these two problems will be solved by the solid-state battery, and consumers are saying that's awesome. Those consumers who previously questioned it are now directly impressed by Fang Yuan Investment, and they are still loyal fans. In addition, even foreign car companies were stunned by the news of the release of the solid-state battery. Soon, foreign car companies contacted Fang Yuan Investment to cooperate and import solid-state batteries. Not only that, but even orders from a group of energy battery companies such as Carter Technology will face a problem of shrinking by more than half, and this half will naturally be attracted away by Fang Yuan Investment. Although directly selling the Fang's solid-state battery can also make Fang Mu make a fortune. But Fang Mu wants to do more than just that. And if Fang's solid-state battery is sold directly now, it will undoubtedly be a wedding gift for those car companies that use it. At that time, those car companies will announce in a high-profile manner that the first work of art to use a solid-state battery. Consumers will only praise those car companies, and will not remember that Fang Yuan Investment is the founder of Fang's solid-state battery. It feels like a daughter that you have raised for 18 years has suddenly been abducted by a yellow-haired man. Fang Mu did not want to experience this feeling. So, without thinking twice, he asked Zhuo Jinghe to reject a number of domestic and foreign car companies. When the news spread, Carter Technology was so grateful. After all, if Fang Yuan Investment really chose to sell solid-state batteries directly, Carter Technology would have to close down as soon as possible. The appearance of Fang's solid-state battery has catalyzed technological innovation in the energy industry. No one wants to be killed by Fang Yuan Investment, so all companies have rolled up their sleeves and started working hard. Research funding is being poured in. Talents are being recruited. The goal is to get their own solid-state battery technology out as soon as possible, so that they can withstand the impact that Fang Yuan Investment will bring. Unfortunately, the idea is good, but it is really difficult to implement. Solid-state batteries are really not that easy to research. It consumes a lot of manpower and resources, and in the end, it's just spinning its wheels, which is nothing new. Fang Mu was also able to take a rare break from work to spend time with his wife and family. He also had a good new year. But the owner of Carter Technology didn't have a good new year. Chapter 72, My usual meal is just a little over 100 million points. A few months later, Yu Wanchuan looked at the date on her phone and fell into deep thought. After a while, Fang Mu handed Yu Wanchuan a glass of milk and said, "Honey, what are you thinking about?" Yu Wanchuan heard her husband's voice and pouted before putting the phone screen in front of Fang Mu. She complained, "Look. Ha? What's the big deal? It's just an ordinary Tuesday, what's there to see?" Fang Mu was at a loss for words. It wasn't anyone's birthday or any anniversary, so why was his wife in such a bad mood? His mind raced, but he couldn't think of anything special about today. Yu Wanchuan pointed to a small corner on the phone and said, "Today is the 38th week of our baby's pregnancy." After saying that, she lowered her head and stroked her stomach, exasperated, and said, "Stupid baby, when are you going to come out of mommy's belly? You can't just stay in there forever." Fang Mu understood immediately that his wife was complaining about the baby. He then joined forces with his wife and lectured the baby in the womb. "Baby, I'm your father. Did you hear what your mother just said? If you didn't hear it clearly, I'll say it again. As a good boy, you can't default on the rent, so come out when it's time. Your mother had a hard time carrying you, so try to make it a little easier on her. If you don't listen, I'll spank you when you come out." Perhaps the little baby in Fang Mu's belly understood what he said. It seemed that when he heard his father say he would spank him, the little one was very reluctant and promptly kicked Yu Wanrong's stomach. A mother knows her child best. The baby tossed and turned in the womb, and Yu Wanrong knew what she wanted to say. Immediately, she slapped Fang Mu's shoulder gently and said coquettishly, "Hubby, keep your voice down. You just yelled at the baby. And you can't be so mean to the baby, you have to be a gentle father, okay?" Hearing these words, Fang Mu was stunned. He had clearly been defending his wife, but now he had been lectured instead. What was more, he hadn't yelled at the baby just then. How could he bear to? He had just spoken a little louder. He would just have to be more careful in the future. "I know." Fang Mu nodded. "In the third trimester, you need to be especially careful. You dare not go to faraway places, for fear of giving birth halfway there. So during this period, Yu Wanchuan's range of activities is limited to the home. Since the baby has reached 37 weeks, it is full term, and every day she is most looking forward to the baby coming out of her belly, but there is no movement at all. She can't go out to play, she is especially tired, and there are a lot of junk food she wants to eat that she can't eat. Yu Wanchuan thinks about delivery every day. Suddenly, she came across a video on how to induce labor quickly. After watching it, she came to Fang Mu excitedly. "Hubby, watch this video. Many of my friends said that they had hot pot for dinner and had a reaction that night. Their babies were born the next morning. I really want our baby to be born soon. Why don't we try it?" "Of course you can." Fang Mu nodded. He supported whatever his wife wanted to do, not to mention that he could see how hard she was working while pregnant and it hurt him to see. If the baby can come to this world a little earlier, it would be a good thing. He is also looking forward to meeting the baby. It is now 4 p.m., and the restaurants are starting to open. After receiving her husband's affirmation, Yu Wanchuan began to change her clothes and put on her maternity clothes. She originally wanted to put on her socks on her own, but her stomach was so big that she could not bend down at all. Seeing this, Fang Mu quickly helped his wife onto a bench and whispered, "Honey, this is such a trivial matter, you could have just told me to do it. You're pregnant now, it's inconvenient, and it's normal that you can't put on your socks. What, are you embarrassed to let your husband put on your socks for you?" Fang Mu snapped out a burst of output, and Yu Wanchuan pouted and whispered back, "People just want to try it. If I can put them on, I won't trouble you." Bang! Just as she finished speaking, Fang Mu gave his wife a brain pop on the forehead. He pretended to be angry and said, "What do you mean trouble? We are husband and wife, people who are going to work together for the rest of our lives, this is not a problem at all. This is just a little lesson for you. Next time you say something wrong, I'll bite your lips." Fang Mu said domineeringly, because sometimes she feels that his wife is too distant from him, and he doesn't like that feeling. Yu Wanchuan heard this and replied softly with pursed lips. She felt that she had spoken a little bit without considering her husband as her own person. Then she put on an injured, little bunny look, tugged on Fang Mu's corner of his shirt and puffed up her cheeks as she said softly, "Honey, you hurt me. Pain makes you remember, so you won't forget next time, Fang Mu said seriously. After helping Yi Wanrong put on her socks, Fang Mu couldn't bear to see his wife's pitiful little face, so he held her in his lap and gently blew on the spot where he had just poked her. Does it still hurt? Yi Wanchuang heard this and laughed with a sense of accomplishment, saying, actually, I was lying to you. It didn't hurt when I hit you. Ha, got fooled, didn't you? After Yi Wanchuang finished speaking, she quickly got off her husband's lap and fled, afraid of being punished by him. As he watched his wife running, Fang Mu worriedly chased after her, saying, wife, you run slowly, don't fall. The working class in Shanghai still had no chin, and the two of them had a clear path all the way, quickly reaching the popular hot pot restaurant in Shanghai. Yi Wanchuang had brought her husband here after hearing online recommendations that the hot pot restaurant was delicious. It wasn't too crowded soon after they started eating, but soon after the two of them sat down, people started to arrive one after the other. It had been a long time since Yi Wanchuang had a proper hot pot meal, and looking at the dishes on the menu, she salivated with hunger. Waiter, I'll have 2 orders of tripe. 8 plates of meat. 2 orders of meatballs. 1 order of spring rolls. 1 order of shrimp paste. Yi Bianchuang rattled off the menu, and the waiter took notes. After she stopped, the waiter looked at what he had written and fell into deep thought. Before leaving, the waiter timidly asked, excuse me, how many people are there? She needed to know because she had to set the table. There were 2 people at the table, but Yi Wanchuang had ordered enough food for 4 people, and the waitress was a little unsure. At that moment, Yi Wanchuang saw in the waitress's eyes that she thought she could eat a lot. She lowered her head shyly and answered, technically, there are 2 people. But it's not me who can eat a lot, it's the baby in my stomach. My usual meal is just a little over 100 grams. Chapter 73, Honey, have you never heard of synthetic meat? The waiter nodded with a smile. He took the menu and said politely, please wait a moment. In no time, many plates of meat were served on the table, with the vegetables taking up only a small corner. Yi Wanchuang's mouth watered at the sight of the meat, which looked delicious just by looking at it. She couldn't wait to throw them into the pot for a bath. After it was cooked, Yi Bangzhuang ignored the heat and dipped it in some sesame sauce before putting it in her mouth. Wow, it's delicious. Hubby, come on, eat it, this meat is really delicious. It has a slight lammy smell, which is probably real. Fang Mu heard this and smiled slightly. Wife, haven't you heard of synthetic meat? In order to make more money, many hot pot restaurants mix lamb with cheaper duck and chicken meat, so that it tastes like lamb when eaten, and so people think it is real lamb, but it is not. Although it is not as authentic, the good thing is that there are no additives. However, after hearing this, Yi Bangzhuang looked at the meat on the table in disbelief. Really? I thought it was real lamb. I really fall for it every day, but it's not the same. Yi Bangzhuang sighed with emotion, but it did not affect her mood at all. Before long, the 5 plates of meat were all gone. At this time, a family of 3 came in from the next table. The husband and wife were not old, only about 35 or 36 years old. The one walking in front was their son, about 8 or 9 years old, with a buzz cut and wearing school uniform. He played with his mobile phone while walking, and from time to time, the sound of a game could be heard. As soon as he sat on the bench, the child stared at his calves and yelled, I'm hungry, I want to eat meat, I want to eat meat. Order quickly, I'm starving. Okay. The woman patted her son's head affectionately as she hurriedly ordered. After that, the woman stood up and yelled around, waiter, waiter, we want to order, come here quickly. Perhaps it was her daughter's loud voice, or perhaps it was her defiance, but the attention of everyone eating around them was focused on her. The woman was not affected and continued talking to herself, where are you? My son is starving, can you take responsibility for this? The shouting of the guests in the restaurant had affected the dining experience of other guests. Seeing that there were not enough staff, the manager of the hot pot restaurant came to the table with a menu. I'm really sorry about that, the restaurant is a bit busy and we have neglected you. If you know you have neglected us and still refuse to compensate, then let me give you an opportunity, serve us a fruit plate for free. Hearing this, the woman looked at them up and down, then reluctantly flipped through the menu. Seeing that the other party was not speaking, the woman closed the menu and said in a bad mood, What? It's just a fruit plate, and you're not willing to give it? You're really stingy. I didn't mean to rip you off either. Who told you to keep us waiting for so long? In fact, it wasn't long, just 3 minutes. The store manager saw that the customers were quite difficult, and if he didn't agree to their request, he was afraid that they would cause trouble in the store. After weighing the pros and cons, the store manager nodded with a smile. The woman, to express her apology, we will give you a fruit plate. You can order now. That's more like it. After achieving her goal, the woman nodded with satisfaction. During this time, the little boy was playing with his phone and probably encountered something unhappy. He kicked the back of the chair. Yi Banswan, who was sitting behind him, was disturbed by the sound of his feet. Seeing this, Fong Mu went over to the next table and said to the couple, "Can you please control your child and tell him to stop kicking the bench? My wife is pregnant and she can't stand the noise." After hearing this, the couple reluctantly pulled their son's leg and told him to stop kicking, as people were looking over. After Fong Mu left, the woman rolled her eyes and said angrily, "It's just a pregnancy, and she's really delicate. And you complain about our son making noise. If you're so capable, don't sit here eating. You're always complaining about nothing." Fong Mu heard the two of them argue clearly. He wanted to go up and argue with them, but was stopped by Yi Wanshuang. "Honey, don't get involved with them. I'll sit with you. You should never reason with people like them, because they'll never listen." "Okay." Fong Mu nodded. His wife was right. People like them will be dealt with by the gods. There are a lot of people eating now, so the food is coming really slowly. The little boy's phone ran out of battery, so he tugged on the woman's clothes and said, "Mom, your phone ran out of battery, so charge it quickly for me, I'm running out of battery." "I can't charge it now, so you can play with your father's phone." As soon as the woman finished speaking, the man refused, "No, I still have some work to do. Son, go play with your toys for a while. Didn't I bring you a toy machine gun when we went out? Go play with that." "Okay." The little boy nodded, and then wandered around the hot pot restaurant with the machine gun. With the child not making a fuss, the couple had a rare moment of silence, but the other diners suffered. The machine gun had small bullets, even if they weren't real, but they still hurt when they hit someone. One of the plump young men in the restaurant became the target of the little boy, and he shot the man in the back. It's fine if it happens once or twice, but after a few times, even the calmest person will lose their temper. The young man ran up to the couple with the little boy and complained, "Can you two control your child? He's shot me with this broken gun so many times that it's all red." The woman said indifferently, "How can a toy gun hurt that much? You're really delicate for someone with thick skin. You didn't even dodge when my son shot you? You're so stupid." "Excuse me?" The boy's mother was unreasonable, and the little boy was provoking her. The angry little fat man raised his arm and wanted to punch the little boy to vent his anger. At this time, the boy's father spoke up, "What? What do you want to do, still want to hit someone? He's still a child, why do you take him seriously?" After saying that, the man looked at the crowd and accused the villain first, "Come and have a look, everyone, this person is going to hit the child. He dared to hit my child, who was so young, it's really hateful. Everyone, give me your opinion." The surrounding guests looked at the three of them like they were clowns, and some of them felt immense sympathy for the fat man. They had really met the unluckiest family. They had never seen such indulgent parents, and sooner or later the child would get into trouble. The parents were also too indulgent with their child, and they would definitely regret it in the future. "This brat is really hateful, he just hit me a few times. It's true that you get a child like you raise it." The guests around them were discussing it, but the family of three seemed to be unable to hear them, and they continued with their own ways. Chapter 74 Stinky Beau, when are you going to come out? The fat guy was really angry at their attitude, and he was breathing heavily, trying to hold back his anger. But then he realized that he couldn't hold it back, so he took out his phone and hurriedly dialed a number. The fat man was shaking all over. When he heard the voice on the other end of the line, he said earnestly, "Dr. Liu, I can't control my emotions anymore. This family here has a child and his parents who are clearly in the wrong, but they refuse to apologize. I thought you said that people with mental illness don't need to go to prison for killing, so you can help me prove it." After he finished speaking, the fat man hung up the phone and looked coldly at the family of three across from him. Now the husband and wife realized that their son had met a tough guy, and the other party wasn't pretending, because that look was like he could eat the three of them. The woman quickly pushed her son in front of her and said anxiously, "You brat, apologize to your uncle quickly." When the man saw that his son didn't say anything, he slapped his son on the back of the head and said, "Say you're sorry." At this point, the brat reluctantly spoke up. Although he said it with his mouth, he didn't realize his mistake in his heart. Seeing this, the fat man's reddened eyes slowly returned to normal, and he waved his hand, saying, "I'll keep an eye on your child." After he finished talking, he paid and left the hot pot restaurant. At first, the old couple still managed their child, but since the meat came, the couple ate minding their own business. After calling the child several times, he didn't respond, and the two simply ignored him. Soon, the little boy forgot the lesson he just learned, and he has now become the king of trouble in the hot pot restaurant. Just as Yuanchuan got up to get the condiments, the little boy aimed his machine gun at her stomach. Yuanchuan looked up when she noticed the infrared dot on her stomach, and the little boy was smiling at her triumphantly. She twisted her body around and glared at him, exasperated, saying, "Still a child, really hateful." The little boy not only aimed at someone's stomach, but also at their forehead with the infrared ray. When the people around them complained about the child's behavior and reported it to the young couple, the two of them just gave up. "I just yelled at him, but he ignored me. I can't control this kid anymore, so whoever wants to can. His father just knows how to play games. It's my business if the kid is born, but you better control him." The man frowned as he looked at his phone. "I'm so busy every day, I don't have time to control the kid. Go and see for yourself." The two of them were arguing about the kid, while the kid was happily running around the hot pot restaurant. At this time, the sound of food being served came from the kitchen. Move aside, the hot pot base is hot." The person serving the food was a woman in her 50s, who carried it carefully. At this time, the little boy suddenly jumped out and bumped into the woman's knee. Due to the unstable center of gravity, the hot pot base was spilled on the back of the naughty child, who cried out in pain from the heat. If not for the prompting of the surrounding guests, the two would still be engrossed in their meal and not notice anything. At this time, the woman ran to her son and said with concern, "Honey, where does it hurt? Does it hurt?" The little boy sobbed and pointed to his back, sniffling and crying, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Upon seeing this, the father angrily pointed at the woman and scolded, "Are you blind? Can't you see my son? How dare you pour hot pot seasoning on him? I think you did it on purpose, you murderer. You're not leaving here for a while, and you have to pay compensation." Hearing this, the woman looked very innocent. "I was just walking normally, who told your son to suddenly dart out and bump into me? I'm not at fault at all, so why are you asking me to pay compensation? It's your fault for not keeping an eye on your child. This naughty boy was running around the store. I told him before not to run around, that it would burn himself, but he just didn't listen." The man was speechless after hearing this, but looking at his son's situation, he still insisted, "I don't care, it was you who poured the hot pot base on my son. You have to pay compensation today, whether you pay or not, you can't get away with it anyway." The woman had never seen such a brazen person before. She couldn't stand it anymore and poured the rest of the hot pot base on the two of them directly. The whole hot pot restaurant echoed with the two people's wails. Today is the first day of work for the auntie. Holding the money for the demolition of her house, she came to work in the hot pot restaurant to pass the time. She had never suffered much in her life, but now after this terrible experience, she couldn't even bear to tolerate it anymore, she said domineeringly. "This time, you all came to me and begged me, I will pay for the medical expenses no matter how much it is. I don't lack money." Soon the ambulance took the family of 3 to the car, and the auntie left in style. Although it didn't happen to her, everyone felt particularly relieved. A brat met a pair of irresponsible parents, and in everyone's opinion, paying compensation was redundant. As she watched the several people being carried onto the stretcher, Yuanchuan secretly felt gratified in her heart. "If you don't do something stupid, you won't die." After saying that, she took Fang Mu's arm and came out of the hot pot restaurant, exclaiming, "Hubby, after our baby is born, we must not spoil the child like they did. Right is right, wrong is wrong. We can't lower our standards just because she's being cute. It's fine to spoil them a little when it comes to food and drink, but we must teach them the right way to behave in the world. Are you listening, honey?" Yuanchuan saw that Fang Mu was in a daze, so she patted him on the back. Fang Mu nodded in agreement after sensing her. "Fine, we won't spoil the kids and we'll teach them the right outlook on life and values. But honey, the babies are still so young, don't we need to wait a bit before teaching them? This is a misconception." Yuanchuan shook her finger and replied, "Children should be taught from a young age." "Okay." Fang Mu nodded without arguing. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, the two of them strolled around the mall. Not only that, Yuanchuan also bought an ice cream. As they walked, she felt a little pain in her stomach and thought that the baby was coming. The two hurriedly returned home from the hospital. Baby, can't you wait to be born? Come out, Daddy and Mommy are ready for you. However, as soon as they arrived home, Yuanchuan's stomach did not move at all again. She sat on the sofa complaining in great frustration. How come other people can have a baby just by eating hot pot, but not her? Stinking baby, when are you going to come out? I'm getting a little anxious waiting for you. Chapter 75, What? It's almost time? The next day, Yuanchuan looked at her ballooning stomach in disbelief. At this time, Fang Mu walked over, and she quickly pulled her husband to her side. Hubby, it must be that the way we ate hot pot yesterday was not the right way to open it. This time I saw a video again, and people said that if you eat barbecue that night, the baby will be born before midnight. Why don't we try it again? After Fang Mu heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Wife, if I didn't know that you really want the baby to come out of your belly, otherwise I would definitely think that you want to eat it, and that's why you came up with these stupid ideas. Hey, let's just try it. Okay, we'll leave at the same time as yesterday. Now you take a nap. Yuanchuan nodded, then ran to the bed contentedly to go to sleep. In the afternoon, before 5:30, the two of them appeared at a barbecue restaurant. There were no brats like yesterday. The two of them ate very comfortably. Fang Mu was in charge of grilling the meat, while Yuanchuan was in charge of eating it. The division of labor was very clear. At this time, a young couple came to the table next door, and they were pushing a baby carriage. Yi Bangswang saw them and hurriedly whispered to Fang Mu, "Honey, look at how cute the baby in the stroller is." How old is she? Fang Mu also really likes children, and he said with a smile, "She looks about 6 months old. She's really well behaved. While her parents are eating, she's just sleeping. I wonder if our baby is obedient too." After Yi Bangswang finished speaking, she couldn't help but rub her tummy. The baby in her tummy felt the warmth of her hand and kicked. She smiled knowingly. "My baby, you've had hot pot and barbecued meat, so you can come out now. If you want to come out, give your mummy a little kick, and if you don't want to come out, give 2 little kicks." I don't know if the little one is being sincere or just messing around, but Yi Wanchuang felt her tummy being kicked up and down at the same time. It may be that the little one's little hands and feet exerted force at the same time, and it seems that the little one still doesn't want to come out so early. Yi Wanchuang saw this and smiled helplessly, and then said to Fang Mu, "Honey, I just asked our baby, and she said she doesn't want to come out." Fang Mu laughed loudly. "This little baby is really stubborn. If it doesn't want to come out, it just won't." Instead, Yi Wanchuang's desire to deliver the baby early was personally extinguished by the little baby, and to be honest, the meat in front of her didn't even smell appetizing anymore. Fang Mu saw his wife's dejected look and hurriedly comforted her, "Honey, let the baby come out when she wants. She won't be able to stay for more than 2 days anyway." Okay, Yi Wanchuang nodded. After returning home, Yi Wanchuang fell asleep with her phone in her hands after playing with it for a while. Fang Mu saw this and took the phone aside, covered his wife up and also fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Yi Wanchuang was having a beautiful dream when suddenly a warm current ran down her body. She opened her eyes wide. She then woke up Fang Mu, who was sleeping next to her, and anxiously said, "Hubby, wake up, hubby." "Ha?" Fang Mu opened his eyes dazedly and then turned on the bedroom light. "Wife, what's going on?" Yi Banswang answered a little scared, "It seems like the amniotic fluid has broken. Is it time to give birth?" Hearing this, Fang Mu's sleepiness disappeared. He quickly lifted the quilt and sure enough, there was a water stain on the sheets. After all, Yi Wanchuang was a first-time mother with no experience. Looking at the circular stain, she asked Fang Mu, "Honey, that should be amniotic fluid, not niao urine. It's coming out of me without me realizing it." Fang Mu nodded affirmatively when he saw it. "It's amniotic fluid. Let's go to the hospital now." His wife was about to give birth, and he had watched a lot of videos about what to do if the amniotic fluid broke or if there was some bloody discharge. Fortunately, Fang Mu is not a headless chicken. He first helped Yi Wanron lie down on the bed, then raised her buttocks. "Wife, don't move, I'll go pack the birthing bag first. Don't be afraid, I'm here." "Okay." Yi Wanron nodded. Her little heart was pounding, and she was about to give birth. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. At the same time as being nervous, she also had some small expectations. After all, she would soon be meeting her baby. After Fang Mu settled his wife, he took out the maternity bag and baby things that he had prepared long ago. At this time, he first made a phone call to the director of the private hospital. Director Zhang, my wife's water has broken, we will be going to the hospital in a while, so please get ready. Okay, Mr. Fong. After the director hung up the phone, he quickly called back the obstetric experts and experienced nurses to be ready to receive the distinguished maternity patient at any time. In addition, Fong Mu's parents were also constantly worried about the baby in Yi Wanchuang's belly, so after hanging up the phone, he called his mother again. It was time for her to sleep, and she answered the phone just as it was about to hang up. Son, what's the matter calling so late? Mom, Wanchuang's water broke, we'll be going to the hospital in a while, you can go directly to the hospital then. Okay, we got it. Ma Xiaochang hung up the phone, her excitement unable to subside for a long time. She then slapped Fong Qingji's face happily. Fong, wake up quickly. Huh? He looked confused, still unable to understand the situation. He looked outside and saw that it was still dark, and said with a dark face, why did you wake me up? It's still dark, what's the matter, don't you want me to sleep? Ma Xiaochang said in a bad mood, what are you sleeping for? Your son just called and said that Yi Bansuang is about to give birth. What? About to give birth? Fong Qingji heard this and immediately sat up. That's not good, hurry up and get dressed, let's go to the hospital. After the old couple changed their clothes, they drove to the hospital. Here, Fong Mu put the maternity bag in the trunk and then carried Yi Bansuang to the car. Although his wife had gained 20 pounds during her pregnancy, that was nothing to him. Fong Mu was driving a minivan, which had plenty of room, so his wife would be comfortable lying down. It is worth mentioning that he also placed a small pillow under his wife's buttocks. After the water broke, the pregnant woman had to lie flat to prevent the amniotic fluid from flowing out. If the amniotic fluid loss was too fast, the baby would be at risk of oxygen deficiency in the womb. Afterwards, Fong Mu ran to the driver's seat to drive, accompanied by Lu Tianshu, the postpartum care center midwife he had hired at a high salary. At first, Yi Wanchuang didn't feel anything, but slowly she felt a little pain in her lower abdomen. Oops. This kind of pain comes every 10 minutes or so, and it's not very regular. Seeing this, Lu Tianshu took Yi Wanchuang's hand and comforted her, you are now having contractions, so don't be afraid. Chapter 76 Congratulations, you have a baby girl. Lu Tianshu saw this and held Yi Wanchuang's hand to comfort her, you are having contractions now, so there is no need to be afraid. Yi Wanchuang's eyes were full of panic when she heard the word contractions. Huh? Contractions? I don't want the baby to be born in the car. Hubby, hurry up and drive. Yi Wanchuang urged, and she even began to resist the contractions, but this was not something that could be resisted. Fong Mu hurriedly reassured her, we'll be at the hospital in 10 minutes, honey, just hang in there. To be honest, he was panicking inside. If it weren't for the manual transmission, he felt like his foot was going to cramp up on the clutch. Lu Tianshu saw that Yi Wanchuang was in a lot of pain, and quickly reassured her, ma'am, just because the contractions have started doesn't mean the baby will be born right away. It's very possible that it will be 5 or 8 hours before the baby comes once we get to the hospital. You don't need to worry about the baby being born in the car. Now listen to my instructions, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Yi Wanchuang did as she was told, but the pain in her stomach did not subside. Fortunately, there were not many cars on the road that night, and Fong Mu arrived at the hospital without any problems. By then, all the obstetric experts and experienced nurses at the hospital had been waiting for a long time. When they saw the nanny car pull up to the hospital entrance and saw Yi Wanchuang lying on the seat with her big belly, obstetric director Hu Suziang quickly instructed everyone, first, carry the mother to be onto the stretcher. After saying this, she looked at Fong Mu next to her and asked, what's the situation with the mother-to-be? My wife broke her water at around 1:35 in the morning. Okay, come with me first, I need to get a basic understanding of the situation. After Hu Suziang finished speaking, Fong Mu followed her to the office, while Lu Tianshu accompanied Yi Wanchuang into the examination room. After examining the patient, the nurse determined that the woman had already dilated 2 fingers, which was quite fast, and that the delivery should be quick. Do you want a natural birth or a cesarean? Yi Bansuang frowned and replied, natural birth. She didn't want a cesarean and didn't want a scar on her stomach like a centipede. Okay, you can have an epidural once you've dilated 2 fingers. Let's go to the delivery room. After saying this, the nurse pushed Yi Bansuang into the delivery room. Each pregnant woman can be accompanied by 1 family member. Fong Mu was now reporting on his wife's condition during pregnancy, while Lu Tianshu was sitting next to Yi Bansuang. After the report is finished, Fong Mu will replace Lu Tianshu. After the painless injection, Yi Banswang feels a lot less pain. It is undeniable that painless injection is a lifesaver for pregnant women. Slowly, Yi Banswang can't feel the pain anymore. After a while, the nurse came over to check the progress of the delivery. Very good, the fingers have opened very quickly. The mother has now opened 7 fingers, and she will be able to give birth once all 10 fingers have opened. After the nurse finished speaking, she looked at Fang Mu and said, "You can go buy some energy drinks, chocolate, and so on. Giving birth in a little while will be very exhausting." Okay. Fang Mu nodded, and then instructed Lu Tianshu to go buy them. His wife was about to give birth, and he didn't want to leave Yi Wanchuang's side for even a single step. Seeing her pale face, Fang Mu felt immense pain in his heart. "My dear, I'm so sorry for the suffering you've endured." "It's okay, it's not hard." Yi Wanchuang tried to comfort Fang Mu with a smile. From the breaking of the water to the opening of the fingers, her situation was very fast. The next bed had been in the delivery room for a day and there had been no movement yet. To be honest, watching other people suffering like hell, she was actually a little envious. Soon, Fang Mu brought the energy drink to the delivery room. Yi Wanchuang had just finished drinking it when her fingers opened. At this time, the director of the obstetrics department and the experienced nurse were guiding Yi Wanchuang to push while checking the situation downstairs. Eventually, after Yi Wanchuang's unremitting efforts, a loud cry soon sounded in the delivery room. Hu Suhua first gave the baby a simple rinse, then held it to the side of the baby's father and mother, and said gently, "Congratulations, you have a baby girl." Yi Wanchuang smiled happily, now at last the two of them had the fruit of their love. Compared to his wife's reserved smile, Fang Mu looked very excited. At the moment he heard the news, it was as if all his muscles were cheering. They say that a daughter is a father's little cotton padded jacket, and now he had one too. At this moment, he couldn't wait to hold the baby and go out to tell everyone in the hospital, "This is my daughter, she was just born, she's still warm." Yi Wanchuang was taken to the VIP room after giving birth. She had a very quick and uneventful delivery, and there was no episiotomy. She is in high spirits and doesn't look like she just gave birth. Fang Mu can't bear to let go of his precious daughter. At this moment, he suddenly thinks of two people. Why haven't Dad and Mum come yet? He is worried and quickly calls the old couple. The line is quickly connected. "Son, we just arrived at the hospital. How is Wanchuang? Has she given birth yet?" Upon hearing this, Fang Mu answered with a smile, "Yes, she has given birth to a big, fat granddaughter for you, weighing 7 catties and 2 tails. She is little and plump. You will definitely like her when you see her." "Ah, that's good." Ma Xiaochang nodded with a smile, and her footsteps couldn't help but quicken. She couldn't wait to see the baby. Fang Qingji could barely keep up with her pace, and quickly took hold of her arm and said, "You slow down, I'll wait for you." After hearing this, Ma Xiaochang impatiently shook her arm off, blaming him for not knowing that the car was out of gas. Luckily, a taxi passed by, otherwise we would have had to walk until dawn to get to the hospital. After being scolded, Fang Qingji touched his head and said nothing. Ma Xiaochang hurriedly urged, "Hurry up, your great-granddaughter is waiting for us in the hospital room." Upon hearing this, Fang Qingji joyfully ran up. "What? She gave birth? She gave birth to a great-granddaughter for us? Ha, it doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl, I'm happy to have a granddaughter." Fang Qingji laughed happily, then followed along at a run. In the ward, Yi Wanchuang was dizzy from seeing her husband walking around with the baby in his arms. "Hubby, sit down and rest for a while." "I'm not tired, not at all," Fang Mu said with a smile, shaking his head. Soon, the door to the ward was pushed open, and Fang Qingji and Ma Xiaochang came to Yi Wanchuang's bedside, concerned. "Banswang, you just gave birth, you need to rest more, and Fang Mu can watch the baby for you. Mom came in a hurry today, this is the red envelope we prepared for you and the baby, and we will prepare a bigger one when you are discharged from the hospital." "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Yi Banswang smiled and thanked them. She was a little sleepy after giving birth, and she fell asleep after a while. At this time, the old couple carefully examined the baby in Fang Mu's arms. Watching the little one sleep, the old couple became happier and happier. Chapter 77, The Baby Has a Name. "This little guy is really white, soft and plump, I really want to nibble on him." Fang Qingji looked at the baby with a smile on his face. Ma Xiaochang heard this and angrily patted him a few times, thinking that he was a big pig's foot and wanted to nibble on him whenever he wanted. "Go over there." He was pushed aside with disdain, and then he smiled and took his eldest granddaughter into his arms and instructed Fang Mu. Son, after the baby is born, you need to apply for a birth certificate. Have you thought of a name for my granddaughter yet? I thought of it before she was born. I have a name for a boy and a name for a girl. Now that I know it's a girl, the baby will be Fong Yui. What do you and my father think? Fong Mu looked at the two of them. After all, what everyone agrees on is really good. After listening, Ma Xiaochang nodded in agreement. Yui, that's a very nice name. My dear grandchild, your name is Fong Yui. In the future, when grandma calls you Yui, you should say yes, understand? Fang Qingji, who was standing nearby, also came over and said with a smile, when grandpa calls you Yui, my dear, you should say yes too. Oh, after the two had finished talking, the little one closed her eyes and pouted her tiny mouth, forming the letter O. Seeing the little one looking like this, I thought she was saying yes in response. In fact, the little one was up to no good, but the others didn't know it. At this time, the ward door was pushed open and the nurse walked in. The family member said to me, "Come with us, we need to take the baby for vaccinations." Ma Xiaochang heard this and turned to look at his son, Xiaomu, and said, "Xiaomu, you stay in the ward and take care of Wanchuan, your father, and I will take the baby for vaccinations." Fang Mu nodded and then replied, "Let Lu Tianshu go with you. She knows more about babies than you do." Soon, the ward was left with only Yi Wanchuan and Fang Mu. He held his wife's hand tightly, staying by her side. At this time, a mechanical prompt sounded in Fang Mu's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host on taking on a new role in life, Dad. The life winner system has been updated to version 2.0 Daddy, and the host will be rewarded for spoiling his wife and child. The system has detected that the host is a first-time father, and is therefore awarding a baby gift pack containing a bag of super absorbent diapers, a pack of super soft cloud wipes and a can of super nutritious formula milk. In addition, the system has detected that the host has chosen a good name for the baby, and is therefore awarding 10% of the Ferrari group and 15% of the Balenciaga group. The system had given away so many things this time, which Fang Mu really didn't expect, and as soon as the system finished speaking, the prizes for the baby gift pack appeared in front of him. Looking at the products, none of which had anything written on the packaging, Fang Mu muttered to the system in his heart, "Damn, aren't these just shoddy products? System, aren't you even going to pretend to be helpful?" Soon, the mechanical voice replied again, "Host, don't worry, the system's products are always high quality, and you can use the products without any worries, there is absolutely no problem. The system's products are all high quality." Fang Mu believed this, but only a few products had been delivered, so there was not enough for the baby. You had to know the reputation of the gold-eating beast to understand that 3 or 4 cans of milk powder a month would be needed for such a small baby. Diapers and wipes were also consumables that would be used up in 2 or 3 days. At that time, the baby was used to using the prizes issued by the system, and there was nowhere to buy them if they were gone. Fang Mu even had nowhere to cry. He then asked, "System, can I buy the baby gift package?" "Don't buy it. Just sign in every morning, and the system will give it to you for free." After hearing this, Fang Mu secretly praised the system for its considerate service. Before long, the door to the hospital room was pushed open, and Fang Mu noticed Fang Qingji, whose eyes were red, at a glance. "Dad, did you just cry? What happened?" Afterwards, Fang Mu looked at Ma Xiaochang and asked, "Mom, who bullied my dad?" "It wasn't you yelling at my dad, was it?" His family is dominated by women, so Fang Mu is always worried that his dad will be bullied by his mom. Ma Xiaochang was sad when she heard her son say this. "Mu, I didn't bully your dad. It was your dad who cried himself, not me yelling. If you want to know why, you have to ask your precious daughter." "Huh? What's going on?" Fang Mu was puzzled. Could it be that his little cotton-padded jacket was so powerful that she could bully her own grandfather? Immediately, Ma Xiaochang smiled and said, "When the vaccination was given, Yui fell asleep. She probably felt the pain and cried out twice, but stopped crying as soon as the needle was removed. As a result, your father was worried that his granddaughter had been pricked twice, and his tears fell like rain." After being described by his wife, Fang Qingji was so embarrassed that he quickly covered his wife's mouth. Her careless words had shattered his glorious image. Ma Xiaochang pushed his hand away and said with a smile, "What, are you embarrassed?" "Humph." Fang Qingji waved his hand and left angrily. What, he just cares about his precious granddaughter. If he could give his granddaughter the injection, he would do it without hesitation. Seeing this, Fang Mu hurriedly comforted his father, "Dad, you still love Yui the most, and this child will definitely grow up to be close to you." "Heh, really?" Fang Mu nodded, and with just a few words, he made his father feel better. It was mainly because our daughter was born so well. At this time, he suddenly remembered to ask, "Mom and Dad, why did it take you so long to come over? It's only an hour or so from the scenic area homestay I rented for you to the hospital, right?" "Stop it. The car ran out of gas on the way and we had to stop halfway." After Ma Xiaochang finished speaking, she looked at Fang Chengji with a face full of resentment. This person will always let you down at the most critical moment. Seeing that his mother was again blaming his father, he quickly changed the subject. "How was the scenery at the scenic spot? Did you have fun?" "Happy. The air on the mountain is so good. You must go there more often when you have time. If you like it, you don't have to go back to your hometown. I'll buy you a house in the magical city, so it's convenient to see your granddaughter." Fang Mu also doesn't want his parents to leave, after all, he is the only son for the elderly couple. "What?" The two of them looked at each other, then at each other, then at each other, before Fang Qingji tentatively asked Ma Xiaochang. "Honey, what do you say we listen to our son? Now that Wan Xiang has just given birth, we have to look after her during the month of rest. If we stay, we can help look after the baby." "Okay, we'll listen to you, we'll stay." Ma Xiaochang nodded with a smile, thinking that she must take good care of her granddaughter and her daughter-in-law. Chapter 78, Discharged from the Hospital. At this time, the baby in Fang Mu's arms was convulsing, and then the sound of loud crying resounded through the ward. The little cotton-padded jacket in his arms was crying so sadly that he was at a loss as to what he should do. Although before his wife gave birth, he had watched many videos on when the baby was hungry and when the baby had a wet diaper. At that time, Fang Mu felt that he had learned very well, but at this time his mind went blank and he couldn't think of anything he had learned. Fortunately, he had hired a pregnancy and infant care expert in advance, otherwise little Yuyi would have suffered. "Mr. Fawn, the baby should be hungry, and he hasn't drunk milk since birth. Then I'll go and prepare some formula for the baby." "Okay." Fang Mu nodded, then pointed to the suitcase beside him and said, "The bottles are in there, they have been sterilized, and the formula is on the table. 1 level scoop of milk powder, 30 milliliters of warm water." There was nothing written on the milk powder, so Fang Mu had to prompt her. Chen Yunshu nodded, but when she saw the milk powder can with nothing written on the outer packaging, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. She wondered if it might be milk powder that Fang Mu had bought back from abroad at a high price, or custom-made milk powder with nothing written on it. Families like theirs would only give their babies better things, so Chen Yunshu didn't think much of it. After pouring 30 milliliters of water, she scraped a level spoonful of milk powder into the bottle and shook it well. After defoaming, Lu Yunshu handed the bottle to Fang Mu, who was holding the baby. The moment the little one's mouth made contact with the nipple, the crying stopped instantly, and then came the sound of the baby swallowing milk. In less than a few minutes, the 30 milliliters of milk was drunk by the little baby. She didn't open her eyes, but continued to sleep, and the quiet ward returned to peace. It was still dark when they arrived, but now it was already light, and the group had a simple breakfast. After giving birth, a woman is at her weakest, so Ma Xiaochang was going to the market to buy a hen and make some chicken soup for her daughter-in-law to help her recover. Yi Banswang had wanted to refuse, because she had previously watched a video saying that women who had just given birth should not drink milk soup, as it could cause blockages. But then she thought that this was a small token of her mother-in-law's affection, and she should be fine with drinking a little. It is really hard to find a sensible daughter-in-law like Yi Wanchuan, but compared to the professional Chen Yunshu, she immediately rejected when she heard Ma Xiaochang wanted to stew chicken soup. She is a professional maternity nurse, and it is her duty to take care of the mother and baby, so she said tactfully, "Auntie, the lady can't drink soup yet, her milk hasn't come in yet, and drinking milk soup now will not help but harm the lady. If you don't drink it gently, it may cause milk blockage, fever, and in severe cases, mastitis." "Huh? This is all passed down from the older generation, I really didn't know." Ma Xiaochang let out a gasp after hearing these words. She looked at the crowd and explained, "I really wanted to let Wanxiang get better and replenish her energy, I didn't realize there would be such a big risk. We did it that way back then." Yi Wanxiang heard this and comforted, "Mom, I know you're good to me, thank you." Ma Xiaochang saw that her daughter-in-law understood her, and she stroked her daughter-in-law's hand and said, "Wanchuan, things were different back then. If there's anything I did wrong, just tell me. Nowadays, you all believe in science when it comes to raising children. In the future, we'll raise your child however you say. On this issue, I'll listen to you." "Thank you, Mom." Yi Wanchuan smiled and thanked her after hearing this. When she was pregnant before, she had watched a lot of videos of old-fashioned mothers-in-law. Seeing her mother-in-law's attitude, she felt like the luckiest person in the world. If you can't drink the milk soup, then make something else that's nutritious. Ma Xiaochang then asked Chen Yunshu, "What can my daughter-in-law drink now?" "I'll make something nutritious for her." Chen Yunshu smiled and said, "Auntie, the mother just gave birth, so her stomach function and digestion are relatively weak. If you want to make soup, you can make crushing carp soup, which promotes milk production. It will make your milk come in earlier, so the baby can drink breast milk." "Oh, good." Ma Xiaochang nodded, told the young couple, and then took Fang Qingji back to her son's house to cook. Although private hospitals also have restaurants, they are still clean and use plenty of ingredients when they cook at home, so Ma Xiaochang was not at ease buying from outside. After the baby had eaten, Fang Mu put her in the crib and turned to Yi Wanshuang and said, "Honey, you go back to sleep." Okay." The time for the uncomplicated delivery and hospital discharge was early, and just 3 days after the delivery, Yi Wanshuang was able to be discharged from the hospital. Fang Mu completed the discharge procedures, and the group of people carrying large and small bags came out of the ward. Fang Mu was afraid that his wife would catch a cold, so he wrapped the bag tightly. When it was time to get in the car, he immediately stepped on the gas, but suddenly felt that something was missing in the car. After scanning the area, Fang Mu hurriedly asked, "Where's Xiao Ouyui? Who's holding her?" This sentence was like a bomb going off all around, and everyone looked at each other in confusion. Fang Mu realized that his precious daughter was still lying in the stroller. He immediately got out of the car and sprinted back to the ward, afraid that a bad person might take his daughter. When he pushed open the door of the room, he saw his daughter lying quietly in the stroller, as if the commotion outside had nothing to do with her. Fang Mu, with a sense of dread, held his daughter in his arms and whispered, "Xiaoyu, Daddy forgot to take you away." "I'm sorry, now let's go home with Daddy. To our own little home." In the car, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji blamed each other, saying, "You were the last one to leave, so I asked you if you'd forgotten anything, and you said no. You didn't see the baby girl in the stroller. What's the use of your eyes? You didn't see her either, and now you're blaming it on me?" The two of them stopped arguing only when Fang Mu pulled open the car door and hugged the baby into the car. At this time, everyone's attention was on the baby, and everyone felt guilty. Yi Wanshuang had not thought about her baby girl at all. Who would have thought that she would be fine on the way here, but would have to bring home a baby? Forgetting is only natural. Fortunately, the baby doesn't have a memory yet, or else she would definitely remember forever. After arriving home, Yi Wanshuang got off the car alone. She had a quick recovery from the natural birth, so she didn't feel any pain at all. Fang Mu put the baby on the big bed, and then started to carry things down from the car. To be honest, although she was only in the hospital for 3 days, she had brought quite a lot of things with her, almost as if she had brought her whole home with her.